The Frostborn Princess by Morgrave. Elias Vayne was once a warrior who fought against monsters, wielding sword and steel to defend humanity. But that was a lifetime ago. Torn from the battlefield and reforged by the will of the Ice Dragon Empress, he awakens in a new body and a new life here as Elyssia, the Frostborn Princess, heir to a kingdom of dragons and blood-soaked power. Now, neither the dragons who see her as an imposter nor the humans who fear her power will accept her. Forced to hide her identity behind the guise of an elf, Elyssia walks a dangerous path between worlds. All the while, the Draconic Monarchy crumbles under civil war, ancient factions vie for control, and her mother's schemes tighten like a noose around her neck. Haunted by memories of friends long dead and betrayed by those she once called family, Elyssia must decide whether to fight for a world that no longer has a place for her or to embrace the monster she was forced to become. The wind howls across the valley, carrying the scent of frost and shattered ice. The battlefield is a frozen wasteland, jagged peaks rising in the distance, the ground beneath us slick with the remnants of our struggle. My boots grind against the frost-bitten stone as I stare across the divide, my fingers tightening around the hilt of my blade. Even at this distance, I can feel the pressure of her magic, dense, ancient, coiling around her like a living thing. Power that has had centuries to grow, sharpened like a blade against the whetstone of time. My sister stands on the opposite ridge, her icy blue scales shimmering under the aurora-drenched sky, her golden eyes gleaming like a predator savoring the inevitable. She wears the same serene smile she always does, like she already knows how this will end. You've had your fun, Elyssia. Her voice is smooth, almost gentle, but the magic beneath it crackles like a storm barely held in check. It's time to come home. The age of playing with mortal toys is over. I don't answer. I can't afford to. My grip on my weapon tightens as I push the words from my mind, forcing myself to focus. But she sees past the cold mask I wear, straight to the war brewing beneath my skin. She takes a step forward, her movements fluid, effortless, like ice flowing down a mountainside. You always knew this was temporary. Mother allowed it. She indulged your little rebellion, your adventures, your so-called friendships. But the time is over. She tilts her head slightly, voice softening. You were never one of them, Elyssia. Not really. But I know you cared for them. So I make you this promise: you come back, and I will make sure they are left alone. No one will harm them. You have my word. I hesitate, not because I believe her, not because I think she speaks the full truth, but because, despite everything, despite all I have done to sever my ties, I still feel something for her. It is not the all-consuming loyalty she demands, nor the blind devotion our kind was raised to uphold, but it is there, a remnant of something older, something unshakable. And that hesitation costs me everything. In truth, the only reason I stand here at all is because I would have in the past. Once, I would have fought for humanity without question, without pause. Now, I do it out of obligation, a shadow of who I used to be. I tell myself it's enough. The ground trembles beneath me. Her magic flares, and I brace myself. This is it. She moves first to a silver streak of raw destruction, closing the distance between us in an instant. I barely shift in time, my instincts carrying me backward as her magic erupts where I stood, turning the ice to splinters and stone to dust. I twist, countering with a slash meant to drive her back, but she is already gone, her form dissolving into shimmering after images. Too fast, too strong. A pulse of cold fire sears through my veins, my own power awakening in response. My breath comes sharper, deeper, my senses sharpening as the shift begins. The hunter, the apex, the beast. Not yet. Not here. Not now. The air crackles with magic, the ground beneath my feet fracturing. Her eyes narrow, a flash of annoyance breaking through her calm. Enough of this, she snaps, weaving a spell that freezes the air itself. My instincts scream, and I do the only thing I can: I let go. Flesh and armor rend, bones elongate, wings unfurl with a sound like thunder. The transformation is instantaneous and violent, my human form tearing away to reveal the young dragon beneath. Scales gleam, a glacial sheen of silver and blue claws sink into the ice, leaving deep furrows. Her eyes widen, surprise breaking her composure for the first time. I lunge, Draconic maw parting with a roar that shakes the heavens. The impact is cataclysmic. The ground shatters, ice and rock exploding outward. My claws tear through arcane shields, breath-freezing spells mid-cast, forcing her back, forcing her to acknowledge me as a threat. For a moment, I have the advantage. But power surges, wild and ravenous, threatening to consume everything. My vision swims, limbs tremble. It takes everything to force the beast down, to pull back before I lose myself entirely. She sees the hesitation, her smirk returning, eyes glinting with something like admiration. "So, you do remember who you are," she purrs. "Good. That makes this easier." Her magic flares, raw and blinding. Chains of frost and light snap around my wings, dragging me down. I snarl, shattering them with a pulse of energy, but her next spell is already weaving into reality an endless storm of ice and lightning. I hesitate just for a second too long. The sky splits open as she casts, the air itself freezing into jagged spears that rain down upon me like a divine execution. I grit my teeth, raising my claws in a final desperate defense. The battlefield erupts into chaos. And then a darkness. The fire crackled softly, its warmth barely keeping the cold at bay. Outside the tent, snowflakes drifted lazily, turning the war camp into a bleak, white graveyard. The air was heavy with the scent of wet fur, unwashed bodies, and steel. Men huddled close to braziers, eyes hollow and weapons clutched tight, waiting for dawn. I pulled my cloak tighter, watching the flames dance. The map on the table between us was stained with blood and ash, red markers scattered across it like drops of spilled wine. Behind me, the canvas fluttered, letting in a gust of icy wind. Thinking again, "Are we?" Alaric's voice was rough, tired, but the grin he managed was almost genuine. He clapped me on the shoulder, fingers gauntleted and heavy. "That's a bad habit," I snorted. "Maybe someone has to." "Not you," he retorted, reaching for a flask at his belt. "Leave that to the nobles and their tactics. We're just here to bleed." I chuckled, accepting the flask. The liquor burned, warming my insides for all of 2 seconds before the cold bit back. I grimaced, wiping my mouth. "Can't argue with that." Alaric moved to the map, tracing a line with one scarred finger. His eyes darkened, glancing at the red markers surrounding us. "Sorcerers," he muttered, the word carrying a mix of disdain and unease. "Always hated dealing with them." "You're not alone," I replied dryly. "Not many in the ranks are thrilled about it either." "Can't blame them," Alaric grunted. "Most of these boys haven't seen magic up close. Most haven't even seen a mage, let alone survived a fight with one." Magic was a dangerous thing, unpredictable, rare, and usually fatal for those foolish enough to try and master it. For most, the only experience they had with magic was watching friends get reduced to ashes or twisted into something unrecognizable. Fear of it ran deep, a shadow that lingered behind every campfire story and haunted every battlefield. Which was one of the reasons Alaric was so valuable. His command of even minor spells made him a living legend among the troops, a proof that not all magic was evil, just most of it. I snorted. "You're one to talk. If it wasn't for your parlor tricks, we'd all be corpses by now." He grinned. "Don't go singing my praises just yet. I've only got so much left in me, and the way things are looking, I'd rather not waste it lighting campfires." "Not like you to be modest," I muttered, but the corner of my mouth twitched. The fire's glow cast flickering shadows over the recruits' faces, eyes wide and wary as they glanced out into the darkness. A few huddled closer, hands gripping their swords until knuckles turned white. The redhead among them, the one with freckles and sword far too big for his scrawny frame, licked his lips nervously. His gaze darted to the tree line every few seconds, searching for shapes that weren't there. "It's just wind," I grunted, planting myself by the fire. "Or have you never camped in the woods before?" The redhead started, looking up with wide green eyes. "Yes, sir." "I'm not a knight," I muttered. "Elias will do." He swallowed, nodding quickly. His knuckles were still white around his sword hilt. "You're scared," I said bluntly. They stiffened, shoulders locking. A few tried to hide it, tightening grips or looking away. I snorted. "Good. Fear keeps you alive. Embrace it." "You see a sorcerer, you don't fight, you move." "Duck, dodge, Find cover. Don't stand there pissing yourself while he turns you inside out. The redhead's throat bobbed. But what if we can't run? I sighed. Then you make sure he's dead before he can say a word. Aim for the throat, the hands, or whatever's not covered in glowing crap. Simple. One of the older recruits, a man with a jagged scar down his cheek, had grunted. Ever killed a sorcerer, sir? 3. I lied smoothly. They die like anyone else if you stake them hard enough. That got a nervous chuckle out of them. The tension in their shoulders eased, if only a little. I caught Alaric's eyes across the campfire, and he raised a brow, amused. Get some rest, I ordered, turning away. You'll need it. Back at the command tent, Alaric was chuckling to himself. 3 sorcerers, huh? It was that or tell them they're already dead, I snorted. Would you rather they wet themselves? Not particularly, he admitted, still grinning. Good speech, though. Almost sounded like you meant it. Shut up, I muttered, but the corner of my mouth twitched. The humor faded quickly, silence settling between us once more. Alaric pulled off one gauntlet, rubbing a hand over his eyes. You ever wonder, he began slowly, how we ended up here? You hired me, I pointed out dryly. So if you're looking to blame some Ionia, he snorted. Bastard. I smirked, but it didn't reach my eyes. Not the first time I've heard that. Alaric leaned back, eyes fixed on the map. Do you think we'll win? I hesitated. The question lingered, heavy and cold. I think we'll fight, I said finally. Win or lose, we'll make them bleed. He chuckled darkly. Spoken like a true sellsword. Old habits, I muttered. I didn't make it back to my tent until late, boots crunching in the snow. The camp was quieter now as soldiers curled in their cloaks, some whispering prayers, others staring into the fire as if it held all the answers. I slid the tent flap open, setting my blade down beside the cot. The canvas walls flapped softly in the wind, letting in a chill that bit to the bone. I rolled my shoulders, wincing as the tension pulled at half-healed wounds. I glanced at my blade, fingers brushing the hilt. The steel was old, chipped in places, but the runes along its length glinted softly in the firelight. A reminder of old battles and older scars. My eyes drifted shut. Sleep pulled at me, heavy and bitter, but I held on a moment longer, gaze fixed on the cold stars beyond the tent flap. Tomorrow, I muttered to no one in particular. We will see. I woke to a world on fire. The acrid sting of smoke filled my lungs, dragging me violently from sleep. Shouts and screams tangled with the clash of steel. The roar of flames so loud it drowned out every thought. My fingers found the hilt of my blade by instinct, and I was already on my feet before I fully registered the sound of chaos outside. The tent flap tore open, a rush of cold air and the copper tang of blood hitting me all at once. I stumbled out, boots crunching against snow streaked with ash and crimson. My eyes darted across the camp. A lone figure stood in the center, robed in black, a staff a spear raised high, glowing with sickly green light. Soldiers lunged at him, but with a single downward slash, the air itself rippled. A jagged tear of dark energy shot outward, splitting the earth and hurling men like ragdolls. Their screams barely had time to reach me before their bodies hit the ground, limp and broken. I exhaled sharply. I'd never seen magic quite like that. It wasn't a complete surprise, not really. Alaric and I had expected something, an ambush or a strike on the camp, maybe a probing attack. But not this. Not sorcery of this scale, or a weapon that flung fire and lightning with a flick of the wrist. To arms. Alaric's voice cut through the bedlam, raw and commanding. He stood near the camp's center, a warhammer gripped in both hands, flickers of magic curling between his fingers. Soldiers stumbled toward him, eyes wide with terror, clutching weapons with white-knuckled grips. I forced myself forward, boots slipping on ice slick with blood. Alaric, I called, nearly colliding with him. They hit us too soon. Tell them that, he snapped, deflecting a bolt of flame with a flicker of light that barely held. The magic dispersed quickly, and I could see the strain in his eyes. His spells weren't enough to stop a direct hit. Bastards must have known we were onto them. We doubled the watch, set traps along the perimeter, even rotated shifts twice to keep the men alert. It should have bought us time. Should have let us counter the ambush, or at least given us some warning. But none of it had mattered. Dark-robed figures moved at the edges of the firelight, hands weaving complex sigils that flared with sickly green light. Spells tore through our ranks, men screaming as they were hurled back, flesh seared and twisted. A flicker of motion caught my eye. A recruit barely out of boyhood, blade trembling as he faced down one of the sorcerers. The spellcaster sneered, a single gesture sending arcs of lightning searing through the air. The boy crumpled without a sound. Gods damn them, I growled, turning to Elric. Where are the others? Dead or scattered, he bit out. His eyes flickered gold, a spark of magic bleeding into his voice. They came from the north and west, pushed us into a damned bottleneck. If we don't break through her, then we're all dead, I finished grimly. His jaw clenched. There's at least 3 of them, Elric snarled, deflecting a small burst of fire with a hastily cast shield that shattered on impact. The effort left him paler, breaths ragged. One of them's wielding something powerful. I nodded as I followed his gaze, heart lurching. It was the same sorcerer I had seen standing in the middle of camp, the one who had torn our men apart without effort. Except now I realized the staff he held was actually a long, jagged spear that pulsed with cold, unnatural energy. Runes spiraled along its length, shifting and flickering like living things. He moved with eerie precision, fire and lightning lancing from the spear's tip, each strike tearing through armor and flesh alike. No hesitation, no wasted motion, just ruthless efficiency. His face was shadowed beneath a hood, eyes glinting like shards of ice. Elric grimaced. We need to take him down now. You don't say, I growled. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. Cover me, Elric ordered, voice tight. I'll handle the spells. You get that damned spear away from him. Wonderful plan, I shot back sarcastically, but my feet were already moving, sword in hand. We pushed forward, weaving between bodies and bursts of fire. The sorcerer sneered as we advanced, lifting the spear skyward. A pulse of energy surged outward, rattling my bones. Elric lunged first, warhammer crashing down with the force of a battering ram. The sorcerer deflected, but the impact sent him stumbling, wards flickering. I moved in tandem, blade flashing, another cut tracing across the sorcerer's side. Damn it, a shallow cut. The bastard barely seemed to notice. The sorcerer let out a laugh, stepping back, twirling the spear between his fingers as if mocking us. This is the best you can muster? A half-drained hedge knight and a sellsword? Elric spat blood, shifting his grip on the warhammer. Funny. I was about to say the same thing. The sorcerer's smirk faded, irritation flickering in his gaze. I raised my blade in preparation. I was at a disadvantage, but I knew this fight. He lunged, the spear a blur of fire and steel. I barely sidestepped, the wind of his strike whipping past my cheek. Too fast. Too damn fast. Pain lanced through my ribs, suddenly a sharp, searing agony as a bolt of raw magics burst from his palm, striking me in the side. My knees buckled, but I forced myself to stay upright. I wasn't going to die like this. I darted in again, feinting right before twisting left, forcing him to move his guard. Elric took the opening, bringing his warhammer down in a brutal arc. The sorcerer barely managed to raise a ward in time, the air warping as magic and steel collided. For the first time, the sorcerer stumbled, genuine frustration flashing across his face. His grip on the spear tightened. You are becoming annoying. Elric and I surged forward in unison, a hammer, steel, and sheer stubbornness driving us into a final clash. The sorcerer hissed, his wards flickering, breaking, his movements slowing just enough. I twisted my blade, aiming for his ribs. Elric swung at his skull. Die! I shouted in an adrenaline-fueled rage. The sorcerer saw his incoming demise, then roared in frustration to match my own. Enough of this. Magic suddenly detonated outward. Our weapons were flung back at us with unnatural force. Here I barely twisted aside before my own blade nearly took my arm off, grazing my shoulder. Elric staggered as his warhammer was thrown from his grip, sending him to one knee. The sorcerer lifted the spear skyward, incanting a spell. The air began to twist around him, his voice becoming unnaturally loud. The wind picked up, small bolts of lightning shooting from the spear's tip, grazing the ground around him as I tried to scramble away. Finally, he tilted his head back, reaching the spell's crescendo, and then he froze. His chant cut off mid-syllable, turning into a scream that echoed throughout the camp. A deafening roar shattered the battlefield, making my teeth chatter from the sheer force. Something massive descended at impossible speed, crashing into the ground with a force that split the battlefield apart. I was ripped from my location, sent tumbling through the air as a massive shockwave of ice exploded outward. I hit the ground hard, tried to roll, failed. Pain lanced through my ribs as I skidded to a stop, struggling to even breathe. The world fell silent. A figure stood in the crater, the ground beneath her stained red. She reached down, grasping the spear, pulling it free from the frozen corpse of the sorcerer. Golden eyes met mine. A slow, deliberate smile curved her lips. Moments ago, I had seen wings of vast, pale against the night, cutting through the mist with effortless grace. The ground had trembled beneath me as something massive descended, the rush of air from its landing nearly knocking me off my feet. Then, before my mind could fully register what I was seeing, it began to shift, to shrink. Wings pulling inward, limbs reshaping, a monstrous form folding into something unnervingly human. And now, she stood before me. The battlefield was silent, frozen. Moments ago, there had been fire, screams, steel clashing against steel. Now, the world stood still, locked beneath a layer of ice that stretched as far as I could see. I could barely breathe. The cold had seeped into my bones, turning my limbs sluggish. My sword, half buried in frost, refused to move at first. When I yanked on it, I grit my teeth and gave it another hard pull. Ice cracked as I wrenched it free, pain lancing through my stiff fingers. She was watching me. A woman stood at the center of the frozen ruin, untouched by the devastation. Snow-white hair cascaded down her back, pristine despite the mist curling around her. Her golden eyes flickered with something that made my stomach tighten. Amusement. What is a dragon doing here? No one has seen a dragon in hundreds of years. Why now? Dragons didn't concern themselves with wars like this. They didn't bother with human conflicts. To them, we were ants beneath their feet, insignificant unless we strayed too close to their domain. But she had come here. Why? She tilted her head slightly, considering me the way a noble woman might regard a stray dog. Then, she spoke. Her voice was smooth, foreign. The words meant nothing, but the sound of them crawled under my skin, resonating in a way I couldn't explain. It was like hearing something ancient or something powerful enough to bend the very air around it. I clenched my jaw, gripping my sword tighter. A sharp breath behind me. Movement. Alaric. I turned just in time to see him rising, his warhammer still in hand. His face was pale, his eyes locked onto her with something close to pure terror. Gods help us, a dragon, he whispered. His fingers twitched to slow, rhythmic movement. A small prayer under his breath. I recognized it immediately. A spell. He was about to attack. The dragon woman sighed, almost lazily, and flicked her wrist. Alaric was ripped from the ground as a small pillar of ice hit him and sent flying like a discarded doll. He crashed into the frozen wreckage of a tent, landing in a heap of armor and ice. I barely had time to register what had happened before I moved. Stop! The word tore from my throat as I lifted my sword, not in defiance or just instinct. A reflex born from knowing I was standing before something far beyond my reach. She turned to me again, her golden gaze sharp, calculating. Then, she spoke once more, but this time, the words were different. Elvish. The dialect was strange, old, but I understood pieces of it. Why a broken bar human, a broken bar wield this? My gaze flickered to her hand. The spear. The one the sorcerer had wielded. The one that had burned with raw, unnatural power. I hadn't even seen her pick it up, but there it was, held loosely at her side. Its runes darkened in her grip. My tongue felt heavy. I struggled to piece together a response, my mind still sluggish from the cold. My Elvish was rough at the best of times, and now it was worse. We a broken bar, note a broken bar use, I managed, words clumsy on my tongue. Her eyes narrowed. Lie. I swallowed hard. She took a step forward. How a broken bar human, a broken bar have? Yeah, broken bar. I hesitated. Not ours. Note a broken bar learn. Her expression darkened slightly, irritation flickering across her face. Not learn? I forced myself to meet her gaze, trying to keep my grip on my sword steady. We a broken bar, no magic. The moment I said it, I knew it was a mistake. Her eyes turned cold. Foolish. she muttered. Then the air shifted. I felt it before I saw it, a crushing, suffocating pressure coiling around me like unseen chains. The cold bit deeper, locking my limbs in place. Pain flared inside my skull, sharp and sudden. My vision blurred, my knees buckling. She was trying to tear into my mind. I gritted my teeth, trying to push her out, but it was like trying to stop the tide with bare hands. My thoughts slipped, fragmented flashes of battle, of blood, of the spear cutting through our men, of humanity's fear of magic. Then something else. An image flickered at the edge of my mind. Not mine. A war. Dragons. Her grip faltered, just for a second. And that second was all Alaric needed. His war hammer slammed into her side with a force that would shatter any normal creature's ribs. She barely flinched. She turned, slowly, her golden eyes blinking in mild surprise. Alaric's chest heaved, his breath ragged. He had put everything into that strike. And yet, as she looked at him, I saw the realization settle into his eyes. It hadn't hurt her. Her hand shot out, grabbing him by the throat. Alaric gasped, his body jerking as frost spread from her fingers, creeping over his armor, his skin. His war hammer slipped from his grip, falling soundlessly onto the ice. I moved. Didn't think. Just acted. My sword arced toward her unguarded back, a desperate, reckless attempt to free him, and stopped. Her other hand caught my wrist, fingers like iron around my forearm. The grip tightened. Pain. Ice spiked through my veins, locking my muscles in place, and I would have collapsed if she weren't holding me up. She looked at me, really looked at me, and something shifted in her gaze. A thought, a decision. She released Alaric. His body crumpled to the ground in a motionless heap. Then, before I could react, before I could even breathe, her arm snapped around my waist, and I was lifted off my feet. The last thing I saw was her wings unfurling, blotting out the frozen stars above us. Then, we were airborne. I screamed. The chamber around me was massive, built of ice that pulsed faintly with an unnatural glow. No torches, no fires. The walls themselves seemed to radiate a dim, blue light, as if the ice itself was alive. I barely felt the cold anymore. I should have. My body should have been racked with shivers, my breath fogging in the air, but everything felt distant, like my nerves had given up trying to warn me. A creeping numbness settled in my bones, dulling the sharp edges of my pain. I was still alive. For now. A figure moved toward me, and I tensed. Tall, slim, with sharp features and pointed ears. An elf. I had seen elves before, merchants, diplomats, even the occasional mercenary passing through human lands. Their kind had long distanced themselves from mortal wars, preferring to act as observers or, in rare cases, advisors. This one, however, looked entirely at home here in this frozen prison. He knelt beside me, murmuring something under his breath. A faint warmth spread over my skin, and not much, just enough to take the worst edge off the cold biting into my limbs. I exhaled shakily, the smallest bit of tension leaving my body. Then, I noticed her. She hadn't moved, watching the exchange with the same quiet amusement she had on the battlefield. Like this was all a minor diversion. Like my existence itself was a passing curiosity. Like I didn't truly matter. She spoke first. Her voice was smooth, almost pleasant, except for the fact that I couldn't understand a single word. The language was foreign and ancient. It made my skull ache just to hear it. The speech of dragons. Draconic. Even without understanding, I knew what it was. The language of dragons are words said to be woven with power itself. It was rumored that a dragon's true name, spoken in their tongue, could reshape reality. The elf responded in Elvish, his tone respectful but measured. This wasn't a simple translation. It was a conversation, a one I wasn't meant to understand. I caught only fragments. Why? Humans, magic, weapon, kill. My stomach twisted slightly at the last word. The dragon's gaze flicked to me. She spoke again, slower this time, her voice curling through the chamber like a blade being drawn from its sheath. I clenched my jaw. She doesn't know I can't understand her. The elf hesitated, then looked to me, then something that I could not understand. His words were clear, but my understanding of the language was just too poor. I grasped the basics, but the speed and vocabulary he utilized left me lost. The elf turned toward her, then back to me, his expression unreadable. Then, in a much slower tone of voice, He spoke in common. "Where did you get the spear?" I hesitated. My tongue felt heavy in my mouth, every instinct screaming at me to be careful with my words. "I don't know." I was from the sorcerer and he wasn't really in much of a chatty mood. I responded, adding, "Well, he kind of was, but not in that way. We were just tasked with killing the cultists." The elf nodded and turned back to her, relaying my answer in Elvish. "Can he not speak Draconic?" I watched his lips move, picking out a few familiar words, though they blurred together in my mind. The dragon listened, impassive, before speaking again. "Another question." The elf turned back to me. "Why?" I exhaled slowly, my breath misting in the cold air. "Why?" "Because it was a job. Because the Lord had paid me to do it. Because the alternative was leaving dangerous magic in the hands of fanatics." They were dangerous. They'd been wielding powerful artifacts or things that shouldn't be in their hands. The dragon listened, her expression unreadable. The elf translated, but again, I could not keep up with the conversation, catching only a few words here and there. "Hunting, killing, dangerous." Something felt a broken bar off. "Who did this cult serve?" the elf asked. I swallowed. "That's a good question." Even after all the blood spilled, we still didn't have a damn answer. "I don't know. We thought they were just madmen, but probably one of the neighboring kingdoms." The elf relayed my answer, and this time, the dragon's gaze sharpened. The air in the chamber grew heavier, an unseen pressure pressing against my skin. She spoke again, and this time, the words themselves seemed to dig into my mind. A sound both alien and a broken bar commanding. I couldn't explain it, but the weight behind them made my chest tighten. This was draconic. And even without understanding, I felt the power behind it. The elf stiffened beside me, clearly uneasy. He hesitated before speaking. "She wants to know where you learned Elvish." I blinked at the abrupt shift in questioning. It took a moment for me to collect my thoughts, but I decided to respond in kind. "Help humans. Many seasons." Teach a broken bar. My Elvish was rough, clumsy. I had never needed to speak it fluently, learning just enough to communicate orders. The elf's face remained impassive, but something flickered in his eyes. He didn't like that answer. The dragon's gaze lingered on me for a moment longer before she spoke again. Whatever she said made the elf visibly tense. He hesitated. She repeated herself, sharper this time. The elf flinched, then turned back to me. His expression was carefully controlled, but I caught the tightness in his jaw. "She wants to know why humans are wielding magic of this scale." I frowned. We don't," I said aloud. The elf's lips pressed together. "You were," he said, pointing at the spear in the dragon's hands. "That wasn't me. We were sent to take it from those madmen. I had no interest in their cursed relic or their cult. It was just another job." The elf's brows furrowed slightly. Doubt flickered across his face, but he translated my words. I only caught a few fragments. "A sorcerer, job, kill." "Why?" The dragon listened, but her expression betrayed nothing. I didn't trust that silence. She spoke again, and the elf turned toward her. This time, something in his hesitation made my skin crawl. He repeated my words. I could tell that Mika, but as I listened more closely, I realized what felt off. He was changing my answers. The translation was shorter, less direct. He was smoothing something over. My heartbeat sped up. "He's lying." The words left my mouth before I fully thought them through, interrupting the elf mid-conversation. "Wrong." The elf stiffened. The dragon exhaled, a sound that was almost a broken bar. "Pleased." She spoke again, louder with a violent undertone. The elf stopped breathing for a moment before she spoke once more. He took a deep gasp of air and clutched his jacket. He nodded quickly, then raised a hand, forming a sigil. Something invisible washed over me. "Now, human, tell me everything." The words settled over me like a weight, pressing into my skull, curling around my thoughts like frost creeping across glass. I knew what had happened. The elf had cast some kind of spell or something unnatural, something I wanted no part of. Magic. I hated magic. I had seen it twist men into monsters, turn good soldiers into something other. And now, it had called a dragon to me. The dragon's gaze didn't waver, those golden eyes boring into me with quiet amusement. She had been toying with me before, but now she had what she wanted. "Now, human, tell me everything." Her voice was smooth, deceptively calm, but there was no mistaking the command behind it. The spell worked instantly at the moment she spoke. I understood her as if she had always been speaking my language. My stomach twisted. "You're still alive." "For now." I forced my jaw to unclench. "Everything?" I asked, trying for something close to defiance, though my voice was hoarse. Her lips curved slightly. "Yes, everything." "Start from the beginning." I glanced at the elf. His expression was carefully neutral, but I could see the tension in his posture. He was wary, afraid, even. I licked my chapped lips, my mind working to stall, to find an answer that wouldn't make this worse. "We were sent to wipe them out, the cultists. The lord who hired me wanted them gone. They were growing too powerful, too bold." The dragon hummed, tipping her head slightly. "And why would a lord of humans concern himself with such things? Magic has long been shunned among your kind." Her words carried a weight, an expectation of knowledge I did not have. I hesitated, then decided on the truth. "Because times are changing." Her brows lifted slightly. "Explain." I sighed. "There have always been sorcerers, hidden away in the cracks of the world, but recently, more have been appearing. Some kingdoms are fostering them, training them as weapons. Others are trying to stamp them out before they gain too much power." She watched me for a long moment. Then, she glanced toward the elf, saying something in Draconic. I did not understand, but I caught the tone, if not the words, as something akin to mild amusement. The elf hesitated before turning back to me. "She says your people's fear of magic ice a broken bar pathetic." I let out a short breath, not quite a laugh. "You'll find no love of the stuff from me." The dragon's gaze flicked back to the spear in her grasp. She ran a clawed finger along the runes carved into its shaft. "And yet, your kind sought to claim this for themselves." I shook my head. "We were sent to take it from the cultists, but it was never meant to be ours. It was meant to be secured, locked away, maybe even destroyed." She considered me carefully. "And yet you fought for it." I swallowed. "I did what was expected of me." A long silence stretched between us. Then, she took a step forward, and I barely stopped myself from flinching. The ice beneath her feet didn't crack, didn't groan under her weight. It simply was. Like she belonged here, like this palace had formed around her. "Because it probably did." "You claim to fear magic," she mused, "but your kind use it when it suits you. Your people fight wars over it. You kill for it." I didn't answer. She smiled faintly. "You are an interesting contradiction, human." I didn't know what to say to that. It was as if she didn't see me as an individual, more as a representative of my species. So I said nothing. The elf shifted, clearly uncomfortable. He avoided looking directly at me now. Maybe he pitied me. Maybe he was already writing me off as dead. The dragon exhaled through her nose, a sound almost like a sigh. "Tell me," she said, turning the spear slightly in her grip, letting the runes catch the dim blue light of the chamber. "This power, this growing interest in magic among your kind, where did it begin?" I hesitated, exhaling sharply. "That's a broken bar, hard to say. There have always been those drawn to magic, but after the curses a broken bar, no one dared to touch it. At least, not openly." The dragon hummed, her gaze thoughtful. Yes, the curses. A crude solution, though effective in its way." She turned the spear slightly in her grasp, the runes glimmering under the pale light. "Had I not intervened, your kind would have been wiped out entirely." I argued it would be a waste to an unnecessary loss to the world's balance. Her tone was almost casual, as if she were discussing the culling of livestock. I swallowed hard, unwilling to dwell on what intervened truly meant. "But that was only 2,000 years ago," she continued, tapping a claw idly against the spear's shaft. "I asked where this shift began, not when your kind first dabbled in magic, but when they started claiming things like this." I hesitated, exhaling slowly. "I don't know," I admitted finally. "I thought the cultists were just madmen, but if they were gathering these kinds of artifacts, a broken bar, maybe they were working for someone else, maybe another kingdom." "We didn't get a chance to find out before you arrived." The dragon studied me for a long moment, then exhaled slowly, amused. "How ignorant your kind remains." She tilted her head, golden eyes catching the dim glow of the chamber. "A rare thing among your kind. Rarer still that you stand before me now." Her voice took on a thoughtful note. "Perhaps I should make use of you." My pulse quickened. "Use me?" She considered me carefully, then gave a slow, languid smile. "You can die here and now," she said lightly, "or you can live here with whatever consequences I decide." The elf, still standing near me, inhaled sharply. He whispered just loud enough for me to hear, "I would choose death." My body went cold. No, not yet. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. I met the dragon's gaze. "I want to live," she purred, stepping closer. "Very well." She lifted her hand, biting into the tip of her finger until blood welled, then plunged it into my chest. Pain, cold. The ice spread, searing through my veins, climbing up my body. I tried to scream, but no sound came. My breath froze in my throat. The last thing I saw was the dragon's face, serene, as if she were merely watching the tide roll in. Then the ice consumed me. Darkness fell. Darkness, again. Not just darkness, a pressure. I was trapped. Ice locked around me, pressing in from every side, wrapping around my body like a second skin. No, not skin. Not mine. My heart pounded. Slow, steady. Too steady. Every beat thrummed through me like a war drum, pushing blood through my veins in a way that felt wrong. Stronger, deeper, more. I should be dead. That was my first thought. The last thing I remembered was cold, pain, and the dragon's golden eyes watching me as she. I don't want to think about that. I tried to move. My fingers barely twitched. The ice didn't budge. Move. Come on, move. I gritted my teeth and pushed. Nothing. Again a push. A dull ache spread through my limbs, but the ice refused to give. I have to. I clenched my jaw, mustering what little strength I had left, and threw my weight forward. Crack! A fissure split through the ice. I froze. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then again. A sharp, splintering sound echoed through my prison. Water. Then I heard them. "She is not one of us." The words slashed through the silence like a blade, sharp, dripping with contempt. A woman's voice. Cold, furious. "Who?" "They will accept it." The second voice was different, smoother, composed. A voice that didn't need to be loud to be heard. "That is all that matters." The first woman scoffed. "You think our kin will stand for this? A false dragon, forced into the world by your hand." False dragon? A strange shiver passed through me. It dug into something deeper than my mind, something instinctual. The word felt important. It felt wrong. A pause. Then the second voice spoke again, calm as ever. "Would you prefer I offer you in her place?" Silence. The air around me felt heavier. The cold wasn't just biting, it was alive, pressing down, filling the space between their words. Then, finally, the first voice muttered something low and bitter. I couldn't make it out. The second voice sighed. "It is done. She is hatching." Hatching? No. That isn't right. That's Nota. I pushed. Something in me refused to stop. I threw all of my weight forward, body twisting, straining. The ice shattered. I fell forward, gasping, barely catching myself on trembling limbs. Cold air, freedom. I dragged in a breath of too much air, filling my lungs too easily. It burned, my chest expanding more than it should, my whole body aching with the effort of being alive. I clenched my hands against the ice, bracing against the shock of my own existence. My fingers dug into the frozen ground, scraping. Wait. Something felt wrong. I sucked in another breath, pressing a trembling hand to my chest. Pain. No absence. I frantically searched for the wound where she had stabbed me, where her claws had punctured my heart, but there was nothing. No wound. No scar. Just smooth, unbroken skin. I should be dead. I swallowed hard, my pulse hammering. A slow wrongness crept in. I looked down. My hands pressed lower, skimming over my sides, my stomach. Smaller frame. Lighter limbs. A body that wasn't mine. A slow, creeping horror settled in my gut. This wasn't just a wound healing. This was something else entirely. I swallowed against the rising panic. Too much. My breath was too fast. My chest rose and fell. Too soft. Too unfamiliar. What a broken bar. What did she do to me? A sharp exhale drew my attention. Two figures stood before me. The first, I knew. The dragon. The woman who had taken everything. She looked the same as before, tall, elegant, pale hair shimmering in the dim light. Her golden eyes were distant, watching me with quiet amusement. But the other, Ania. She was younger, sharper, with long platinum hair that framed a scowling face. I didn't know her, but the way she was looking at me, like I wasn't supposed to be here, like I was wrong. I sucked in a breath, forcing my pulse to steady. What a broken bar, my voice cracked hoarse. Unfamiliar. Wrong. What did you do to me? The dragon tilted her head slightly. You live, she murmured, as I promised. The younger woman scoffed, arms crossing. You should have let it die. A sharp pressure built in my chest. Too much, too fast. I forced my gaze back to the dragon. My broken bar changed me. She gave a slight nod, unbothered. Yes. She moved slowly, like she had all the time in the world. Her golden eyes studied me, scanning every inch of me, her fingers resting lightly under my chin. She tilted my face up, inspecting. I stiffened under her touch, my body screaming to move, to fight, to do something. Instead, I froze. The younger woman let out a breath, a sneer curling her lip. Her eyes. The dragon hummed. Yes. Fascinating. The younger one scoffed. They're blue. They're not like ours. The dragon did not immediately respond. Instead, she pressed her palm lightly against my chest. A spark of something hot and deep, pulsing inside me. I jerked, heart pounding as I felt a presence, something answering her touch. A pulse. Number. Not mine. The same pulse radiated from her, and from the younger woman. The dragon's golden eyes narrowed slightly. You still have doubts? The younger woman pressed her lips into a thin line, but said nothing. I wanted to protest. I wanted to demand answers. But I was weak. Starving. How long had I been inside the ice? My body swayed slightly, exhaustion pressing down like a heavy cloak. The dragon let her fingers fall from my face, watching me with quiet consideration. Then, finally, she spoke. You chose to live, she reminded me, golden eyes half-lidded, calm. Did you not? I stared at her. That moment. The choice. Live, with whatever consequences she decided. A lump formed in my throat. I could still feel it the moment her claws had punctured my chest, the ice consuming me, the world turning black. A broken bar. What am I now? My voice was barely a whisper. The dragon's gaze lingered on me, considering. Then, slowly, she smiled. My daughter? Daughter. The word rattled in my skull, too heavy, too final. Number. That wasn't I wasn't a. I swallowed hard, my breath shaky. My mind scrambled for something, anything, to ground myself. But there was nothing. No familiar weight of my sword. No battered armor. No Elias. Just me. Just this body. These trembling hands. This voice that didn't sound like mine. A sharp chill crawled over my skin, and I barely suppressed a shudder. Wait. I wasn't wearing anything. I stiffened, arms instinctively moving to cover myself before the thought even finished forming. Where did my clothes? Then it hit me. The body. The change. My fingers trembled against my sides, pressing into smooth, unfamiliar skin. It wasn't about my clothes. It was me. A sinking dread settled in my chest. It's just my body. I tried to tell myself. Just my body. But the thoughts rang hollow. The taller of the two dragons are the one who did this to me. I watched in silence. Waiting for what? For me to accept it? To kneel? To thank her? I forced my lips to part, though my throat felt raw. What a broken bar? The word barely escaped. Hoarse and too unfamiliar. What did you? The taller woman hummed, tilting her head. What shall I call you? I blinked. What? Her golden eyes flicked over me with something unreadable. Judgment, amusement, possession. You will need a name, she continued. One that suits you. A sharp prickle of unease crawled up my spine. Number. I already had a name. My jaw tightened. A broken bar. My name is Elias. For a moment, there was silence. Then, she exhaled through her nose, amusement flickering into something else. No, she said simply. That name is dead. My stomach twisted. Dead. Just like everything else I had been. Her eyes gleamed, and for the first time, her voice carried a weight that pressed down like the ice itself. You are reborn. You will have a name that reflects what you are, what you will become. She lifted a hand, fingers played. I felt something stir, something deep within me, something I couldn't fight. A pulse, a whisper of magic that answered her call. She spoke, and the sound of it resonated inside me like a bell tolling through my bones. A name, ancient and draconic, given form. Elyssia. The moment she said it, something inside me, my center, my core reacted. A rush of something foreign, powerful, mine. Heat bloomed in my chest, deep and pulsing, like a second heartbeat. It surged, curling through my veins with a force that was on the borderline of pain but somehow felt all right. It surrounded me like a protective bubble. Then, I felt another. Not mine. The younger woman, the one who had been glowering at me since the moment I emerged. Her presence crashed into mine like frost-bitten steel. Cold, controlled, sharp. I recoiled. My own cow felt pitiful in comparison, curling inward, weak. But then I felt hers. The moment my core brushed against the taller woman's presence, I froze. It enveloped me and there was no end to it. A weight so vast, so crushing, that it suddenly eclipsed everything else. My own felt like a flickering ember next to a roaring blizzard, so immense was the difference. I shuddered involuntarily, barely able to breathe beneath the sheer presence of it. She chuckled. "Ah, you feel it, don't you?" I swallowed, unable to answer. She lifted her chin, golden eyes gleaming. "You are young, small, weak, but you are mine now, a dragon." Her lips curved into something satisfied. Sharp, unblemished white teeth hinting at what she truly was. "Know this, I am Cithris, the Ice Empress, the strongest of our kind. You, my daughter, are now a member of my flight." The younger woman stiffened beside her. Her glare sharpened, but she said nothing. Cithris turned to her with a knowing look. "And this is my daughter, your sister, Vlith." Vlith's scowl deepened, as if she hated the very idea of acknowledging me. Cithris barely seemed to notice it, or, more likely, she didn't care. Instead, she turned back to me, satisfied. "Among those beneath you," she continued, "you will simply be Elyssia." I blinked. Elyssia. The name felt foreign on my tongue, but not wrong. She studied me for a moment longer before adding, "A dragon's true name is never given lightly. It carries weight, power. When spoken, it binds. Do not give it freely, nor allow another to wield it against you." Oh, God's number. A name was more than just a name. It was a weapon. A means of control. Then, before I could respond, Vlith scoffed. "It is a wasted name," she muttered, arms crossing, her disgust barely concealed. "She should not exist. Not he, not even it, as she had so disdainfully called me before." I swallowed, my hands curling into fists against my sides. Cithris merely turned her gaze toward her. The air thickened, a silent weight pressing down. Vlith stiffened under it, but still held her ground. "You doubt me?" Cithris asked. It may have appeared to some as a challenge, but I could tell better. Cithris's core simply smothered our own. There was no challenge here, just absolute domination. Vlith's lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't answer. A long pause stretched between them, the silence heavy. Then, Cithris exhaled through her nose, amusement flickering in her golden eyes. "She will learn," she murmured. Her attention slid back to me, her presence settling over me like an immovable force. "You are weak now," she said, her tone casual, as if stating an indisputable fact. "That will change." My stomach twisted. She stepped closer, each movement slow, deliberate, measured. "Your instincts will surface soon," she continued, eyes half-lidded as if she were already anticipating it. "You will crave strength, crave flesh, crave power." A strange heat curled in my gut at the mention of flesh. "Not yet." But the way she said it, like it was inevitably, made something tighten in my chest. I forced my voice to work. "I don't. You will." The certainty in her voice sent a chill down my spine. Vlith exhaled sharply. "If she's even capable." Cithris glanced at her, expression unreadable. Then, she flicked her fingers toward her. "Go, hunt." Vlith's jaw tightened. "You cannot be serious." Cithris barely spared her a glance. Her claw flexed again. A beat of hesitation. Then, finally, Vlith turned on her heel and left. The air in the chamber shifted, the weight of her presence disappearing as she strode away. I barely had time to process it before Cithris turned back to me. I met her gaze, my stomach still knotted. "You will eat," she said simply. "Then you will learn." "Learn?" "Learn what?" I swallowed hard, but didn't dare ask. Her golden eyes remained on me for a moment longer, as if gauging something unseen. Then, finally, she stepped back. Her presence lingered, thoughtful and unshakable, inescapable. The weight of her words settled deep in my bones. Cithris exhaled slowly, her golden eyes flicking over me with quiet judgment. Then she turned slightly, gaze moving toward the far side of the chamber. "You will eat," she said again, as if the matter had already been decided. I hesitated, something curling tight in my stomach. What a broken bar. My voice was hoarse, uneven. What happens after that? A faint hum left her throat, thoughtful. When you are able, you may leave. I blinked. Leave? She gestured subtly, her clawed fingers tracing the air. My gaze followed upward. Only now did I fully grasp the scale of the space around me. The chamber stretched high, towering ice walls rising on all sides, smooth and unbroken. No doors, no paths. But at the top a hole in the ceiling, a jagged opening leading out into the sky. A way out. I swallowed hard. And if I can't? Cytheris gave a slight tilt of her head. Then you will remain. Something about the simplicity of her words made my chest tighten. She expected me to grow strong enough to leave, or maybe she didn't care whether I did or not. It was up to me. I clenched my fingers against the frozen ground, the chill biting at my skin. Cytheris's gaze lingered for a moment longer. Then, she exhaled lightly. There will be someone to tend to you after your meal, she said. You will begin learning soon. Learning. The weight of that word settled into me. Learning what? My thoughts tangled together, but before I could form a response, she shifted, not turned, not stepped, shifted. Her body rippled, ice blue mist curling around her like frost forming in fast forward. The glow of her golden eyes remained fixed on me, unwavering, even as her form grew larger. Limbs stretched, bones rearranging, a long sinuous tail forming behind her as wings unfurled. And then she was no longer standing before me. She loomed massive. The air shuddered with her presence. The frost thickened. A dragon. Not the pale, refined woman with golden eyes, but the truth of what she was. She lifted her great head, nostrils flaring as if taking in the scent of the space. Then, with a powerful push of her hind legs, she launched upward, her wings unfurling in a gust of wind and ice. As she vanished through the jagged opening above, the air stilled. The cold remained, curling around me like an old companion. And I was alone. The moment Cytheris left, silence took its place. Not a peaceful silence here, an oppressive one. I sat there, shoulders tense, staring at nothing, my hands curled into fists against the ice. My breath was steady. Too steady. My heart beat strong, unshaken. I wasn't weak. I wasn't broken. I wasn't dead. I should be grateful. But there was something wrong. A dull, gnawing discomfort sat in my chest, lurking beneath my ribs, whispering at the edges of my thoughts. I had felt it ever since I woke, but now that Cytheris was gone, it settled in, taking up space inside me. I had been a sellsword. I had fought in wars, seen men turned inside out by magic, watched good men die in the mud while monsters walked away untouched. I had always understood that some things were out of my hands. That sometimes, the only choice you had was to keep moving forward. But this wasn't just something I could push through. This wasn't just another scar to carry. I wasn't me anymore. My hands twitched against the ice. My fingers are longer, thinner. My skin too smooth. I forced myself to move, to examine, to understand. There was no wound on my chest, no scar, no proof of what had happened to me. But it had happened. I touched my face. It was different. I was different. I tried to tell myself it didn't matter, that it was just a body, that I was still me underneath it all. But the thought rang hollow. I forced a slow breath, steadying myself, pushing the thoughts down before they could get too deep, before they could stick. It didn't matter. Not now. I needed to focus on something real, something solid. Pain lanced through my stomach. I stiffened, breath catching as the dull ache in my gut sharpened. Then it hit again, harder, deeper, insatiable. Hunger, a hunger so vicious it stole the breath from my lungs. I doubled over, fingers digging into my arms, trying to suppress the sudden, overwhelming emptiness inside me. No. Not empty. It was a void. The kind of hunger that gnawed at the edges of your ribs, that hollowed out your insides like a starving beast sinking its teeth into your core. A sharp sound echoed above me. I barely had time to react before something heavy crashed down through the ceiling. A carcass, fur, bone, blood. The scent hit me like a hammer to the skull, raw and rich and unbearable. Something inside me snapped. Instinct seized control. My body moving before I could think, before I could stop it. I was on my feet. My nails dug into the ice as I lunged forward. Meat. I ripped into it before I could tell myself not to. Warm blood, flesh. Relief. The moment it touched my tongue, My vision swam. My body craved it, like I had been starving for years. It was only after the first bite, after the warmth slid down my throat, that my mind caught up to what I was doing. I went still. I was eating raw meat, like a beast, like a dragon. I stared down at my bloodied hands, my breath sharp, unsteady, and for the first time, the realization truly settled in. I wasn't human, not anymore. The warmth still coated my tongue, thick and too real. I could feel it, pooling in my stomach, seeping into my limbs like fire through my veins. It was immediate, fulfilling, empowering, terrifying. I had always known hunger, the kind that came from marching too long without rations, from weeks of war where food was a luxury, not a guarantee. But this wasn't human hunger. It wasn't the slow, aching emptiness of a man who had gone too long without eating. It was desperate, consuming. Like my body wasn't just demanding food. It was demanding something else. Power, sustenance. I stared down at my bloodied hands, my breath sharp and unsteady. The flesh beneath my nails, the warmth still lingering in my mouth, though it should have made me sick. It didn't. That was the worst part. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to step back, to breathe. It's just survival, I told myself. You had no choice. But another voice, here, the one creeping beneath my thoughts, the one that had been whispering since I woke here, sighed. You wanted it. A shudder ran through me. The truth sat heavy in my stomach, mingling with the meal I had devoured. I forced myself to look away, to think of something else. The ice walls around me loomed, stretching high above, untouched, unmoved. My escape wasn't here, not yet. I was still a prisoner. But was that really what I was? Cytheris had called me daughter. She had named me, given me a place. But a place among what? I had fought against creatures like this my entire life. Dragons, monsters, things that were stronger, older, more powerful than anything a man could stand against. And now I was one of them. I swallowed hard, my pulse quickening again. Not yet. I wasn't one of them. Not in mind, not in spirit. But my body? I flex my fingers, still covered in drying blood, feeling the strength and theme of the wrongness of them. No scars, no wounds, no sign of the man I had once been. I had always carried the evidence of my battles. Every cut, every break, every wound I had worn them like armor. They told the story of my survival. But now there was nothing left of that man. Nothing but my mind, and for the first time, I wondered, how long will it last? A soft, distant click echoed through the chamber. I tensed. Footsteps. Someone was coming. I didn't know if I was ready for that. But ready or not, I wasn't alone anymore. The footsteps were light. Too light. Not Vilith. My breath caught, body tensing. The hunger was still there, coiled in my gut, waiting. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, smearing the blood instead of removing it. Great! A shape emerged from the passage beyond the ice walls, a familiar figure wrapped in rags, his footsteps silent on the frozen floor. Not a dragon. The elf. The same one who had been there when I first arrived. His expression was carefully neutral, but there was a tightness in his posture, a stiffness that hadn't been there before. His sharp gaze flickered over me and then quickly away. Then he spoke. The elf's lips pressed into a thin line. He gestured again toward their carcass. You must eat more. I exhaled slowly. I said I've had enough. He shifted uncomfortably, but I could feel the weight of his stare, the way his fingers twitched at his sides. No, you haven't. Something in his voice had changed, tighter, sharper. I frowned. I'll live. His jaw tensed, and he muttered under his breath. However, my ears picked it up with ease. You are not who I am worried about. What? I scoffed, shifting back, crossing my arms but letting them drop at the feel of unfamiliarity with my body. I'm not dying, elf. A pause. Then he exhaled sharply through his nose. My irritation flared. I'm fine. His gaze flickered. Are you? I stiffened. Something in my gut twisted. Hunger. I had eaten. At least a little. I had survived on much less before. Hadn't I? Then why did my stomach feel hollow? A sharp ache spread through my ribs. I clenched my teeth. The elf didn't miss it. He stepped back, slow, measured. Eat. I shook my head. I said His lips parted slightly, as if to speak, but then he hesitated. His brows furrowed. His stance shifted, a subtle, but different. His pulse quickened. I could hear it. I inhaled sharply, and a presence, a warmth, coiled tight beneath his skin. A core, magic. I sucked in a breath, annoying hunger beginning to twist. I could feel it. Not just the way a human might notice magic in the air, not like the vague, unsettling aura that I felt when around the sorcerers. This was different. I could measure it, weigh it. He was close to me in strength. I can beat him. I can kill him. I can eat him. And suddenly, the hunger roared. Take it. The thought came unbidden, sudden, dark. I swallowed, throat dry. My teeth felt sharp. My stomach twisted violently. Number. I knew that voice. I hadn't heard it before, but I knew it. This isn't mine. The elf hadn't moved. He was watching me now, really watching. The tension in his body had shifted. Not quite bracing, not quite fear. Waiting. For what? For me to lose control. His heartbeat, I could hear it. A slow, steady rhythm. A pulse of power beneath his skin. A pulse I could take. The scent of hema, clean, sharp, alive, warm. Too warm. Food. I took a half step forward, a flicker of movement. The elf shifted. Not much, barely anything. But I saw it. A weight shift. A small step backward. A calculated move. He knew. He had been expecting this. I froze. My fingers had twitchy day, a breath away from reaching for him. What was he? Question mark. Number. No, no. Number. Stop. The thought slammed into me like ice water. I turned, snatched the carcass, and ripped into it. It was savage, desperate. My nails tore through flesh, my teeth sank into warm meat. Before I could think, before I could stop, the hunger howled in relief. A growl escaped from me, resonating across the room. The elf exhaled. I barely noticed. I just ate. My hands moved mechanically, tearing into the meal, letting the hunger take what it needed before it could turn its gaze elsewhere. The elf's breathing remained steady, but I could still hear the tension in his pulse. I knew what he had been preparing for. He thought I would attack him. The thought made something coil tight in my chest. I swallowed another bite, feeling the warmth seep through my body. Strength returned in small waves, pushing back the sharp edge of that desperate, gnawing need. I let out a slow breath, closing my eyes for just a moment. I wouldn't attack him, as long as I could stay in control. The hunger was fading. Not gone, but dulled enough that my mind could focus on something other than the gnawing emptiness inside me. The carcass lay before me, torn apart by my own hands. Blood dried on my fingers, beneath my nails. The air reeked of iron and raw flesh. I should have felt disgusted. I didn't. That was the worst part. I had fought on battlefields, trudged through the corpses of men I had killed, wiped blood from my blade without a second thought. But this hadn't been war. This had been instinct. A dull throb pulsed at the base of my skull. My body felt strong, woolly, too whole. I flexed my hands against the ice, feeling a power that I hadn't earned. A power that belonged to something else. To her. To Sithris. I swallowed hard, pushing the thought down, trying to ground myself. The hunger will pass, in time. The voice broke the silence. Steady, but careful. I tensed, my gaze snapping toward the elf. He stood just outside of arm's reach, his posture measured, cautious. His ragged silks hung loosely over his frame, the fabric still bearing traces of wear from years of use. But it wasn't the clothing that held my attention. It was his presence, or rather the lack of it. I could feel his core. It pulsed with magic, coiled tight beneath his skin. I knew it was there. But beyond that, nothing. He had no presence, no weight, like he wasn't really standing before me at all. I exhaled slowly, licking the last remnants of blood from my lips before forcing my voice to work. How do you know that? The elf's gaze was steady, but I caught the flicker of something in his expression. Because I have dealt with hatchlings before, he said simply. Though none quite as unique as you. I frowned. You mean none as human? A beat of silence. Then, perhaps, I studied him for a long moment. There was something about him that felt a broken bar practiced. The way he held himself, the way he chose his words carefully. Who are you? The elf inclined his head slightly. Lyrian. I serve the Ice Empress. I arched a brow, my gaze flicking over the tattered silks draped over his frame. The fabric was fine, or had been once, but now it was frayed at the edges, worn and patched in places. His lips twitched slightly, a shadow of something much like amusement. At the moment, I am not a broken bar in the most favorable disposition to her. I frowned. You're a prisoner. Lyrian exhaled. We both are. I frowned deeper, shifting where I sat. Then why are you here? He hesitated, then said, because the Empress commands it. A vague answer, carefully worded. He wasn't lying, but there was more to it than that. I studied him, my instincts prickling with something close to unease. He was careful. Too careful. His movements, his words are measured in a way that spoke of experience. He knew how to handle dangerous things, which meant he considered me dangerous. I wasn't sure if I disagreed. Lyrian gestured toward the remnants of my meal. It would be best if you continued eating. I frowned, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. I've had enough. Lyrian's expression remained neutral. He did not press, but he also did not move away. I do not presume to give orders, but I have seen what happens to those who deny their nature for too long. His voice was quiet, almost careful. Your body is still adapting. If you resist now, you may regret it later. I clenched my jaw. I couldn't control myself. Lyrian lifted a brow. Oh? Yes, I could see how well that worked for you earlier. Very composed. Utterly dignified. I stiffened. He was mocking me blatantly, and I hated that I had no response. Because he wasn't wrong. The memory flashed too quick, too vivid. The hunger, the scent of him. That split second where I had Armister. I clenched my fists, turning my gaze away. That was different. Lyrian hummed, tilting his head slightly. Was it? I gritted my teeth. You have no idea what I'm feeling. Perhaps not, Lyrian admitted. But I do know Thesa hunger is a cruel master. You can fight it all you like. But eventually, it wins. I swallowed hard. I forced myself to meet his gaze. His expression remained unreadable, but his meaning was clear. I had just lost control, ripping into the carcass like an animal, succumbing to hunger like a starving beast. I had barely stopped myself from lunging at him. My stomach twisted. I exhaled sharply, looking away, ashamed. Lyrian inclined his head slightly. There is no shame in learning restraint. It is a skill, just as any other. One that can be honed. I frowned. And you think I need to learn it? I think you need to survive. His voice was flat, matter of fact. That means knowing your strengths and your weaknesses. I clenched my fists against my sides, my nails pressing into my palms. I don't need a keeper. No, Lyrian agreed easily. But you may need a teacher. I whipped my head toward him, incredulous. His lips twitched, not quite a smirk. Ah. Forgive me, a guide. Yes, that sounds far more dignified, doesn't it? I glared at him. Lyrian, to his credit, did not look away. Your hunger will return. It is the nature of what you are now. His voice was steady. Certain. The more you grow, the more it will change. In time, it will become something you can manage. But denying it entirely? He exhaled. That is a battle even a dragon cannot win. The weight of his words pressed down on me, heavier than I expected. Manage it. Not defeat it. Not control it. Just survive it. I hated that. I exhaled sharply, forcing the tension from my shoulders. Fine. Lyrian blinked. I reached forward, tearing another piece from the carcass. Lyrian did not react, did not gloat. He only nodded slightly, as if this was simply the expected outcome. I hated that too. But I ate. Good, Lyrian said, his voice quiet but firm as I tore into another chunk of meat. I paused, glancing up at him. How can you tell? I can feel the flow of your magic beginning to even out. I frowned. Magic? You mean that a broken barcore? That heat in my chest? He tilted his head, considering me for a moment. I don't know. I'm not a dragon. I've never felt what you describe. But maybe. Not exactly the most reassuring answer, but it was something. He turned, gesturing deeper into the cavern. Come. I've made a small place for myself down here. It isn't much, but it's quieter. I hesitated, looking around. Jagged walls of ancient ice surrounded us, slick and curved like the inside of a frozen cathedral. The air was cold, biting, but not painful. This place looks like one giant room. Lyrian nodded. It is. We call it the hatchery. Dragons are born here or reborn. In your case, it's carved into the base of the ice spire, a sacred place for your kind. But there are tunnels or caves deeper underground that stretch further than most know. My brow furrowed. And what's in those caves? He didn't answer right away. Creatures, monsters. Things Her Majesty has imprisoned. Some find their way in. Others were always here. It's not a place meant for wandering. I narrowed my eyes. Then why haven't they come for you? That finally earned a hint of a smile. Because even they know better than to provoke an ancient dragon guarding her brood. I sighed, feeling a little tired after the meal. My mind beginning to register some changes in my biology. No, don't think about it. The tunnels stretched ahead, winding through the ice. Lyrian moved with ease, his steps light, his posture relaxed but not careless. Measured. He didn't look back, but he spoke nonetheless. There's a place nearby. It isn't much, but it will be better than staying out in the open. I said nothing. I wasn't sure why. Maybe because I knew I didn't have a choice. Maybe because, for the first time since waking, I was too damn tired to argue. A pause. Then, as if in passing, I'll need to find something for you to wear. The words struck harder than they should have. I had been too focused on the hunger, too caught up in the sheer wrongness of my body moving in ways it hadn't before. But now I was aware. The length of my limbs, the way my fingers felt are too slender, too delicate. My hands were smaller, my grip weaker, like I'd lost something fundamental without realizing it. I flexed them, testing the strength, but the weight behind them wasn't the same. Something stirred in my chest. A faint warmth, a steady, pulsing like breath beneath my ribs. I clenched my jaw, snapping back to instinct to training. I had fought on empty stomachs before. I had trudged through mud and blood with wounds that should have killed me. I had ignored pain when it wasn't convenient. Prioritize. Worry about it later. But no matter how much I willed myself forward, my mind betrayed me. The narrowness of my shoulders, the absence of muscle where there should have been, the way my breath moved through my chest, lighter, a broken bar higher. It was all wrong. It wasn't me. But it was. The warmth inside me pulsed again, a quiet surge, not threatening, responsive. Lyrian said nothing further. He turned down a side path and disappeared into the tunnels, leaving me alone in the soft quiet of his makeshift den. The cavern walls curved gently around the stream. Smooth ice, shaped by heat and time. A pile of old furs lay to one side. The stream itself ran clear, barely steaming as it passed over warm stone. I stood at its edge, not because I wanted to. I needed to. The dried blood clung to my skin, stiff and flaking. The scent of iron still sat in my throat. But my feet wouldn't move. The water shimmered before me, calm and still. Just kneel. Just wash it off. It's not hard. And yet, I stood frozen, because I knew what came next. I had been avoiding it, suppressing it, pretending I was too tired, too focused on surviving to care. But here now there was nothing left to hide behind. The water would show me the truth. My chest tightened, that warmth flared higher, curling under my ribs, rising with my breath. I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms. Move. The warmth surged, then paused, waiting. I forced one leg forward, then the other, and dropped to my knees at the edge of the stream. The cold of the stone seeped through my skin, grounding and hollow all at once. I leaned forward and reached out. The water licked my fingers. It was warm, faintly so, enough to coax movement from limbs that had gone stiff. I watched the blood slip away from my hands. Her hands are dissolving into soft red ribbons before vanishing beneath the surface. I exhaled, shaky, uneven. Then I looked up and saw her. Pale blue eyes stared back from the stream. Not mine. Hers. Smooth skin, untouched by scars. Softer cheekbones, fuller lips. Feminine. Hair like spun frost, cascading in waves past her shoulders. The warmth inside my chest surged, stronger, like it was glad. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. That isn't me. But it is. It is. The pressure behind my eyes built fast, the edges of my vision blurring. My jaw clenched, but it didn't stop the sound that escaped me. Not a sob, not a scream, just a sound. Ragged, fractured, so light and short that it could be mistaken for a whisper. The warmth in my chest flared on, brilliant, encompassing. Then it faltered, collapsed in on itself like a flame starved of air. I folded forward, hands slipping deeper into the stream, shoulders shaking. The water rippled outward. I curled my arms around myself, dragging the furs closer without thinking. Not to dry off, not to warm up, just to hide. The heat in my chest barely stirred, faint, flickering. I didn't wipe away the tears. I let them fall in silence, and for the first time since waking a broken bar, I let myself feel it. The air didn't bite, not the way it should have. I sat there, knees drawn up, hands limp at my sides, the warmth in my chest flickering low like a dying coal. Her reflection had stopped rippling. The tears had slowed. I could see her clearly again. Pale blue eyes, smooth skin, white hair trailing like silk. "You're not me. You never will be." The words escaped before I could stop them. The rest stayed locked behind my teeth. I didn't recognize my own voice. Too soft, too light. I guess it belonged to her too. A quiet moment, then a sound behind me, a soft, deliberate. I froze. Reflex took hold. I wiped my face, straightened my back, forced the tremble from my hands. I didn't turn. But I heard him. "You're still alive." The words were quiet, not flat, not mocking. There was a broken bar, something in them too, a kindness. Lyrian stepped into view, not close enough to press, but near enough that I could feel his presence. He set down a bundle beside me, a crudely stitched furs, stripped from some beast that had met its end down here. "It's not much," he added, "but it should serve as a cloak. Unless we can hunt more, I am afraid this is what I am currently capable of and my state." He didn't leer, didn't stare, just watched. Calm, measured. "Not that you'll freeze. Not anymore. Your body's built for this. You won't feel the cold." I said nothing, just reached for the furs and pulled them around my shoulders. They were rough against skin, but they covered her, and that was enough. Silence stretched for a few minutes before Lyrian chose to speak again. "You were unstable earlier." I stiffened. "Your magic was pulsing, erratic, spiked, then collapsed." He tilted his head, watching me carefully. "Are you feeling the hunger again?" I clenched my jaw. "Yeah? Well, you know I've been through a lot these past few days." A beat of silence. Then, "I'm fine." It wasn't true. The warmth in my chest gave a single, uncertain flicker, like it was calling my bluff. Lyrian's eyes narrowed slightly, but his voice remained even. "Magic doesn't lie." He crouched nearby, not too close, not looming, just present. His gaze flicked briefly to the stream, then back to me. "When dragons feel a broken bar too much, their cores react. Instinct and emotion don't stay buried for long, especially in hatchlings." I hated that word. Hatchling, like I was some new thing, like I hadn't already survived more than he could guess. "I am new." An errant thought slipping in. I wrapped the cloak tighter around myself. "It won't happen again." He didn't challenge that, just sat in silence for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, quietly, "Just because you keep saying you're fine doesn't mean you are. I would prefer us to communicate openly." I looked away. "You've been through quite a bit," he said, voice still low, "in what might seem like a very short amount of time. But you were born today." I scoffed. "I lived 4 decades before this." He brushed it off with a small shake of his head. "A human life does not equate to an immortal one." He waited and let the words settle. "You were in that egg for 30 years. The number landed like a stone in my gut. 3 full cycles. While your body was reshaping itself, your mind was asleep. There was no preparation, no transition. You simply woke." Our eyes met. No amusement, no judgment, just calm understanding. "When you stood before the Empress, I recommended death." I blinked. Slowly turned my head toward him. He didn't flinch. "I told her later it would be a mercy. That humans weren't built for this. That you would break." His gaze didn't waver. "So why are you helping me?" I narrowed my eyes slightly, voice low. He didn't look surprised by the question. "Because my people wronged the Empress," he said, "and I'm paying the price." I scoffed. "Seems cruel to punish you for someone else's mistakes." Lyrian gave a small smile, almost sad. "You'll understand soon enough. When you live for thousands of years, your mind on such things changes." He shifted slightly, glancing at the tunnel beyond. "Regardless, you'll need to learn to hunt on your own." My eyes snapped to him. "Hunt? Your mother will be reaching out in the coming decades." I stared. "Decades?" I spat. He only shrugged. "Time moves differently for dragons." I let that hang between us, bitter on my tongue. He spoke like that explained everything, like it justified decades of silence, a stolen life, a body that wasn't mine. "Easy for you to say," I muttered, adjusting the furs against my shoulders. You've had time to get used to all this. The cold, the quiet, the waiting. I didn't say it was easy, Lyrian replied, only that it moves differently. I glanced at him. So what? I just wait here until she decides I'm ready to be seen again? She will reach out, he said. When she believes the time is right. I laughed, dry and sharp. And what exactly is the point of all this? Why bother with any of it? That finally gave him pause. She's been searching, he said, after a moment. For someone. For a long time. I raised an eyebrow. And she just happened to stumble across me? Proximity matters, he said. But it wasn't only that. I didn't speak. I waited. You had potential, he continued. Not cultivated, not drained but raw, unyielding. Even I could sense it when she first brought you here. I shifted slightly, fingers tightening around the edge of the cloak. So that made me worthy of this hell? She doesn't act without reason, he said. And the spear, a broken bar. What does the spear have to do with anything? Magic calls to magic. That relic was tied to her mate. And it reached for you. That must mean something to her, though I only speculate. I bit down a retort, jaw tight. It sounded like speculation. All of it, pretty theories dressed up as answers. And you just go along with it? I asked. All this blind loyalty because she might have seen something in me? Lyrian met my gaze. I go along with it because she didn't kill you. That stung more than it should have. He continued, quiet now, but not without weight. The Empress doesn't make gestures. If you're still breathing, it's because she saw something useful. Something she wanted to see through. I looked away, gripping the edge of the cloak tighter. The fabric scratched at my collarbone like dried grass. So I'm alive because I checked enough boxes, I muttered. Potential, proximity, convenient timing. She's not interested in chance, Lyrian said. If something stands in front of her, it either has a purposely broken bar or it ends. I snorted. What? And I'm her outcome now. I don't know what you are to her, he said, not unkindly. But you're not an accident. I didn't answer. I turned my head toward the stream again. Her reflection had faded. Only mine remained. The stream had stopped steaming. The heat from the stone beneath it was fading, leaving the air still and cold. Lyrian rose, brushing off his hands. We should move. I arched a brow. Tired of the conversation? No, it's actually quite pleasant to have some company after a few decades, he said, glancing toward the dark of the tunnel. Just aware your last meal won't hold much longer. My chest tightened, a dull twist just beneath the warmth. Another kill? He shook his head. Not like before. You need to learn to do it yourself. I stood slowly, ignoring the slight stiffness in my legs. The cloak dragged heavier now, weighted with everything we'd left unsaid. He took a few steps ahead, then paused and glanced over his shoulder. Have you hunted before? I stared at him, then raised a single brow. I was a little awed. A flicker of something passed over his face. Amusement, maybe, or relief. He nodded once, then turned without another word. I stood and turned to the water. She watched me with my eyes. I frowned. She did too. I didn't look back again as I followed. The tunnel narrowed again, the crystal light flickering low. I kept my distance behind him. The only sounds the crunch of ice under our feet and the whisper of the cloak against my ankles. My chest still felt tight, not from hunger, from everything else. 30 years in an egg. The word hatchling, the way he kept calling me unstable. I wasn't sure which part one hated more. You said I was in the egg for 30 years, I said quietly. Is that a broken bar normal? Lyrian didn't stop walking. Long, but not unheard of, though. You are unique. His voice was calm, unreadable. I stepped over a frost-covered ridge, my core pulsing, out of rhythm with my heart. I keep feeling something inside me, like a broken bar, a second heartbeat. But off. Do you know what it is? He slowed, just slightly. I assume that's your magic, he said. A dragon's magic is something inside them. It grows and evolves as you do. Elves don't. Ours is pulled from living things around us. Magic. Not core. That's just what I called it. A second pulse buried beneath my ribs, not quite in time with the one I knew. So how do you use magic? I asked. Lyrian reached into the folds of his robe and pulled out a thin, sharpened stone. Differently. Words. Structure. Intention. Elven spellwork is passed down. It's learned. He crouched suddenly and began to draw something into the icy floor. Not a flourisher, just a simple, precise motion. One line, then another. I watched, but didn't speak. When he stood, we turned back, then went another direction down a narrow slope that bent left, then straightened again. He stopped, drew again. Still no answers. Can you at least tell me what's happening outside? Who won the war? Lyrian didn't respond. His shoulders stayed stiff, head low. He kept moving. Another tunnel. Another circle of lines. This time, he stayed crouched longer, eyes studying what he made. Then he looked up at me. I'll answer more later, he said. But not now. Why not now? Because I need to be sure. Sure of what? He stood slowly. That you can hunt. I blinked. I told you, I'm not hungry, and again, I have had my share of campaigns as a sword for hire. You said that, he replied. But I need to be sure. My jaw tightened. My thoughts going back to the moment I almost attacked him. I sighed. I guess. He didn't back down. The last hatchling I tended to kill, the others kept with her. My chest stilled. She didn't mean to. Not at first. It was instinct. Hunger. She didn't know how to recognize it until it was too late. His expression didn't change. I survived. The others did not. I stood in silence. Stand still, he said. I did, though I didn't like the tone. I crossed my arms and shifted my weight. He stepped away and knelt beside one of the rune markings he'd just carved. This is a boundary. I arched a brow. A line in the ice. A rune, he corrected. Written language given shape. Magic tied to structure. I didn't move. Certain words, certain sounds, he said, have weight. The closer a tongue is to the first language, the more power it holds. That's why Draconic and Old Elvish are so potent. They remember. He looked up, gaze flicking toward me. I nodded slowly, uncertain. Okay. But what does that matter? He didn't answer. Instead, he spoke. Not in common. I recognized the rhythm. Elvish. Ancient. Heavy. I didn't know the words, but I felt them. The rune beneath my feet flared. My core twisted. Not painfully, just a broken bar tight, like it was being squeezed. I staggered a half step back. What the hell was that? A ward, he said. It'll hold you here until the enchantment ends, or I break it. You trapped me? Yes. He pointed past me, toward another tunnel. There's potential food down there. I turned slowly, following his gesture. Focus on the moment, Elias. You locked me in, with prey? He didn't flinch. Yes. My hands clenched. Why would you? Because I need to know what you'll do. I stared at him. I don't trust you yet, he added. But I trust your instincts. I didn't respond. Rage bubbling inside. I felt my core begin to quiver. He exhaled through his nose. This isn't punishment. It's proof. Of what? Of what you are. I shifted my weight. My jaw locked. He kept speaking. This tunnel leads to a nest, a small one. Claim it. I took a deep breath and held it for a moment. You think I'll be fine? I know you will, because I'm a dragon. He nods even if you don't want to admit it. I hated how he said that. I looked back at the tunnel. The runes behind me pulsed again. Not bright, just steady. A low burn began under my ribs. I bit the inside of my cheek. She wants to move. Not me. Her. I took a breath. You said I am unique. Is that because I still look heir elven? He hesitated. That body of so it's a visage form. I frowned. A what? He nodded at me. Dragons don't usually look like this. They can, but only when they're powerful enough to compress all that magic without bleeding it into the world. My brow furrowed. Bleeding it? Losing control, he clarified. Overloading a shape not meant to hold it. Magic without direction will search for any outlet it can find. Bad luck, curses and overloaded spellcraft is just a few things that come to mind. He tilted his head. Elves can manage it better. We're built to endure it longer. Humans break much more easily. So how am I not breaking? He looked at me like the answer should be obvious. You were born in it. My stomach turned. I've never heard of that happening, he added. It was a broken bar, theorized. But you're the first I've seen. The heat in my chest grew. He stepped back. Enough now. Hunt. Let the instincts teach you what I can't. I stood there, unsure what to say. He didn't speak again. So I turned toward the tunnel, and walked into the dark. The tunnel swallowed me in silence. Eventually no more flickering crystals. No more Lyrian's voice behind me. Only the sound of my feet brushing frost, the heavy drag of the cloak over uneven ice, and the subtle, rising tempo of something deeper. no a broken bar mine. The pressure in my chest wasn't unbearable, not yet. But it had a rhythm now, a soft, insistent pulsey like a second heartbeat ticking faster than the first. The hunger. That's what he called it. That twisting pull I didn't want to name. Not physical and no emptiness in my stomach but something else. Deeper, like my blood knew something my head hadn't caught up to. I didn't know how long I walked. The tunnels here were narrower, shaped more by force than design. Jagged ridges, sharp inclines, places where claw marks scraped through layers of ice like they were parchment. No footprints, no tracks. But I felt something, like heat brushing the back of my neck, or breath through stone. My legs slowed on their own. Is this it? I crouched low, not because I decided to but because that's what I would have done back when I was a sellsword. That training was still in me. Muscle memory buried under new skin. But something about it felt a broken bar different, sharper, cleaner. She moves better than I ever did. My palm touched the ice, and for a moment just a flicker I felt it. The floor hummed, not noise. Movement. Distant vibrations are like something large shifting weight down the tunnel. I blinked. Then, instinctively, I closed my eyes. What is that? A broken bar feeling? Not fear, focus, like every part of me had narrowed to a single line pointing forward. My breath slowed. My fingertips tingled. The warmth in my chest, the second heartbeater fluttered. There. I turned slightly, angling toward the smallest of the branching paths ahead. I didn't know anything was down there. I didn't need to. Something in me had already decided. I took a step, then another. The scent hit me a second later. Not blood but something near it. Wet fur, rotten musk. The kind of smell you never forget once it's wrapped itself into your lungs. Prey. I didn't question it. The moment I thought the word, that other part of me surged forward. I wasn't ready. My balance shifted forward. My spine straightened. My legs bent. Hands hovered low like I was bracing for a sprint I hadn't committed to. I tried to slow my breathing. What are you doing? I tried to speak the words in my head, but they came out fragmented, distant, like something else had stepped ahead of them. Focus, control it. But the second heartbeat pulsed harder. Number. She doesn't want control, she wants release. I swallowed and took another step, then froze. A shape moved in the dark ahead, just at the edge of my sight. Long, low, covered in fur that shimmered faintly with frost. Two pale eyes caught what little light there was, reflecting it back in a cold gleam. It hadn't seen me yet, but it would. My hands tensed. My feet adjusted. I could hear my blood now rushing fast through the second beat inside me. The thing growled, a low, bone-deep rumble that shook the floor. And I grinned. Not fully, not even consciously. Just the smallest twitch of my lips, like something inside me had been waiting for this. It charged. I didn't run. I moved, low, quick, to the side, like water down a slope. Its claws struck the ice where I'd been. Too slow. I spun behind it, hands flexed, and then I saw them. My hands. No longer mine. Fingers sharp, elongated. Nails black and ridged like claws, faintly glowing with magic or heat or her. I faltered, just for a second. What a question mark. The hesitation cost me. The beast turned on me and lunged. I didn't get my arms up in time. It slammed into my chest, knocking me back into the ice. But a broken bar. Nothing tore. No blood. The creature reeled back. Confused. Its claws had raked across my skin but there were no marks. No wounds. My gaze dropped before I realized it. My skin shimmered faintly under the glow of its slashing strike. Hardened, scaled. However, after a moment they faded away. Dragon. The beast backed away now. It wasn't wounded, but it knew I wasn't prey. It growled again, this time softer. A warning, and then it turned and vanished into the tunnel behind it. I didn't chase. I just sat there, breathing, staring at my hands. They were still mine, but they weren't. Not fully. A breath caught in my throat, my hands shaking from the adrenaline. I laughed. It burst out sharp, breathless, and wrong. Not funny, not joyous, just a crack in the dam of everything pressing in from the inside. Laughter or a scream. It echoed off the walls like it didn't belong to me, like it was someone else's. Something elsey rattling in my throat. I clutched my chest, not from pain. A number. The warmth was back. Fiercer now. Rhythmic. Not warmth. Magic. My second heartbeat. I closed my eyes. Let it pulse. Not fight it this time. With each beat, I could feel it threading out, tracing through limbs that weren't entirely mine. My blood sang. My breath steadied. And then, it aligned. Magic surged through me, matching my pulse. A wave, a rhythm, a second heart sinking to the first. When I opened my eyes, everything was sharper. The tunnel no longer felt narrower, it felt alive. The cold bit less. The shadows held shape. I could smell the beast's retreat. Its trail curled through frost. Thick with fear, I ran, fast. My feet skated over the ice without slipping. The wind kissed my skin and slid from scaled patches like rain off metal. My senses screamed forward. And I found it. Cornered in a narrow bend, snarling, pawing at the walls as if it could dig its way to safety. Too late. I didn't think nor speak. I moved. A single step. A stomp. The crack of force split the air, shattering the floor and spider-like cracks climbing the wall. Dead. Just like that. I stood over the body, breathing, heaving. The smell of blood and fear was thick now. Sweet, intoxicating. I grinned. I didn't mean to, but I did. A slow curl of satisfaction worked its way through my chest. And something else. Hunger. Not for food but for this. Domination. The power. The stillness after. The knowing that I had done it. I inhaled slowly through my nose. More. The scent of other prey filtered in, a faint, buried deeper in the tunnels, beneath the crust of frost. But something else caught my eye. Stonework. I looked up. The tunnel here had changed, barely wide enough for me to walk upright. The walls were jagged but made of worked stone now, with old carvings half swallowed by frost, a ruin half buried in ice, or maybe more. I took another step, and there, just beyond the bend, I heard them. Movement. Dozens of heartbeats. Small. Quick. Animal. A nest. They're here. All of them. Waiting. And for the first time since I'd awakened, I didn't feel like the prey. I felt like the one they should fear. My claws flexed. The stone pulsed beneath me. Mine. The wall didn't break. It shattered. Ice and stone exploded outward in a thunderous roar as I tore through it. Claws extended. Frost trailing behind me in a web of jagged veins. Cold wind followed my entrance like a living thing, curling around my limbs as I hit the ground hard enough to crack the floor beneath me. Move, kill, claim. Dozens of heads snapped in my direction. Pale eyes, shimmering fur. Their growls rose as one, echoing off the stone like a chorus of hunger and fear. But mine was louder. They are prey. The second heartbeat thundered beneath my ribs, hot, insistent. It beat in perfect time with my own now. No hesitation, no dissonance, just rhythm, just fire. The first of them lunged. I met it halfway. Claws tore through sinew and bone. A twist, a snap, a gurgle. Another pound cedar. I didn't dodge. I slammed into it, teeth bared, elbow cracking through its jaw. Blood sprayed across my cheek, warm against the cold. More. They swarmed. Good. Let them. The chamber burst into motion. Bodies closed in from every side, ear snapping, snarling, howling. I moved through them like a blade through snow. My tail whipped behind me, knocking 3 into the wall. Another leapt from above, ear. I caught it midair and crushed its spine in a single, brutal twist. Frost danced along the ground where I stepped. It climbed walls, curled around broken pillars, slowed their steps just enough to give me the edge. Not a breath weapon, not a spell. Me. I spun, carving through 2 at once. The heat in my chest pulsed outward, magic riding my limbs like a second skin. I could feel it threading through bone and sinew, turning thought into movement. No resistance, no fear. This is what I was made for. A pup lunged, smaller than the others. I caught it by the throat before it could sink its fangs into my calf. It writhed, clawed. I squeezed. A crack. Still. I dropped it. More came. Too many to count. I felt my pupils change, my vision sharpen. Good. They tried to encircle me, using numbers, angles, elevation. It didn't matter. I turned with emotion, a blur of limbs and magic. My claws tore through fur and flesh. My tail smashed ribs and skulls alike. One creature tried to crawl beneath me. I stomped, and it didn't move again. I can feel it. The frost singing through my blood. The magic in my limbs. The second heartbeat, a hearse beating with mine. Stronger, louder. I ducked a swipe, spun low, and swept the legs from a lunging beast. Before it hit the ground, I was already moving, already hunting. Faster. I hit a wall, leapt off it, twisted in midair, came down on a cluster of them with both feet. The ground cracked, bones snapped. Their shrieks blurred into static, Blood hit my face and steamed in the cold. My mouth opened, breath heavier, and I could taste the iron, and I liked it. The last body crumpled beneath me, twitching once before falling still. Then a silence, no growls, no snarls, only the sound of my breathing, ragged and steady, echoing off stone slick with blood and frost. Why did they stop? I turned slowly, claws flexing, expecting more, expecting another wave. But nothing came. Just the hiss of frost curling up the walls. The pulse beneath my ribs still beat stronger, hers and mine. Still in sync, still singing. But now the chamber was too quiet, too still. I took a step. Ice cracked beneath my heel. My magic crawled outward, feeling through the frost like roots in frozen soil. And that's when I saw it. Not straight ahead. Off to the side, half buried beneath shattered debris and claw-marked stone. Massive doors, ancient, towering, encased in layers of thick ice so dense they shimmered like mirrors. Carvings barely visible beneath the frost are symbols worn by time, language I couldn't read. My instincts prickled, my core, my magic pushing against another presence. That way leads deeper. But the beat in my chest shifted. Not yet. Not until the nest is mine. I turned from the doors and froze. A shadow moved at the far end of the room. The ground shook every few seconds. Slow, heavy, deliberate. The broodmother stepped forward. She didn't rush. She didn't roar. She just walked, her massive frame forcing silence into every corner of the chamber. Her fur was matted with blood, her back arched and lined with jagged bone like a living mountain. One eye glinted, the other was clouded with an old scar. The corpses didn't bother her. She stepped over them like they were nothing, and then she looked at me. Not with rage, not with fear, but a sense of supremacy, with recognition. I let out a low growl from deep inside my chest, my heartbeat fluttering with it. She knows what I am. My claws curled. My mouth pulled back in a grin that didn't feel like mine. Kneel, grovel, perish, die. She charged. I met her head on. We met with the force of colliding worlds. The ground shattered beneath our weight. I clawed for her throat as she bit down on my arm. Pain. We spun in a frenzy of blood and frost, crashing into the stone, tearing through ice and bodies. Her strength wasn't raw. It was honed, experienced. She wasn't a wild beast. She was a queen. I slammed her against a column. It cracked, but she head-butted me through it. I staggered, rolled, came up slashing. She caught my wrist, twisted. My shoulder screamed. But my magic roared louder. 2 heartbeats. 1 rhythm. No fear. I broke her grip and drove my knee into her chest. Her breath wheezed. I grabbed her by the scruff, lifted her and threw her across the chamber. She hit the wall hard enough to crater it. Still, she rose. I didn't wait. I blitzed forward, claws glowing with magic, tail lashing behind me like a whip of frost. I punched through her guard, drove her back, smashed her into the stone again. Her claws dug into my side, but the scales held. Barely. We clashed again, and again. Each strike thundered through the walls. Frost exploded from our feet, coating the floor in jagged patterns of ice. Blood misted the air. Mine. Hers. Both. She lunged. I ducked, spun, slammed my elbow into her jaw. She faltered, and I pounced. My claws sank into her chest. She writhed, snarled, tried to bite. I roared in her face and drove her to the ground. Then, silence. She didn't move. I stood over her, chest heaving, blood dripping down my arms. Mine now. The magic pulsed, deep and triumphant. Her heartbeat gone. Only mine remained, and the other. The second. The stronger. But something felt wrong. Movement. Small. Quick. Behind me. I turned slowly. Another pup. Tiny. Barely larger than the one I'd crushed earlier. Its fur clung to it in wet clumps, streaked with ash and blood. It didn't snarl. It didn't run. It just looked at me. Those eyes, they weren't filled with fear. Not entirely. Not like prey. They were watching, studying. Its gaze pierced me, not pleading, not begging, just aware. I raised my hand, claws still slick with blood. My body moved before I thought to stop it. One more. Just one more. My muscles tensed. Finish it. The second heartbeat surged. Finish it. But my hand shook. My breath caught, staggered. Wait. I stared at it. Still silent. Still staring. Its tiny chest rose and fell in ragged bursts, and for a moment just a breath I saw it. Not the monster, not the kill. Myself. The edge of something crumbled. Stop. The scream wasn't allowed. It didn't need to be. It tore through me like a blade. The second heartbeat staggered, went out of rhythm. My own pulse kicked faster, wild, uneven. The frost creeping from my feet slowed, stopped, and a broken bar breathed in, out, again and again. The shaking in my hand grew worse. What was I doing? What had I? I stumbled back, eyes wide, claws retracting. My magic still burned under my skin, but it felt wrong now. Too hot, too loud. The pup blinked. Still unmoving, still alive. I turned away from it, from the blood, from the bodies, from the silence, from myself. I collapsed to my knees beside one of the bodies. Not out of weakness, out of exhaustion. Every breath rattled in my chest. My limbs trembled not from fear, but from strain. My magic, still lingering like smoke in my veins, pulsed with each heartbeat. The second rehearsal now sluggish, fading from sync, like a muscle overworked, or a forge left burning too long. Each throb of power sent little jolts through my arms, my legs, behind my eyes. I clenched my jaw, didn't cry out, just breathed in, out. Keep going. The cold no longer bit at me. It clung to me, draped like a second skin. I could feel it in my bones. A less hunger now, more silence. A moment passed, then another. I laid back, shoulder against a broken chunk of stone, letting the frost cool my burning limbs. The pup hadn't moved. It still watched me from a distance, huddled low to the ground with wide, glassy eyes that shimmered in the low blue light. The blood that stained its fur had already begun to freeze. It should have run. It didn't. It just stared. I shifted slightly, only a fraction, and it flinched, back paw scraping across the frost, tail tucking, ears pinned. I didn't reach for it. Didn't move again. Just a broken bar watched. You shouldn't be alive, I thought. None of you should. And yet it was. Still breathing, still watching. I looked away, gaze dragging to the broodmother's corpse. She lay still, her body crumpled near the shattered wall. Her fur matted, bones twisted, ribs cracked wide. The scar across her face caught the light, just barely. How long had she ruled this place? How long had she protected them, fought for them? My magic still pulsed beneath my skin, but weaker now, less triumphant, more hollow. What even was this place? A den? A prison? A battlefield? The doors loomed behind her, huge. I could still see the ice clinging to them, that ancient writing buried beneath layers of frost. Something in me still pulled toward them. But not yet. Not now. My stomach clenched. I looked back toward the scattered bodies. Blood stained the stone. Frost crusted their fur. Some of their faces were still twisted in motion, teeth bared, claws raised, frozen in death. I crawled forward and stopped beside one of the larger beasts. A clean kill. Its throat torn, body mostly intact. I hesitated, just for a moment, then leaned down, and bit in. The taste hit me like thunder, metallic, warm, a spark of life lingering in the flesh. My jaw worked automatically, tearing away a strip, chewing, swallowing. It was wrong. And yet right. The pup made a small noise behind me, but didn't run, didn't interrupt. I didn't look back. I just ate, one bite at a time, until the fire in my limbs began to settle, until the second heartbeat quieted, until the only sound left in the ruined nest was the crackle of frost, and the slow, steady rhythm of breath. The second heartbeat quieted, but it didn't vanish. Not yet. The silence lingered. Everything ached. My body felt like it had been pulled apart and stitched back together with frostbitten wire. Each heartbeat sent a dull throb through my limbs, slow and heavy like I was underwater. I blinked against the haze. My thoughts were thick and muddy. There was something I was supposed to remember. Something important. I exhaled sharply and winced. My chest rose with emotion, and for a second, my hand moved to steady myself and froze. Soft, warm. I frowned, fingers pressing slightly against the unexpected shape. My breath caught. Oh, right. Not to him anymore. A chill slid down my spine, colder than the frost clinging to the stones around me. I pulled my hand away, jaw clenched. I had been with women before. I knew their curves, their softness, the way they moved. But these a broken bar being one. It twisted something in my stomach, made my skin itch, made everything feel a wrong number. Not everything. My gaze shifted. The pup was still there. It crouched several feet away, half hidden behind a chunk of broken stone, its glassy eyes locked onto mine. It hadn't moved. Still silent, still watching. My memories came back in pieces. The blood, the frost, the broodmother's body falling still beneath me, the weight of it all pressing in, fading only when I finally ate. I swallowed, throat tight. I should say something. Anything. You're still here, I muttered. My voice cracked, rough like I hadn't used it in days. The pup blinked. No growl, no retreat. You should have run, I added, softer this time. Why didn't you? It shifted slightly, a one paw scraping the stone but didn't move closer. My gaze fell to its matted fur. Blood clung to it in frozen patches. Ash stained its snout. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what I was. What a broken bar are you? I asked. No answer. Of course not. Still, it felt like it understood me, like it had watched everything, judged me. And I didn't know if I passed. I rubbed my temples, trying to breathe through the pounding in my head. That second heartbeat, I muttered to myself. Was that a broken bar magic? I remembered how it had synced with mine, how it burned beneath my skin, how it pulled me through that fight. It wasn't there now, or maybe it was. Maybe I just couldn't feel it anymore. Not like before. I shifted, resting my back against a nearby stone. It wasn't comfortable, but it helped. The pup still didn't move. You're not scared of me, I said. Still no response, only those eyes. That strange, quiet awareness. I looked past it, to the broodmother's corpse, resting in ruined flesh and bone. I remembered biting into her. My stomach twisted. Did I do that? I looked down at my hands. No claws now, just fingers. Pale, stained with dried blood. My body had shifted back to my visage form, the elf-like shell that held me together. It felt fragile. I closed my eyes for a moment, breathed. The pup made a sound, soft, uncertain. When I looked, it had inched a little closer. Just a little. I don't know what you want from me, I whispered. Pain. It stayed where it was, shivering faintly. You're alone now, aren't you? I asked. That made it blink. It lowered its head slightly, as if understanding, or agreeing. I reached out slowly. My arm trembled with the effort. The dull pain spiked again through my side, and I winced. The pup flinched. Then, to my surprise, it stepped forward once. Only once. But it didn't run. I gave a weak, tired smile and laughed melodiously. You're bold. Foolish. But bold. The warmth from earlier, the hunger, the frenzy was gone. Only the ache remained. My vision began to spin. I leaned back again, my vision starting to blur. I need to sleep, I said, though I wasn't sure if I was speaking to the pup or myself. The cold pressed against my skin, not biting now, a comforting, familiar. My eyes drifted shut. I didn't fight it. Sleep came like frost, slow, icy, absolute. The frost whispered. Snow stretched out endlessly around me, untouched and pale. The sky above was a dome of shifting gray, cracked with faint veins of blue light like eyes splitting under pressure. I didn't remember walking here, didn't remember falling asleep. But I wasn't alone. She stood several paces ahead, her back to me. My height, my shape, but different, still, steady. Her hair was a river of white, cascading down her back. Her form shimmered, not with warmth, but power, a quiet, simmering, coiled. I knew her. She turned. Blue eyes with golden irises met mine, familiar, inhuman, draconic. Me. But not your. I hesitated. Her voice cut clean through the haze. We know who I am. The sky pulsed as she spoke, light flickering like cracks through the clouds. You're the part of me that what? Lost control? I asked. No, she said, her tone even. I'm the part that never did. I frowned. I killed them. We survived them. The wind didn't blow. The air didn't move. Just us. Still, beneath it all, I could feel something coiling deep in my chest. The memory of heat, of motion, of instinct so loud it drowned everything else out. That heartbeat, I murmured. That wasn't just magic, it was you. Wasn't it? It was focus, she said. Until you let it slip. I looked away, throat tight. I don't want this. She stepped closer. You never wanted anything. You just ran. That stung. We were a Silzord, she continued. No banner, no oaths, no home. We survived by choosing the fight in front of you. And now, you flinch. I didn't flinch. You hesitated, she said, eyes narrowing. You saw yourself in a pup and forgot who we are. I shook my head. I remembered who I was, who we are. You should know this. We need a purpose. Her words hit like a thrown blade, blunt, not cruel. If you want to endure, she said, you set a goal. You fix your eyes forward and walk through the fire. I swallowed hard. What kind of goal? That's your choice. But make one. She gestured to the snow. Because without it, this all crumbles. I looked down at my hands. Pale, thin, human-like. But I remembered how they had torn, ripped, bloody. There was still something in me. Something buried. When I looked back up, she was closer face to face. We're not done changing, she said. But we're not lost. Not yet. I hesitated, then asked, and if I choose wrong? Then we learn. We grow. We endure, like we always have. Her voice dropped to a whisper, not soft, but sharp. But never again without direction. The frost cracked. My limbs grew heavier. You're waking up, she said. I nodded slowly. One step forward, she murmured, almost like a command. Just one. That's all it takes. And then, silence. The cold returned, and I opened my eyes. The cold was still there when I woke, but the ache was gone. I drew a breath and didn't wince. My muscles didn't throb. My bones didn't grind like splintered ice. I blinked slowly, expecting pain that never came. Only a strange stillness. A silence so deep it felt like the whole fortress was holding its breath. I shifted upright, and shards of ice cracked and flaked off my skin. My shredded cloak clung to me in frozen tatters, stiff and useless. Around me, the corpses lay sealed beneath layers of frost. Their forms were glazed over like the cold had taken them into itself. How long had I been asleep? I rose to my feet, legs steady beneath me, and looked around the ruined chamber. My breath fogged in the air. My fingers flexed without protest. No second heartbeat. No pull in my chest. No magic singing in my blood. Just quiet. The pup was gone. No trace. No paw prints. Not even a scent. I stepped forward carefully, frost crunching underfoot. The chamber, once alive with growls and motion and death, now felt like a grave. I crossed toward the broken pillars, past the collapsed body of the broodmother. She hadn't moved. Her body was sealed beneath a sheen of ice, her face half turned toward the doors as if even in death, she still guarded what lay beyond. Something shifted in me. Not pain, not hunger, just her broken bar awareness. I moved slowly through the corridor that curved behind the central chamber. It was wide enough for a creature twice my size to walk comfortably. The stone beneath my feet bore faint patterns, worn smooth by age and frost. Walls sloped into arches above me, joined by supports carved with intricate if unfamiliar lines. I couldn't read them, but I could feel the weight of them. Whoever built this place had hands the size of my torso and carved not for beauty but permanence. Not human. This place was meant to last. I stepped through what might have been a hall once, passing frozen statues of creatures locked in poses I couldn't name. Some snarled, some raised weapons, some simply stared outward. All dusted in rime, all ancient. This place was old in ways I couldn't understand. I trailed my fingers along a low ridge of stone shaped like a bench, my thoughts circling back to the dream. Choose a goal. Fix your eyes forward. But what goal? Survive? I was already doing that. Escape? I didn't even know where I was. Return to who I was? I stopped walking. Who even was that? A Silzord with no banner, no oaths, no name worth speaking aloud. I'd lived fight to fight, coin to coin, never planning, never dreaming. And now, I touched the wall beside me. Ice clung to it like a second skin. My reflection swam in the surface, her white hair tangled, eyes dim, face hollowed from cold and hunger. A woman, an elf, a dragon. I didn't know how to be any of them. I exhaled and kept walking, deeper into the ruins. The halls curved and split, some collapsed, others opening into wide chambers layered in frost. No signs of life, just the echo of my footsteps and the weight of stone. I felt alone, not in the fearful way I had before, but in the way that made thinking dangerous. One step forward. But to where? I turned another corner and entered what might have once been a council room. A massive round table of cracked stone filled the center, its edges carved with faded runes. High-backed chairs circled it, most toppled, some shattered. The scale of it all dwarfed me. These were not made for human forms. The chairs were too tall, the room too vast. Giants? I didn't know, but I could feel the presence of something old in every line of stone, every pillar. I stood in the center of the chamber and looked up at the broken ceiling where frost clung in jagged teeth. Then something pulsed in my chest. Not pain, not fear, magic. It beat once, deep, strong, like a drum beneath the surface of the world. I staggered, breath catching. My vision blurred for a moment, and then sharpened. The blue glow from the dream flickered behind my eyes. And I wasn't alone. The air shifted. Something moved just beyond the shattered archway. A subtle, but present, a whisper of motion, a thread of warmth where none should exist. I turned slowly, heart steady, shoulders squaring. My eyes burned with that same cold light. A figure stepped through the frost. Lyrian. He walked carefully, hands raised in open display, his expression unreadable. His clothes were dusted with snow. At his side padded a creature low to the ground, pale-furred, leaner now, its amber eyes still locked on me. The pup. That same stare. Older now, but still watching, but it wasn't a pup anymore. My mouth opened slightly. A breath caught between surprise and realization. How much time had passed while I was frozen? Days? Weeks? Longer? Lyrian took one step forward, stopping at the edge of the threshold. Then, with a faint smirk, he tilted his head. So, the hatchling wakes. The world didn't stop while you slept. But it got colder. I didn't laugh, didn't speak right away, either. Just stood there, staring at him. The frost around us didn't stir. My chest was still. Quiet. No second heartbeat. No burn of magic. Just silence here and the faint memory of a circle drawn in runes. You locked me in, I said finally. Lyrian didn't deny it. I did. I took a slow step forward. My voice wasn't sharper, just flat, edged with the weight of hindsight. You were afraid I'd lose control. He nodded. Another pause. The creature beside Hema the pup, grown now, watched me without a sound. I studied Lyrian's face, searching for smugness or guilt. There was none. Just that same unreadable calm, that same caution. And the thing was a broken bar. I couldn't even blame him. The memory of that frenzy still clawed at the edges of my thoughts. The taste of blood, the pulse of that second heartbeat, the way it had all felt so right at the time. So natural. Like it had always been waiting beneath my skin, coiled and patient. It hadn't come from nowhere. It had been there the whole time, lurking, brewing, and Lyrian had seen it long before I had. I thought you were being dramatic, I said, crossing my arms, talking in riddles, treating me like a danger before I'd even done anything. I thought I may have been wrong, he said. I met his eyes. You weren't. He dipped his head slightly, not in triumph, but something closer to acknowledgement. Respect, maybe. Irritating, I muttered. Lyrian raised a brow. What is? You. I gestured vaguely to the hall. All this. You were right, and I hate that. His smirk returned, faint and frustrating. If it helps, he said, I took no pleasure in it. I rolled my eyes. That's even worse. The tension between us loosened a notch. Not gone, but shifted, settling into something that wasn't quite rust. Not yet. But I wasn't burning with anger anymore. I was tired. Tired of guessing. Tired of not knowing what I was. Tired of walking blind into my own skin. Lyrian seemed to sense the change. His gaze drifted past me, toward the frost-covered chamber. You held on longer than most, he said. Longer than I expected. I looked down at my hands. They didn't shake. Barely, I replied. It didn't feel like holding on. Still, he said. You're alive. I wasn't sure what to say to that. Alive. It sounded simple, clean, but it didn't feel like it. I stepped past him, not quite brushing his shoulder, and stared out into the ruins beyond. The frost-coated archways, the toppled statues, the carvings I couldn't read. Everything here felt ancient, heavy. So did I. Lyrian followed in silence. The creature padded beside him, never straying far. How long was I asleep? I asked, not turning. A season, he said. More, maybe. That sank in slowly. I didn't flinch, but my fingers curled in thought. A season, long enough for the pup to grow, long enough for the frost to settle over everything. I thought it might be longer. You nearly didn't wake at all, he said quietly, Some don't. I looked at him then, but you stayed. He nodded once. I didn't thank him. Didn't know if I could. Not yet. Instead, I crossed to one of the pillars and laid my hand against it. Runes stretched across its base, half buried in ice. Sharp, strange. They weren't just decorations, they meant something. I could feel it, but I didn't understand any of it. They're not draconic, Lyrian said behind me. I didn't turn. How can you tell? The structure's wrong, he said. Too precise, too clean. Draconic script flows. It surges and twists with the magic running through it. These a broken bar. I heard him step closer. This was carved for permanence. I traced the line with my fingertip, careful not to press too hard. The rune beneath my hand didn't glow, didn't hum, but it felt like it was watching me. Then what is it? I asked. I don't know, he said. But it's older than anything dragons ever built. I turned then, brows drawn. Older than dragons? Lyrian nodded. Yes. That's not possible, I said. Dragons are the oldest. That's what we were taught. Even the humans say so. He gave a quiet breath of amusement. Dragons like that story. Makes them feel untouchable. And I believed it, I thought. I glanced back at the rune. So this place was here before them? Long before, he said. The fortress, the language, a broken bar. It all predates the rise of draconic rule. No dragon built this. A chill scraped along my spine. Not from the cold, something else. So who did? His gaze lingered on the carvings. Something stronger, maybe, or wiser. Your mother may have an idea, but she buried it here for a reason. I swallowed. The silence between us stretched again, this time not strained, just heavy, like the runes around us had drawn breath and were waiting. Then Lyrian added, I didn't bring you here by accident. I met his eyes. No? Lyrian shook his head. Number. He stepped closer, boots whispering against the frost-covered floor. The pup followed without sound, shadowing his every move. I didn't know what this place was when I brought you here, he said. Still don't really. I tilted my head slightly. But you suspect? Enough to worry, enough to hope, he replied. Your mother built her domain atop this ruin. Not beside it, not around it, on top of it. Why? I asked. That's the question, isn't it? Lyrian murmured, his gaze trailing over the runes. To bury it, to guard it, or to claim it? A long silence passed between us. My thoughts tangled in frost and stone. She's never spoken of it? I asked. Not once, he said. She forbade anyone from coming near. Sent others to die rooting out nearby threats, but left this place untouched. Even I wasn't told what it was, only that if she caught me inside it, I wouldn't be missed. And yet here you are, I muttered. His mouth twitched. Here we are. I studied the pillar again, fingers hovering just above the rune. You are taking a risk bringing me here. I didn't know what else to do, he admitted. You were slipping. He paused. Your magic scared me. Wild, and difficult to read, but also potent. I thought a broken bar. Maybe this place would hold you long enough to satiate you, and if it didn't, then I would have buried you here, he said without hesitation. And sealed the ruin behind me and run. His words didn't sting. They just sat there cold, like everything else around us. I don't know if that's comforting or horrifying. Lyrian gave a soft grunt. Why not both? I huffed, turning from the pillar. You're a real joy. It's been said. We moved deeper into the ruins. Arched ceilings stretched overhead, ribs of stone etched with frost and runes, ancient symbols caught in half-light. My feet moved. Without thought, slow and deliberate. The silence between us shifted again, no longer heavy, just waiting. Then, at last, he asked, what about you? I glanced at him, unsure what he meant. Before all this, he said. Who are you? I hesitated. There wasn't shame, exactly, but there was weight. Elias, I said. That was my name. Lyrian didn't react, just waited. I was a sellsword, I continued. No master, no oaths, just enough steel to keep moving and enough coin to forget why. Why? He asked. With your potential, I am surprised one of the elven clans did not seek you out. Gifted humans seem to be some of their favorite pets now. Because I had to be, I said. Because staying meant being ground down. Because I thought I could be more than what I was born into. I stopped walking, rested a hand against one of the frost-glazed walls. My mother died young, I said. The words came slower now, not heavier but careful. Too young to see what we became. Lyrian didn't interrupt. My father was a soldier, one of the border legions. He came back from the war with more scars than skin. Didn't talk much after that. When he did a broken bar I hesitated, eyes tracing the edges of the rune. It was usually with his fists or whatever he could grab. A breath slipped from between my teeth. I didn't realize how tight my jaw had been until I let it go. One night, he shattered a bottle across my face. I still remember the sound more than the pain. I tapped my temple absent-mindedly. Didn't stick around after that. Lyrian's expression didn't change. But he listened. Truly listened. It was in the way his body stilled. The way his eyes never wandered. I ran, I said. Thought I'd make something of myself. Thought I'd be strong enough to come back for her. Lyrian tilted his head, just slightly. My sister, I added. She was just a kid. And I left her behind. Silence settled between us again, a different kind this time. Regret crawled up my throat like bile. I told myself I'd earn enough to get her out, that I'd find a place for us. But the longer I was gone, the easier it became to just a broken bar keep going. The rune beneath my hand felt colder. I never went back. Lyrian didn't offer pity, just silence. I told myself I'd find something better, something real. But I never did. One job turned into 10 into years. Somewhere along the way, I forgot I was supposed to stop. I looked down at my fingers. The hand was hers, but still, I couldn't help but remember the feeling of steel in my hand. But I wasn't a good person, Lyrian. I didn't help people. I didn't fight for causes. I fought for food, shelter, gold. Then you lived, he said simply. Barely, I muttered. And not well. That doesn't make you weak, he said. It makes you human. I gave him a look. Was that a compliment? He shrugged. Take it however you want. I smiled. Barely. Then let it fade. So what now? Lyrian turned away from the wall and gestured toward the hall. Now, we teach you how not to lose yourself. To magic. To magic. The cold had no bite. It wrapped around me like an old skin, tight, familiar, almost forgotten. 10 years, give or take. Long enough for the cold to stop feeling like punishment. Long enough to forget what warmth used to mean. I moved through the halls with quiet steps, each one echoing off the frost-laced walls like a drumbeat beneath the stone. Nothing hunted me now. Nothing dared. I'd spent nearly a decade carving silence into its halls, long enough that the echoes felt like mine. I adjusted the cloak draped over my shoulders, stitched from the pelts of cave walkers and horned crawlers, rough and patchy, but warm. Bones clinked faintly at my hip. The jawbone I carried was heavy in my grasp, reinforced by runes I'd etched myself with steady hands and borrowed words. It wasn't pretty, but it hadn't broken. Not yet. Frost bloomed beneath my bare feet with each step. It didn't spread far, animated just enough to let the ruins know I was there. I passed a shattered mirror of ice and caught a glimpse of my reflection. I didn't stop, but I looked. White hair, ragged and tangled. Eyes still too bright, too sharp. The face that stared back was thinner, older, but not old. Not grown. I didn't know how to describe it or how to explain the ache in my chest when I looked at that body. Still developing. Still wrong. I pulled the cloak tighter across my chest and kept walking. The halls here were quieter than before. The creatures had fled or hidden deeper, sensing something in me that hadn't existed when I arrived. A pulse. A weight. I couldn't feel the second heartbeat anymore, but I could feel the absence of it. Like an echo buried beneath my skin. Magic stirred differently now. I used it without thinking. A ripple through my legs to leap farther. A flicker of strength in my arms to lift stone that once pinned me. Not spells or no grand gestures or flares of frost, just motion. Control. But it wasn't easy. Ranged magic slipped through my fingers like water. Elemental control. Chaotic at best. And every time I tried to pull power from the air, it fought me like it didn't trust me. Maybe it was right. Still, the runes helped. Lyrian's teachings had stuck, carved into my memory like they had been carved into the walls. Etch, shape, bind, repeat. Each symbol a tether, a tool. I stopped before a door half buried in ice. It loomed tall, twice my height. Faint markings lined its edges, older than even the other runes I'd studied. I couldn't read them, not yet. But they hummed when I got close. Not loudly, enough for me to feel it in my teeth. I didn't try to force it open. Not yet. Instead, I turned back into the hall, jawbone in hand, eyes scanning the darkness ahead. I hadn't come here to conquer the ruins. I'd come to understand them. The path twisted downward, steeper now, the ground sloping in long, jagged steps carved into the stone. I moved carefully, letting my fingers brush the wall as I descended. Ice clung to every surface, but I'd stopped slipping weeks ago. The frost knew me now, or maybe I'd just stopped noticing the cold. My breath fogged briefly before vanishing. No wind reached this deep, only stillness. My footfalls echoed longer than they should have, like the space ahead stretched wider than I could see. The light faded, but I didn't summon flame. Instead, I tapped the side of the jawbone weapon. The rune carved along the curve pulsed on a faint, ghostly blue ear, and the glow spread outward like veins down the bone. Cold light, soft and pale, casting long shadows across the frostbitten floor. Just enough to see, no more. Lyrian warned me not to overuse it. Reinforcement, not replacement, he said. The jaw wouldn't last if I tried to force too much power through it. I didn't want to lose it, not yet. I passed beneath a low arch where the ceiling dipped too close for anything larger than me to pass without crawling. The stone here was different, less worn. No statues, no signs of battle or habitation, just quiet. And runes, they lined the walls in strange patterns, ones I hadn't seen before. Not the clean script Lyrian showed me, not the ones that hummed with familiar magic. These were older, thicker, uneven, less like writing, more like ear-broken bar scars. They pulsed faintly as I passed, but didn't react to my presence. Good. I didn't want to know what would happen if they did. The passage opened into a chamber. Not a throne room, not a council space like the others, but something smaller. Narrow pillars surrounded a wide, circular floor etched with a pattern I didn't recognize. In the center sat a pedestal of black stone, covered in frost, with something resting atop it. A tablet? I stepped closer. The runes on its surface had been carved with care, not the scratchy, scarred kind I'd just passed. These were deliberate, sharp, but not draconic. I reached toward it, then hesitated. A flicker of something moved across the surface, like breath or thought. I pulled my hand back. Not yet. I circled the pedestal, eyes scanning the room. The deeper I went, the heavier the silence became. Not dead silence, or watching silence. Like the ruin itself was holding its breath again. Like it remembered what I was, or what I might become. I glanced at my fingers again, still small, still slim. The curve of my wrist too delicate. My arms stronger than they looked, but still wrong. I pulled the cloak tighter again. Tucked a loose lock of white hair behind my ear. My skin prickled where it brushed my shoulder. Still not used to it. Still not used to her. I turned back to the pedestal. The rune closest to me glowed. Just once, like it knew I'd made a decision. I reached out. The air around the tablet didn't shift. No pulse of resistance. No warning. Just frost. Dust. Stillness. My fingers brushed the edge. Painful, not sharp, but deep, like biting down on something too cold, too solid. My magic recoiled before I could even summon it. Not violently, not angrily, just a broken bar gone. Like the tablet refused to recognize me, I drew back with a hiss and stared down at the runes. They didn't flash, they didn't burn, they didn't care. I wasn't ready, or I wasn't worthy, or maybe it simply wasn't mine to take. My grip tightened on the jawbone. Weeks of wandering, hunting, etching runes, surviving, becoming, and still though it wasn't enough, I grit my teeth. My hand dropped to the side of the pedestal, claws flexing against stone. My chest rose and fell with each breath. Tight now, hotter. Magic stirred beneath my skin, a static crackle building behind my ribs. Why won't you work? I slammed the jawbone down against the pedestal. The rune pulse flared, overcharged, and then backlashed in a shriek of frost and pressure. Stone cracked, ice shattered outward, webbing across the chamber floor. A deep rumble echoed from the ceiling, then fractured. I looked up. A sheet of frozen stone dropped near the entrance, missing me by inches. Sheeta! I turned and ran. The chamber began to collapse behind me, a slow, at first, then faster, chunks of ceiling breaking loose as runes along the walls sparked and died. One of the columns buckled, frost exploded outward. I slipped between the narrow arch just as the hallway behind me was buried in rubble. Everything went still. My breathing thundered in my ears. The jawbone pulsed faintly in my grip, overdrawn but intact. A long crack ran along the inner edge. I'd have to reinforce it again if it didn't break first. I looked back once. Nothing but ice and ruin. Then I turned and began the climb. By the time I reached the upper halls, the cold felt heavier again, like the fortress was disappointed, like it knew I had failed to understand. Again, I kept moving, upward. Familiar corridors now. Half-collapsed doorways and widened paths where I'd carved away the frost. Until finally, I stepped into a room that had long since become mine. The air smelled of old smoke and frozen marrow. Tattered hides were strung between ancient ribs of bones lashed together to form crude support beams. The skin of creatures I had torn apart in my earliest days here hung across the far wall, stitched together into something vaguely resembling a tent flap. A circle of smoothed stone marked the fire pit, unlit. The broodmother's skull was gone, cleared away, but her kin, their bones remained, shaped, used. I dropped the jawbone beside the fire pit and sat down heavily. My muscles ached not from the sprint, but from restraint. The magic still buzzed beneath my skin, half awake, half feral. I didn't trust it. I didn't trust myself. I stared at the wall for a long moment. My cloak slipped from one shoulder. I didn't fix it. Just let the cold settle in again. Not biting. Not kind. Just the watching. I let the silence stretch. Let the cold seep back into my skin. Not out of comfort but clarity. That tablet hadn't rejected me violently. It hadn't flared or struck or tried to drain me. It had ignored me. That was worse. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, fingers steepled. My breath slipped out to no fog. Just cold, quiet air. Why didn't it respond? Was it the way I reached for it? The lack of control, of command? Or was it something else entirely? Draconic blood, I thought. Too much of it, too little control. Maybe these ruins didn't recognize me as anything but an invader. A thief. Even now, after nearly a decade, I hadn't learned their language. Not really. Lyrian had carved runes with confidence and precision, even without knowing where they came from. He made magic speak through discipline. Centuries of it. I had years. Barely 10. I scoffed and sank deeper into my seat, spine resting against bone-laced walls. The jawbone hummed beside me, dim, cracked, but still whole. A few more hits and it wouldn't be. Just like me. I closed my eyes, let the frustration drain out between clenched teeth, forced my magic to still and not sleep, just a broken bar sit, settle. I'd failed today. But that didn't mean I'd stop. I couldn't. A faint tug whispered across my awareness. My eyes snapped open. It wasn't the ruin. It was me. One of the warning runes I'd etched to the edge of the hall it ripped. I stood before I could think. One blinker and I blurred into motion, body low, cloak sweeping back. The jawbone was already in my hand. Runes along its length flared with soft blue light. A shadow moved beyond the arch. I waited, balanced on the balls of my feet. And then Lyrian stepped around the corner, unhurried, unbothered. His cloak dusted with frost. His gaze cool as ever. The grown creature once a pupa trotted in behind him, eyes catching the dim light. I didn't lower the weapon. Not yet. I was hoping you wouldn't bring the ceiling down on yourself, he said dryly, but I've known you long enough not to get my hopes up. I exhaled slowly, no mist curling from my lips. My fingers relaxed just enough for the jawbone to dip. I was restrained, I said. You should have seen what I wanted to do. His smile didn't reach his eyes. I've imagined worse. The tension drained not entirely, but enough for the cold to creep in again. I stepped back toward the fire pit, jawbone still in hand. You felt the backlash. I felt it, he said, stepping inside. Figured only one thing down here could aggravate you off that much. I didn't answer, because he was right. He moved further into the chamber and lowered himself to sit across from me. The creature beside him circled once before curling up near the fire pit. Frostbite, he had named her. Its tail twitched. I leaned back, jawbone resting across my knees. I think I'm missing something, I said at last. Lyrian didn't look surprised. You usually are. That's how learning works. I gave him a dry look. Helpful. He smirked faintly. I pulled the cracked jawbone into my lap and began carving a fresh symbol near the hilt. Because clearly, I muttered, I'm not overcompensating enough. The rune hissed faintly. That was new. Lyrian struck flint to tinder, coaxing a glow to life beneath a bundle of hide and old bone splinters. It pulsed faintly, casting ghostly shadows against the frost-slick walls. I watched in silence as he worked, the scent of scorched hair and marrow curling into the air. "I found a pedestal," I said. He didn't look up, but I saw the flick of one ear. There was a tablet on it. Old runes, sharp ones, not draconic. He fed the glow another bone fragment. I tried to activate it. It ignored me. Still no reaction, so I hit it. Now he paused, just for a breath. "Of course you did." "It felt better than walking away," I muttered, folding my arms. The glow burned bright now. It cast a pale shimmer across his face. As he turned to the snow-packed stone beside the pit, with 2 fingers, he began tracing runes into the frost. The shapes were familiar, repetitive curves, lines that looped back on themselves. "Say it," he said, not looking at me. I rolled my eyes but spoke. "Runes shape magic, line by line. Sequences guide and must align. They need a source to stay alive, a vessel strong, or none survive." "Good," he said softly. "Now tell me what went wrong." "With the tablet?" He waited. I sighed. "He's going to drag this out no matter what." "Maybe hitting it was a bad idea." "That part's obvious. Continue." I leaned forward, elbows resting on my knees. The runes looked intact, nothing broken or decayed. Maybe the tablet didn't have enough power, or maybe it couldn't hold what it needed anymore. Lyrian nodded. "Or maybe you didn't give it enough." My mouth twitched. It didn't exactly ask nicely. He looked up from the rune he'd drawn. "It didn't recognize your magic." I didn't answer. "You leak energy," he said bluntly. "Your magic spills out in every direction the moment you tap into it. You lack focus, precision." "I know. I taught you runes to contain that power," he continued, "to guide it. But even then, you rely on brute force, not structure." I didn't bother answering. At this point this discussion had become a daily occurrence. "Maybe something is wrong with me?" "You're not broken," he said after a moment, voice low. "You just haven't had time." I looked up. "How does he do that?" The pale light danced along the faint crack in the jawbone beside me. "Time." The word echoed like frost settling over old wounds. "How much?" I asked, though I already knew. "A few hundred years," Lyrian said, like it was nothing. "By then, you'll start to grasp your natural magic." "Start?" I echoed bitterly. I clenched my jaw, fingers curling against my knee. I looked to a section of polished ice at my reflection. She wouldn't have needed that long. She wouldn't have struggled. Wouldn't have hesitated. Would have known. But she's not me. "You're still bleeding power the moment you draw on it," Lyrian went on. "It's like trying to cup water with broken hands. Runes help us shaping it, limiting it. But it's a crutch. A good one, but not the end goal." I didn't respond. The magic had always felt like pressure behind my ribs, waiting to crack me open. Sometimes I thought I heard it whispering, it too faint to understand, too sharp to ignore. Lyrian turned the snow beside the glow smooth again and leaned back. "Runes are still worth knowing. They're precise, durable, and for more minor effects, they're practical no matter how strong you become." I nodded slightly. "Efficient tools, not replacements." There was a pause. Then Lyrian said, "I was one of the last." I blinked. "Of what?" "The northern clans." He said it plainly, as though it held no weight at all. I sat straighter. "What happened?" He didn't flinch. "Your mother was thorough. There was a broken bar treachery. The clans broke trust. She culled them. I was spared." I stared at him. "Because you were loyal?" "Because I told her who wasn't," he said. "And she gave me a gift in return." My brow furrowed. "What kind of gift?" He looked at me but he didn't answer. Instead, he glanced toward the snow, his gaze distant. "Elves used to write with magic before we used words. Children traced power in sand and snow. Runes were our lullabies, our prayers. Everything began with intention." His voice had shifted, formal, quiet. "He's avoiding the question." I shifted again, restless. Why am I always so impatient now? 10 years should have made me calmer, stronger, older. But instead, I felt raw beneath the skin. My thoughts churned too fast. My control frayed quicker than it should. Is it her instincts, her way of feeling everything too much, too fast? Lyrian's voice continued as if he didn't notice. "We weren't strong like dragons. We didn't live forever. But we understood the world better than most. We listened to the silence beneath the earth. We followed the old winds. We survived." He trailed off. His ear twitched just once, barely visible, but I caught it. "Something's wrong." Lyrian's hand dipped into his cloak. When it returned, He held a leather-wrapped bundle, a worn book, a flat disc marked with 4 precise runes. He held them out to me. "Take these." I hesitated. "Why?" "I don't trust myself to keep them safe anymore." "Not down here." I frowned. "And you trust me?" His gaze didn't falter. "More than you think." I reached forward slowly, closing my fingers around the bundle. The disc thrummed once, faint and cold. "But why gift this to me now?" "Yeah." A gust of frozen air swept through the chamber. The temperature plummeted, and then her voice. "You won't need to hold it for long." It was like ice cracking through stone, clear, brutal, impossible to ignore. I froze. No warning, no footfalls, no flicker of presence. Even the runes hadn't stirred. Frostbite's hackles rose, a low growl rumbling in her chest. I was already turning, jawbone in hand. Elyssia stood just inside the archway, still, pale. Her braid hung over one shoulder, white as the frost clinging to her skin. She didn't look at the beast. Didn't acknowledge the tension, or the weapon in my grip. Like none of it mattered. Like I didn't matter. "You're late," she said with an icy smile. "But I suppose it takes time to crawl your way out of the dirt." "Elyssia," I muttered. Still standing, she mused, sweeping her gaze down me. "More or less." Lyrian stepped forward. "You should veer." She raised a hand, silencing him with nothing more than a glance. "I'm not here to trade old memories. I'm here to collect her." Her words cut across the room with casual finality. Lyrian hesitated. "I didn't." "You're not collecting anything." Elyssia arched one brow, amused. "Oh? And what exactly do you think you'll do about it?" I moved. She didn't. The jawbone swept toward her in a wide arc, sharp, fast, deliberate. She caught it. 2 fingers. That was all. A twist of her wrist and the weapon snapped at the runes, splitting down the carved spine. The crack echoed off the walls like a bone breaking. She released the fragments. They hit the ground at my feet, steaming faintly with spent magic. Frostbite's growl deepened, but she didn't advance. Neither did I. "You need to learn," Elyssia said coldly, "to control your temper around your betters." My hands trembled. Not from fear, from rage. She turned toward the tunnel, her dress trailing frost in her wake. "Your time in the hatchery is over. Clean yourself up. You're expected." She didn't wait for an answer, didn't even look back, and I hated her for it. Lyrian remained still beside me, silent, his eyes never leaving the path she took. When he finally spoke, it was barely more than a whisper. She didn't even flinch. I stared down at the ruined jawbone at my feet. Neither did I. I didn't move. The cold still clung to the walls, thick and silent, but the tension hanging in the air felt heavier than frost. Elyssia waited by the tunnel mouth, arms crossed, her braids swaying like a rope of pale flame. She didn't even turn to check if I was following. When it became clear I wasn't, she finally glanced back. "Of course you're going to make this difficult," she stated. "She thinks I'll just fall in line. That I'll obey just because I'm told to." My thoughts tried to weigh the moment. We were alone, mostly outmatched. Definitely. I had nothing left but Frostbite and Lyriana, and even he looked uncertain. Still, part of me hesitated, tried to reason, but she didn't. The part of me I hated, the one I didn't understand, the one that snarled when pride was wounded. My mouth moved before I could stop it. "Careful, Elyssia. Keep looking down on everyone, and one day, you won't see the blade until it's in your gut." Frostbite stirred beside me, her ears pinned. Even the cold seemed to flinch. Elyssia turned fully this time, slowly. Her eyes glittered with quiet amusement, cold and gleaming like cracked ice. Lyrian's voice came from behind me, calm. "Tired? Enough. Just go." I didn't turn to look at him. "What about Lyrian?" I asked, my gaze still locked on hers. She didn't hesitate. "He's not your concern." I didn't move. The cold still clung to the walls, thick and silent, but the tension hanging in the air felt heavier than frost. Elyssia waited by the tunnel mouth, arms crossed, her braids swaying like a rope of pale flame. She didn't even turn to check if I was following. When it became clear I wasn't, she finally glanced back. "Of course you're going to make this difficult," she stated. "She thinks I'll just fall in line. That I'll obey just because I'm told to." My thoughts tried to weigh the moment. We were alone, mostly outmatched. Definitely. I had nothing left but Frostbite and Lyriana, and even he looked uncertain. Still, part of me hesitated, tried to reason, but she didn't. The part of me I hated, the one I didn't understand, the one that snarled when pride was wounded. My mouth moved before I could stop it. Careful, Vilith. Keep looking down on everyone and one day, you won't see the blade until it's in your gut. Frostbite stirred beside me, her ears pinned. Even the cold seemed to flinch. Vilith turned fully this time, slowly. Her eyes glittered with quiet amusement, a cold and gleaming like cracked ice. Lyrian's voice came from behind me, calm. Tired. Enough, just go. I didn't turn to look at him. What about Lyrian? I asked, my gaze still locked on hers. She didn't hesitate. He's not your concern. That burned more than it should have. I clenched my fists. Vilith turned again and began walking without another word. The frost beneath her feet parted like it obeyed her. I didn't want to follow, but I did. The tunnel swallowed her silhouette in moments. I let the silence hang longer than I needed to, then pushed forward, every step heavier than the last. Frostbite padded ahead, ears low, tail flicking with caution. I envied how easy it was for her, uncomplicated. Just walk, just breathe. We emerged into a chamber of smooth, glacial ice. The hatchery. The room was massive, yet tall enough to swallow a mountain. Every surface gleamed, not like stone, but like still water frozen in the moment it remembered movement. And above, carved in precise, deliberate symmetry, was the exit. A circular shaft straight up into the palace above. I squinted, saw the shimmer of the structure looming over it, frozen arches, pale towers, unreachable. That's how they get out. Fly up. Simple. My stomach twisted. She knows I can't shift. She brought me this way anyway. Vilith didn't look at me. She strode to the far wall and pressed her palm flat against the ice. The wall didn't crack, but instead, it unfolded. Light pulsed outward from her fingers, runes lighting in a ripple, elegant and effortless. The ice pulled apart like breath exhaled too long. Cold spilled from the gap, soft and slow. Power radiated through the chamber. Not violence. Control. My magic stirred in response. That second heartbeat tight behind my ribs throbbed. After all these years. Not now. I clenched my jaw and shoved it back into silence. She stepped through the opening without a word. I followed, too proud not to, too tired not to. The tunnel beyond curved upward. The walls shimmered faintly, lit from within like veins pulsing with frost. We didn't speak, and I was fine with that. But of course, she couldn't leave it alone. So, her voice echoed slightly. Still pouting? I kept walking. That's what you got from that? You sulk like someone who thought biting would earn praise. I didn't bite. You tried. A small smile tugged at her mouth. Smug. Always smug. You've got fire, just no control. It's messy. Is that your way of complimenting me? Don't mistake that for a compliment. She flicked her braid over her shoulder. I'm only doing this because Mother said to. Of course she is. The tunnel straightened. The air changed again, heavier, older, like the pressure of being watched by something too old to care who you are. I felt it settle on my skin, in my bones. Vilith stopped at a door etched with soft silver runes and turned her head slightly. You are not setting foot in the palace looking like that. I looked down at my fur, scarred leather, rough stitching, bloodstains that never quite came out. I survived in this. You're not in a ruin anymore. That look won't survive 5 seconds up here. Her tone didn't change. Now you have to look like something they can't laugh at. Do you want me to look intimidating? Or pretty? She snorted. They're dragons. They respect power. They remember beauty. She nudged the door open. And they'll smell fear the moment you try to hide behind either. I stepped inside before I could answer. The dressing chamber was bright with reflected light, racks of fine robes, half-armored mantles, silks embroidered with house sigils and rune-threaded sashes that shimmered when they moved. I hated all of it. This is excessive, I muttered. You're representing a bloodline that barely tolerates you. Try not to embarrass us. I turned toward her. You mean yours? Ours. She said it too easily. Mother made you. She chose to. That makes you ours whether you like it or not. My throat tightened. She made me. That doesn't mean she wanted me. I walked to one of the racks and pulled a plain robe from it, dark blue, no ornament, heavier fabric. I turned my back and started to strip. Cold air kissed the skin beneath the furs. My arms, my waist, the curve of my hips. I flinched. This still doesn't feel right. The silence behind me stretched. Elyssia didn't say anything, but I knew she was watching. The new robe slid over my arms, hugging differently than I expected. Tight at the ribs, softer around the chest. Too soft. I fumbled with the sash. It didn't sit where it should. My fingers hesitated over the knot. Why is this so difficult? It's just fabric. It's just dressing. But it wasn't. The mirror to my left caught a glimpse of me, just a blur, just a shape. Still not him. Still not her. Just this. I turned slowly. Elyssia raised an eyebrow. Is that supposed to be tied? Or did you give up halfway through? I tensed. It's fine. It's a disaster. She moved forward before I could stop her. Here, hold still. Her hands adjusted the sash, tugging sharply. You're supposed to wrap this higher, not like you're trying to flatten yourself. I pulled back slightly. I didn't ask for your help. If I didn't, you'd walk out there looking like a joke. Her voice lowered just a touch. You're trembling. I looked away. It's not the cold. She finished tying the knot and stepped back. There, almost presentable. I glanced at my reflection again. The girl in the robe looked too polished, too clean, too much like something I didn't know how to be. I don't like this, I muttered. I didn't either, the first time. Her tone had softened. Only a little. But you'll wear it, because walking in the looking like prey is worse. I hesitated, then nodded once. This doesn't feel like armor. It feels like costume. But I kept the robe on, and followed her toward the palace anyway. The corridor narrowed as we walked, but the ceiling rose. I tugged at the sash again, fingers brushing the fabric where it cinched across my waist. Still too tight. The robe pressed against places I didn't want to feel, draped over curves I hadn't asked for. It wasn't armor. It wasn't protection. I am exposed, and I hated how aware of it I was. Do I smell like smoke? The thought came sharp, uninvited. Marrow, stale water, old blood. It shouldn't matter. But surrounded by robes like spun glass, it did. I tried to brush the feeling away, but it clung tighter than the silk. The hallway opened without warning. I stepped into a room so large it didn't feel real. The ceiling vanished into misted arches above, too high to track. Walls shimmered with rune-etched frost, alive with subtle motion. The light wasn't firelight, or moonlight, just cold, blue glow, pouring in from nowhere, from everywhere. Dozens of figures filled the space, each one dressed in perfect precision. No scars, no dirt. Everything in place. It took me a moment to remember what they had been called. Visage forms, all of them. Each dragon wearing their chosen face like a second skin. Younger ones, maybe, or older, impossible to tell. Their magic clung to the air in threads, almost invisible. I slowed. They turned. Not all at once, but enough. Their eyes found me curious, cold, and quiet, measuring, some with faint amusement, others with something closer to disdain. I could feel their magic pressing in towards my core, but suddenly hit a wall. Elyssia shielded me with her own. As she did, she eyed each one of them as if waiting for a challenge. They all looked away, though a few kept their eyes on me with a predatory gaze. The robe felt tighter again, too warm now. My steps lost rhythm. Gods, I can feel them staring. Elyssia didn't break stride. At the far end of the chamber, past the lines of well-dressed dragons and the hush of too many watching eyes, sat three figures above the rest, too elevated, silent, unmoving. I didn't recognize two of them, but I felt them. Their magic radiating like two suns, so strong it actually became difficult to notice. Their presence pressed against my ribs like a second gravity, like the cold could watch me now. But the third, a broken bar. She didn't shine, she didn't burn, she didn't need to. Where the others radiated like stars, her presence was colder, heavier. It didn't push out, it pulled everything in. A silence that devoured sound. She coiled atop the highest ledge, her body vast and still, scales like polished white marble glazed with frost. Spines ridged her back in jagged rows. One wing curved slightly inward like a frozen banner. She didn't breathe. She didn't blink. And yet she was the most terrifying thing in the room. Sithris. I felt my body tense and eyes narrow. A second heartbeat, very faint just on the edge of what I could hear. Her gaze hadn't turned toward me, but it didn't have to. I felt here every part of me did. Like the mountain itself had decided to try and crush me. The robe clung tighter. My throat felt too small. My thoughts didn't know whether to scream or go silent. So this is what made me. Not a woman, not even a creature. A walking calamity. I stood there, small and exposed, in a hall carved by monsters. And I stared. I stood beside Valith at the base of the raised platform. The room was quieter, not silent, but reverent. 3 ancients sat above, 2 in visage form. The third wasn't. Sithris. I fought to control my breathing. I couldn't breathe, my heart beginning to beat faster and faster. Don't look away. Don't run. She didn't move, just watched. Her body coiled like frost-bound stone. No breath. No blink, just presence. How is she louder when she's still than anything else I've met? The robe clung tight across my ribs. My heart beat too fast to each thud a warning. My fingers twitched against the fabric, itching to pull the thing off. At least the second heartbeat was silent. Coward, a part of me thought. Another thought, I want to live. Valith didn't look at me, but her voice came low, just above a whisper. Don't talk. Not unless they speak to you first. I remember. Sithris turned her head slow and smooth until her gaze found me. Every instinct screamed to lower mine. I didn't. She made me. Let her look. Her eyes held me a moment longer. For some reason, I got the impression she approved. Then she turned, speaking to the other 2. She stands. The male's voice was calm, like water beneath ice. He studied me without blinking. Unexpected. You've hidden her well, Sithris, the female murmured. Even we thought the hatchery lay dormant. Sithris didn't turn her head. She was not ready. And now she is? A pause. She will learn. Those words weren't reassurance. They were a statement of fact. It's unlike you to keep blood so quiet. The male tilted his head, watching me more intently. I had heard whispers, but not this. Sithris's wings shifted barely. She carries my scent. My blood. She is mine. No one questioned it, not out loud. Frost crept along the edges of the dais beneath her claws. Silence stretched. She has presence, the female finally offered. Rough, but not without promise. The rest can be shaped, the male said. Then his gaze flicked to mine, and for the first time, he spoke directly. Welcome, daughter of Sithris. You enter under heavy eyes, but not hostile ones, the female added. Be seen, be measured. Their tones weren't warm, but they weren't cruel either. Just hold. Valith stepped forward and bowed, arms spread wide with smooth precision. I mirrored the gesture, not perfectly. A beat late. My hands felt awkward, the movement too stiff. But I did it. When I rose, none of them were looking at me anymore. Not even Sithris. Mother. No. Not mother. Sithris nodded her head slightly. With that, Valith turned and walked toward the crowd of dragons as I followed. Her presence prodding me to follow. I followed Valith through the shifting tide of bodies and voices, my steps steady but unsure. She moved like the floor belonged to her. Like the air bent a little when she passed. Her braid caught the light, silver white against layers of deep frost blue fabric. Each dragon she approached bowed their head just enough, the bare minimum. Nothing wasted. She gave names. I nodded. Sometimes she spoke for me, other times she didn't. When one older dragon offered me a sharp nod, Valith glanced at me sideways, then bumped her elbow into mine. I blinked. Then it clicked. Oh, right. I should bow. I dipped lower, not a perfect gesture, just stiff enough to feel wrong in my limbs. The front of the robe shifted, loosening over the chest. Not enough to expose, but enough to make me tense. I felt too soft in it. Too visible. The dragon gave the faintest twitch of a smile but said nothing. I straightened, heat prickling along the back of my neck. The last time I bowed like that was to some puffed-up merchant lord who thought sellsword meant servant. This feels the same. I glanced at the crowd around us, visage forms polished like porcelain, each one gliding through the room like they'd rehearsed the scene 1,000 times. I watched as dragons pretended to be people, elves, nobles. Is that where human court came from? Did we learn it from them? Or did they just copy us and make it look better? I adjusted the sash again, not for comfort but to stop myself from feeling the curve beneath it, as if that would make it vanish. Still tight, still unfamiliar. The robe clung like it belonged here more than I did. Vlith moved on without a word. I followed. We barely made it past another group when a smooth, too-sharp voice sliced through the air like a knife wrapped in silk. Vlith. She stopped cold. Her shoulders twitched, just enough to be noticed. A woman stood a few paces ahead, flanked by attendants in crystalline silver. Her smile was curved just slightly, like a crescent blade. Nothing friendly about it. Lady Saraith, Vlith said, her voice all frost and civility. I hadn't realized you'd finally returned, Saraith replied, eyes drifting lazily to me and then back, or that you'd brought such interesting company. I sighed. I see where this is going. Vlith's lips twitched, too much teeth for a real smile. I don't recall sending word to the help. Saraith's brow lifted, amused. Still as sharp, though it's rude to leave your guest unattended. She can manage, Vlith said. Then to me, quiet but clipped, stay here. Don't wander. Then she was gone, stepping into Saraith's gravity like it was some old, worn-out game they both still played. I stood there, alone. Well, not alone. Dragons moved all around me. Beautiful, tall, perfect. None of them looked like they bled. None of them looked like me. I tried not to shift on my feet, tried not to pick at the fabric around my stomach. But the sash still dug in too tight, and the air still smelled like frost and polished egos. It's just a room full of people who could kill me with a thought. My hands stayed at my sides, clenched. I focused on the carvings in the wall. Runes, inlaid patterns older than most kingdoms. The whole palace was like that, like someone took pride in making it beautiful, but colder for it. I hate this. Everything about this. The stairs, the weight of the air, the way the robe clung to a body I still didn't know how to carry. I breathed slow, steady, tried to slow the feeling of a rising tension. 10 years in that fortress, alone except for Frostbite and Lyrian. No voices but theirs, no mirrors, no eyes on me. And now, I was paraded in front of ancients, introduced like some rare artifact, dragged up from the deep, told to bow, to wear this, to act like I belonged. I felt my frustration growing along with hers. For once we are in agreement. I don't belong. I was Elias, a sellsword. I bled for coin and moved on before names stuck. I wasn't soft. I wasn't proper. I wasn't a broken bar. My hands itched again. I fought the urge to pull at the sash, to tear the robe off and walk out bare. Now how would Cithras explain that one away? Mother. I looked over my shoulder. Vlith and Saraith were still circling each other with words sharp enough to draw blood. It didn't seem like it would end soon. My shoulders sagged. I'd rather be back in the fortress carving my runes, even listening to Lyrian drone on about some lesson I had failed to learn. I turned back toward the door we had entered from. She said to stay, but will anyone really stop me if I don't? I began crossing the room, careful not to make eye contact. I didn't want attention. I just wanted a "You don't look like you want to be here, TSK." The voice wasn't sharp, it was given in an open manner, requesting banter. I turned slightly, enough to see my conversation partner. He stood just far enough not to crowd me, but close enough that it was clearly intentional. A young dragon, or young compared to the others, at least a visage form held perfectly, golden brown hair tied back in a loose knot, a green and gold robe with features striking in that effortless way that didn't feel rehearsed. Handsome. Stunned by my thought, I didn't answer. He didn't seem offended. Terran, he said after a pause. Son of Havren. Who? I blurted out without thinking. His brow lifted slightly. Lord Havren, he said, unoffended. One of the ancients on the dais. The one who spoke first. Right. The calm one. The one who looked at me like a cracked blade someone still considered worth sharpening. I cleared my throat. Apologies. I wasn't a broken bar properly introduced. He smiled at that, not mocking. No offense taken. Okay. Good. Still alive. He offered a slight bow of his own, giving a formal introduction. Terran, son of Havren. I straightened a little, tried to mimic the polite tones I'd heard other dragons using. It's a broken bar, an honor to meet you, Lord Terran. I hesitated, the words twisting. "I am honored to stand in your presence." His head tilted just enough to make it obvious he caught it. The effort, the stiffness. "You don't have to do that." "Do what?" "That." He waved a hand gently in my direction. The voice, the posture. "I've heard it enough times tonight, and frankly, you're bad at it." I blinked, then frowned. "I'm trying." "I noticed," he said, still easy. "Didn't say it was a bad thing, just unnecessary." I looked away, jaw tightening. "Unnecessary, maybe to you. But what else was I supposed to do?" Everyone here walked like they were carved from crystal and moonlight. Every step, every gesture, perfect. Practiced. And then there was me, a weapon dulled at the edges and wrapped in silk. "I don't belong here," I muttered. "Neither do half the ones pretending they do," Terran replied, leaning casually against the nearest column like he hadn't just said something treasonous. "At least you're not pretending well." I gave him a look. "Is that supposed to be comforting?" He shrugged. "It's honest." I studied him more closely now. He didn't stand like the others, didn't pose. There was polish in his movement, but not the kind that came from hours in front of mirrors. His smile was lopsided, a little too real. "What's his angle?" "Are you always this forward?" I asked. He grinned. "Only when someone looks like they're about to rip their own clothes off and bolt." Heat rushed up my neck. "I wasn't." "Weren't you?" His eyes flicked briefly to my hand still gripping the sash, then back up to my face. "Looked like it from here." I forced my hand to drop. "It doesn't fit." "The robe?" I didn't answer, because it wasn't just the robe. It was everything. This body, this name, this room. It reminded me of a time I crashed a victory celebration I had been dragged to with Alaric. He had insisted I attend as his guest. A smile crept out on my lips despite myself. Yet he still invited me to another, a good friend. "I don't do court," I said after a moment. "Clearly," he said with a soft laugh. Then, after a beat, "Still, it's refreshing to meet a princess from your line who doesn't act like she owns the mountain." "A broken bar princess?" The word caught in my throat, came out smaller than I meant it to, like I was testing the shape of it on my tongue. Terran grinned. "You really didn't know?" I didn't answer. I wasn't sure I could. He followed my gaze as it drifted to the dais, to the three coiled figures above the crowd. Dragons, not in disguise. Cithras, carved in frost and shadow, unmoving, watching. My mother. The others, still. Terrible in scale, regal in a way that had nothing to do with robes or titles. "They all saw it," Terran said quietly. "She claimed you, here, in front of all of us." Then, softer, "And that makes you Dragavitha." A word I didn't recognize. But something in me did. Like a thread pulling tight in my chest. I turned my head, just enough to look at him. He didn't smirk this time. "She was consort to the last emperor," he said, nodding toward Cithras. "Which makes you a..." "Don't," I muttered. "A princess." He finished anyway, lips twitching. I stared at him. Not angry, just tired. Processing. "A broken bar, so does that mean Cithras is a what, a queen?" I asked. The word felt awkward in my mouth. Terran raised a brow, just slightly. "Number." "She was the emperor's consort." "There hasn't been a queen since before the fracture." "Why did that matter?" "I didn't know." "Ah, yes," I muttered, brushing it off. Terran shifted his stance slightly, angled just enough toward me to signal something new. "Walk with me?" I didn't move. Every part of me screamed number. Not because of him, necessarily, but because of what followed. The crowd, the bows, the polite games, the hidden knives. I'd barely survived 5 minutes alone, and now I was supposed to play along with this court crawl, escorted by some heir with a smile too sharp for comfort. I glanced toward the nearest corridor. I could probably slip out. Maybe find my way back to the chambers, or to Valith, or just somewhere quiet. But that would cause a scene. And if I fled now, they'd remember it. "You're Elias," I thought. "You used to fight your way out of worse situations than this." But back then, Alaric was beside me. He always knew how to talk, how to pivot. I just had to stand behind him and scowl. I didn't have that now. I let out a slow breath, then nodded. "I'd love to," I said flatly. Terran laughed, unbothered. "That convincing tone will carry you far," he stated sarcastically. He stepped forward, waiting just long enough to make sure I followed. I did because there wasn't really another choice. The crowd parted around him. At first, I thought it was just courtesy, deference to some ancient son. But they gave him a wide berth, too wide, just like with my sister. They bowed, too, or nodded. Eyes lingered longer than they should have. Some curious, some cautious. Was this about him? Or me? I adjusted the sash again, tugging it just slightly tighter across my ribs, as if that would anchor me. Terran slowed near a marble column etched with coiling runes, pausing just before a small circle of younger nobles. Their conversation tapered off the moment we arrived. Polished expressions turned toward us like shutters swinging open. One of them stood at the center, taller than the others, even in visage form. He wasn't in robes like Terran or the rest of the room, but something more martial. A layered mantle of black and crimson over structured armor, every piece too perfectly fitted to be ceremonial. Nice. His eyes met mine, sharp, cool, measured. Terran gestured between us. Elyssia, this is Cullen, firstborn of Vorak. I blinked. Did I tell him my name? I didn't remember doing that. Terran just smiled like nothing had happened. Cullen inclined his head in a shallow bow. It's an honor, daughter of Sithris. His voice was smoother than I expected. Not cold, but deliberate, formal, like every syllable had been chosen, weighed, and spoken with care. I dipped my head in return. It's a broken bar. Good to meet you, Lord Cullen. The other nobles around us exchanged glances but said nothing. Cullen turned his gaze back to Terran. You're moving quickly. Terran's grin widened. I'm being polite. That's new. Terran let out a laugh. Give me a little credit. We're all trying to make a good impression tonight. Cullen's eyes flicked back to me. Some of us don't have to try. I wasn't sure if that was a compliment or a warning. They started trading words after that, not idle honors or calculated ones. Each syllable slipped like a dagger wrapped in etiquette, parried with wit and a smile. Terran grinned. Cullen didn't. Names, borders, policy, posturing. I tuned it out. What a waste of breath. I'd spent years carving meaning into stone with runes and blood. This felt like two men fencing with paper. Their version of battle. I'd rather take a real sword to the gut. I glanced toward the edge of the hall, trying not to look like I was looking for escape. The crowd swirled, full of soft silks and sharp glances. Servants moved between them like ghosts. Humans, dwarves, fawn, even something scaled and horned things I didn't have a name for. But no elves. Not one. Lyrian's voice surfaced in my memory, cold and calm. Your mother was thorough. There was a broken bar treachery. The clans broke trust. She culled them. I was spared. My fingers twitched at my side. I stared a moment too long at a passing server with curved horns and downcast eyes. That's when I realized both men had stopped talking. They were looking at me. Oh, gods help me. A broken bar? What? I asked, reflexively annoyed. Terran raised a brow, amused. Cullen, of course, didn't smile. I was asking your opinion, Cullen said smoothly, on whether favor from your line would shift support to the first or second prince. My brain spat out nothing, just white noise. Court speak. Politics, alliances. Why are you even asking me? I've been here 5 minutes and half of that was spent trying not to scream. I could fake it, try to play the part, or I could a broken bar. I sighed softly and gave a polite, shallow nod. I trust your judgment, I said, voice even. You know more than I do. There was a pause. Terran snorted. Not mocking or just surprised. I said it out loud. Cullen's gaze lingered, assessing, maybe disappointed, or just taking note. He studied me a moment longer, then said, you speak plainly. The way he said it, I couldn't tell if it was a criticism or not. I matched his tone. Is that going to be a problem? No, he replied, voice even. It's a broken bar. Not quite a compliment. Not quite neutral, either. His gaze flicked briefly to the others in the circle, then back to me. You'll draw attention, whether you want it or not. Best to decide now what kind. I look forward to it. Then, as if that settled something, he turned away, already done with the conversation. I didn't watch him go. Didn't care to. I'm not in the mood to play these games. The fabric itched against my skin again, too tight in all the wrong places. I adjusted the sasha pointlessly, just to do something with my hands, just to feel like I had control over anything in this place. Why was I still here? I told myself I'd fight, I'd claw and kick and drag my feet the whole way. But here I was bowing, smiling, nodding, playing a game I didn't even know the rules to. What happened to Elias? But the answer never came. Just her. I felt her magic before I saw her. Vlith. Her presence cut through the air like a blade through fog. Calm, controlled, sharp enough to silence a room without raising her voice. She's done for tonight. Her voice was quiet, but final. Terran stepped back. Of course. Rest well, Elyssia. That name still felt foreign. Vlith's hand closed around my arm, gentle, but with intent. I didn't pull away. We left the circle behind, footsteps soft against ancient stone. Down a quieter corridor lit by runes, each one casting pale blue light against smooth walls. Only once the door closed behind us did Vlith let go. You didn't humiliate yourself, she said. That's better than most. Not a compliment. Not quite. Her tone was too flat for that. I didn't answer. Just moved to the nearest bench and dropped onto it, spine folding in like a broken hinge. The robe tugged at my ribs as I sat, then loosened again. I breathed in. Let it go. Vlith didn't sit beside me. Of course not. She stood nearby, arms folded, eyes scanning the corridor like she was still braced for an ambush. Maybe she was. They were watching you, she said after a beat. Every movement, every breath. I noticed. I muttered. You handled it. I scoffed softly. Is that what that was? You didn't run. You didn't snap. You didn't say anything stupider until the end. That earned her a glance. I thought I was being honest. Honest doesn't survive long in these halls, she said. Don't get used to it. I leaned back, tilting my head against the wall behind me. The stone was cool, steady, more real than anything I'd seen in that room. For a few seconds, neither of us said anything. I let the silence stretch. Then, quietly, I asked, did you know about all this before I woke up? Vlith didn't answer right away. Eventually, she said, I was informed. After it was done. Convenient, I murmured. She didn't rise to the bait. My hands curled loosely in my lap. I keep thinking there's going to be a moment where someone pulls me aside and says, hey, here's what this is. Here's what you are now. Here's what you're supposed to do. And it hasn't come. Vlith sighed. You're looking for clarity. That's your first mistake. I'm looking for answers. Same thing. I stared across the corridor, toward a high, narrow window carved into the stone. The night bled through it in darks, blues and silver shadows. I caught a glimpse of the moon. Beautiful, steady, pale. Watching. It was a broken bar, soothing, in a way I didn't expect. How many times had I looked up at that same moon through human eyes, not knowing what waited beneath it? How do you do it? I asked. Smile at people who may want to see your blood on the floor? Because I've learned how to smile while thinking about it happening to them instead. The statement shocked me. I couldn't help but let out a weary laugh. Not a full one. Just the edge of it. Bitter, tired, real. Vlith didn't smile, but she didn't scold me either. That was something. You sound like someone who's been doing this a long time, I said. I have. A pause. She shifted her weight, finally relaxing enough to lean one shoulder against the wall. Longer than you've been alive. I glanced over at her. Do you hate me for it? She blinked. For what? For existing. The words came out softer than I meant. But I didn't take them back. Her eyes narrowed. If I hated everyone who complicated my life, I'd never get anything done. That's not a number. It's not a yes either. I studied her, the calm surface, the composure that never cracked unless she wanted it to. Her armor was different from mine, more refined, built of reputation and expectations. But it was armor all the same. Did you want this? I asked. A sister? Vlith looked away, toward the same window I had been watching. The moonlight cut across her cheek, casting her features in stark silver and shadow. I didn't have a say. Neither did I. But I didn't say it. Not this time. She straightened. Come. Your room's prepared. We moved again, her stride silent and assured, mine heavier, slower. The halls narrowed as we walked, the ceilings dropping slightly, runes carved deeper into the stone. Older here, more elven. Eventually we stopped in front of a door shaped from dark wood and iron, wrapped in softly glowing script. I recognized the language. Old Elvish. Binding wards. I didn't say anything, but the magic thrummed faintly under my skin. The part of me that remembered stone and circles and forgotten blood runes twitched. Could I break them? Maybe. Should I? Not yet. For your safety, Vlith said, voice flat again. These wards will stay in place until the court thins out. There will be guards posted outside. I studied the door, the runes, the slight shimmer of restraint. Not a prison, she added, before I could ask. Sure, I said. Feels like home already. She gave me a sidelong look but didn't push back. Maybe she was tired too. I crossed the threshold and paused just inside. The chamber was warmer than I expected. Softer. There was fur layered over stone benches, heavy curtains drawn part way over the high windows, and a low table etched with a pattern I didn't recognize. It was a nice room. Too nice. I turned back to her. What about Lyrian? Vlith tilted her head, brow twitching just slightly. He's where he's needed, which means not here. That depends on our mother's plans. My lip curled. Of course it does. Something inside me stirred a low and slow, a weight behind the ribs, pulsing with a dull ache. The kind that crept up the spine and settled behind the eyes. Not pain, not yet. But hunger. The other heartbeat. I swallowed thickly and shifted my stance. I'd need to eat soon. Not tonight. But soon. Vlith's gaze sharpened. Just briefly. Maybe she sensed it. Maybe not. Is there anything else you need? She asked. I shook my head, though I wasn't sure it was true. She turned to leave here but stopped just before the threshold. For what it's worth, she said without looking back, you did better than I thought you would. High praise. No, she said, just honest. And then she was gone. The silence pressed in. It's too much. I hadn't said it out loud. I hadn't said anything for a while now. Just the steady rhythm of breath, the faint ache in my shoulders from holding myself too long. Too straight, the weight of the robe clinging to my frame like it belonged to someone else. I let myself lean back against the wall, then slid down to the floor, knees tucked in loosely, head resting against cold stone. Just a moment. Just to breathe. Everything spun beneath the surface. Names, titles, the polished dance of politics I didn't understand, faces I didn't recognize, but who seemed to know me, like I'd walked into a play already halfway through. Handed a script with most of the pages missing. Elyssia, daughter of Sithris, princess. And Elias. I didn't know. I just need a minute. The stone was cool beneath me, comforting in a way, real, unmoving. Something I could lean against without it leaning back. My eyes slipped shut. I wasn't going to fall asleep. Darkness didn't crash in. It crept, slow and quiet, like the world exhaled, and I sank with it. There was no dream, no memory, just a thick, muted stillness, like being buried beneath warm snow, too tired to dig free. Then a pulse, hunger, small at first, then sharper, sharper still. I stirred. The ache behind my ribs stretched like claws. My body remembered before I did it. Tight muscles, stiff joints, the rough rub of cloth against skin. My robe had loosened while I'd slumped sideways. A fold bunched awkwardly beneath me, caught under my hip. I blinked. The light had shifted. Softer now, creeping in through narrow windows carved high into the wall. The shadows had moved. How long had I been out? I didn't rise right away. Just sat there, heavy and stiff, rubbing sleep from my eyes with the heel of one hand. My other hand reached up without thinking, pushing back strands of pale hair that had fallen forward across my face. I exhaled through my nose and pushed to my feet. Hunger gnawed at the edges of my thoughts, now familiar. It wasn't just an emptiness in my stomach. It was deeper than that. Hotter, like something curling awake inside my chest. She is stirring again. I was hungry, but I must have been asleep longer than I thought. I dragged a hand down my face. How long? I didn't know. I felt hollow, like my body had burned through everything it had left and was starting to fray. I crossed the chamber, barefoot. The chill of the floor crept up through the fabric, too thin to stop it. That's right. The double doors. Lyrian, my sister. The party. The warded door stood where I'd left it, still glowing faintly. Still locked. My gaze caught on the runes this time. Layered. Clever. Meant to hold someone like me in. I stepped closer and ran my fingers across the etched lines, letting my fingertips hover over the threads of magic coiled underneath. I could break these. It wouldn't be graceful. It wouldn't be subtle. But I could do it. I could reach for those runes I wasn't supposed to know. The ones buried deep beneath this place. The ones Lyrian taught me. I shouldn't. But the thought stayed with me. It had merit. However, A part of me believes it may be best not to play my hand so soon. After a flicker of thought, my hand balled into a fist and slammed once against the door. Bring some food, I growled, or I start carving through your fancy wards. No answer. Of course not. The chamber stayed still, silent. I turned away from the door, pacing slow circles across the stone, trying not to let the hunger crawl higher. Just when I was about to slam my fist again, the runes shifted just slightly. A shimmer, soft and deliberate, ran through the script. Then the door creaked open. No fanfare, no guards. Just one figure. They stepped inside, careful and silent, robes draped in muted grays. Slender frame, tail flicking behind them in measured movements. A Qatari? I froze. I'd heard them before at tavern tales, battlefield rumors. Mercenaries always talked about the strange ones. The scaled, the horned, the vanished. The Qatari was somewhere in the middle. Cat-like, elusive, said to be from far southern lands or deep, wooded forests. No one agreed on where, but I'd never seen one. This one moved like she weighed nothing at all, barely a whisper of motion. Her steps made no sound, not even the faintest scuff. The air seemed to part around her. Fine fur, pale and patterned, covered her visible skin. Her face was feline and unreadable, eyes slitted and downcast. She didn't look at me. Not directly. Her arms were wrapped around a bundle of dark cloth. I caught her scent. Warm, earthy, alive. My stomach twisted. A sharp ache rolled through me. I took half a step forward and then stopped. Breathe in through the nose. Hold out. I exhaled slowly. Old training. Back when I still remembered which blade belonged in which hand. Back when hunger just meant a missed meal and not this. I couldn't remember who taught me the trick. Some veteran? Alaric? I wasn't sure, but the rhythm worked. The hunger backed off a little. The Qatari never paused. She moved to the long desk in the corner, set the bundle down with quiet care, and without a word or even a glance she turned and walked back out. The door closed behind her with a soft hiss of magic. Gone. I waited a beat, too, just in case she came back. She didn't. My feet moved on their own, slow, controlled. The bundle was plain, dark cloth wrapped tight, tied once with a thin strip of braided twine. I undid it carefully. Inside was a familiar weight, the pendant, and the book. I picked up the pendant first. Disc-shaped, cool to the touch, faintly metallic, but the edges were etched and carved intricately. Tiny shapes twisted in a pattern I didn't recognize, but it felt deliberate, intentional. The kind of thing someone made with meaning. I ran my thumb along the center groove. There were runes hidden in the designer, subtle, hard to read. It meant something, but not right now. I set the pendant aside and picked up the book. No title, just worn leather and a single stitched spine. I cracked it open. Not a ledger, not arcane notes. A journal. The first page was dated years ago. Observation: the hatchling speaks fluently. Her voice carries weight, though her words are clipped and deliberate. A remnant of the old life, I suspect. She remembers enough to talk. But how much else? I blinked. The next few entries were short, sparse, almost clinical. Notes on my behavior, reactions, magic flares, unstable core, surges under stress. Emotion seems tied to fluctuations, especially fear and frustration. Stronger memory of combat stances. Weak memory of names. Curious. The pages turn easier the longer I read. His tone began to shift, a less cold, less observing, more engaged. She asked me today if dragons dream. I didn't know how to answer. She seemed disappointed when I said I wasn't sure. I didn't remember that. I tried to picture it, tried to hear my voice in the question. Nothing. I let the pages slip between my fingers, not reading in order or just skimming, stopping here and there. Most were the same. Descriptions, patterns, my temper, my magic, the way I reacted to pressure or pain. They read like field reports. Entry, cycle 8, day 324. She asked me what happened to my people. I deflected. Told her it was complicated. She didn't press, just nodded like she understood something she couldn't explain. 10 minutes later, she turned it around on me, asked if I thought she had anyone left. I said I didn't know, asked what she remembered. She hesitated, eventually said, I think a broken bar. I had a sister. No name, no image, just that. I waited, hoping something else might rise. She stayed quiet. A few hours after that, She spoke a single word, vile. She didn't know what it meant. Said it like someone pulling a thread and finding only dust. A city, maybe. A home? Her memory is beginning to fade in and out the more time goes on. She never brought it up again. My thumb lingered on the edge of the page. Vile. I mouthed it. It didn't stir anything. No memory. No image. Just another hollow space in a growing field of them. What else have I forgotten? I didn't remember asking those questions. I didn't remember the conversation at all. My chest tightened as I stared down at the page. The words were real. Too specific to be imagined, and Liriana, he wouldn't have invented this. The words on the page blurred. What else is gone? The journal lay open in my lap, but I barely saw it anymore. My hands had gone cold. Not shaking or just still. Something inside was coming undone. Not fear. Not quite. But close. I asked him that. I said those things. But there was nothing, no flicker of memory. No echo in the back of my mind, just a void. A sister, a broken bar? I closed my eyes and tried, reached for something or anything, but there was nothing there. The hollow ache behind my ribs dulled, settling into something quieter. Not gone, but less sharp. Like it, too, was holding its breath. What else will I forget? I didn't know if I was still Elias. I didn't know if I was fully Elyssia. But the idea of forgetting either terrified me, of being caught in between, fading piece by piece until there was nothing left but silence and instinct. He wrote it down because I didn't. Because I wouldn't remember. The hunger in my chest quieted further, and not satisfied, but subdued. Like a beast waiting to see which part of me would take the next step. I glanced down again at the open page. I wanted to keep reading, to chase down whatever scraps Lyrian had managed to preserve. Maybe somewhere in here was the truth of what I'd lost. A name, a place, something solid to stand on. But before I could turn another page, a sound cut through the stillness. Click. Soft. Precise. The door. I knew who it was. The air itself seemed to bend, the way heat warps stone. My pulse didn't race. It slowed, not in calm, just bracing for something too large to stop. I didn't turn. I didn't need to. The presence that entered wasn't subtle. It rolled into the room like smoke, and pressure were thick enough to choke on. The weight of it pressed against my shoulders, my back, the inside of my lungs. Magic and power and certainty, wrapped in one shape. I let out a slow breath. I'm still hungry, I muttered, barely loud enough to hear. Then, louder, flat. Tired. Mother. The door clicked shut. I didn't move. The journal was still open in my lap. The pendant sat untouched on the desk beside me, glinting faintly. Cytheris said nothing at first. Just stood there, her gaze raking across the room like a queen inspecting a broken battleground. Her steps were soft, deliberate, as she glided further in, robes trailing like smoke behind her. She didn't ask permission to enter. Of course she didn't. Her eyes landed on the book in my lap. A faint smile touched her lips. Amused. A gift, she murmured. Of sorts. From Lyrian. She moved with casual authority, drawing out a chair from the corner and dragging it closer with one hand. As if this were a casual visit. A conversation between family, is it? She sat. I didn't move. The stone floor was cold beneath me, and I welcomed it. Something grounding, something real. The journal still lay open across my thighs, the pages curled faintly at the edges. The pendant glinted nearby, untouched, reflecting a thin sliver of light from the high window above. Cytheris's gaze settled on both, one after the other. Her lips curved, not quite a smile. More like something amused, private, calculated. I see you've been reading, she said. My fingers curled slightly against the paper. It was on my desk. She hummed once. It was with your belongings. I thought it best return to you. I blinked. Once. So you read it? Of course. She didn't even try to deny it. It would have been negligent not to. I bit back a sharper response and set the journal aside, spine up, leaving the pages open. Negligent? Cytheris didn't flinch. You are my daughter, my blood. What you carry or what remains of it matters. I need to know what direction you're drifting before I decide which way to push. I scoffed, low and bitter. So that's what this is. Assessment. Her gaze sharpened. Everything is assessment. Do not mistake comfort for complacency. You were reborn, Elyssia, but you are not complete. Not yet. And not safely. I lifted the journal in one hand and let it fall gently back into my lap. You think this makes me unsafe? I think it makes you uncertain. She leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on her knees, fingers steepled. And uncertainty in a creature like you? That breeds danger. To you? I asked, voice quieter, sharper. Her eyes met mine, cool and unwavering. To yourself, I scoffed again, less bitter this time. You don't care about that. You shouldn't assume what you don't know, she said, smooth as ever. However, I do prefer our assets intact. I stiffened, heat crawling up the back of my neck. My mouth opened, the words already forming a sharp and fast and too much. You talk about me like I'm some tool to shape, some mere. She raised a single hand. Not abrupt, not angry, just final. The words caught in my throat. Cytheris's eyes narrowed, not cruel, but heavy with command. Is this what you truly wanted to say to me, daughter? All that venom a broken bar, and this is what you choose to converse about? I blinked. Once, twice. The room tilted just slightly, a power shifting, conversation rerouted before I could stop it. She went on, voice low and steady. I have expectations. They will be met. You will train. You will grow. You will stand when others falter, not because I demand it, but because you are capable. That is your inheritance. I said nothing. The silence crept in again, thicker this time. Cytheris studied me. But I am not without generosity. My time is not given freely, yet here I am, a mother to daughter. You are blood. Mine. Her hands rested lightly on the arms of her chair, but her golden eyes burned with an intensity that made me hesitate. So this is the queen of this domain. So ask, she said. You've had time. Years. Surely, your thoughts have sharpened. I swallowed, the breath catching against my ribs. This wasn't what I'd expected. She wasn't here to comfort me. Not truly. But she was here. And she was listening. My breath caught in my throat. So ask. There were a dozen questions clawing at the back of my skull. 100 more I hadn't let myself say aloud. Some were too raw, some too tangled in fear. But now, with her in front of me awaiting, not with patience, but certainty, I couldn't hold them back. Why me? I asked. Out of every near broken bar, why was it me you chose? Cytheris didn't even blink. You were present, she said. And willing. My lips parted. That was it? That was the answer? She tilted her head slightly. I needed a vessel. One strong enough to hold what I gave. You survived. You endured. That is not something most can claim. That doesn't make it right, I snapped. I didn't understand what was happening to me. I didn't ask for this. Her expression didn't falter. You chose to live. The words struck like cold steel. I warned you, she continued, voice as smooth and sharp as a knife's edge. The consequences would be steep, and the rewards greater still. I stared at her, chest tightening. Then why not just a broken bar? Let me die, I muttered. She rose, only slightly, hands still resting on the arms of the chair. Her eyes were steady, measured. Because death was unworthy of you. I clenched my jaw. That's not your choice to make. It wasn't, she said. But you gave it to me. I looked away. My nails dug into the cloth of my robe, knuckles white. I didn't know I'd lose everything, I whispered. Cytheris's gaze flicked to my face, then down the line of my arms, my body. You didn't lose everything. I flinched. You think Thesa? I gestured to myself, to the soft curve of my voice, the narrowness of my frame. You think this is some kind of gift? Her answer came without hesitation. I think it is an improvement. I stared at her. You would. Cytheris didn't respond to the bitterness in my voice. She let the silence sit there, heavy and alive. For a moment, she simply watched me, studying not what I said, but what I didn't. Then, softly, she said, another question. I didn't answer right away. My mind circled too many things, truths I'd learned, lies I suspected. I didn't know which wound to press first. But one rose to the surface on its own, raw and stubborn, clinging to a memory I didn't even know if I could trust. A broken bar. Why that day? Cytheris arched a brow. Be specific. I exhaled through my nose, slow and tight. Why were you there? That battlefield. That moment. What brought you to that place? To me? For the first time since entering, she looked away. Her expression didn't falter. But something else in her did. Her posture shifted, just slightly. The steel in her spine softened barely. I was hunting, she said. I blinked. A long beat passed. Then she smiled. Not cruel, not smug, not like before. This one was smaller, realer. It barely touched her mouth, but it reached her eyes like a flicker of old light behind cold glass. "I was following the scent of a thief," she said quietly. "One of many." The words didn't make sense at first. Then they did. "A broken bar, a thief?" She didn't nod, didn't elaborate. Instead, she leaned back, fingers drumming once against the wood of the chair. "He took something that belonged to someone precious to me," she said. "Long ago. Something I have not forgiven." There was no fury in her voice, no tremble. "Just wait." I found myself leaning forward, my voice quieter than before. "Someone special, a broken bar?" Cytheris didn't answer. She didn't even look at me. Instead, she went still, gaze fixed somewhere distant to somewhere behind the walls. When she finally spoke, her voice was softer, not warm, but real. "I felt him fall across the world, across time. I felt his death in my bones before the word ever reached me. We do not fade easily." But I knew. My chest tightened. I didn't breathe. She hadn't said the word mate again. She didn't need to. I could hear it in her voice now, how it caught just slightly, too subtle for anyone else to notice. But I did. I saw the shift behind her eyes. I opened my mouth. "How did you?" She moved past it cleanly, coldly. "They didn't just kill him," she said. "They stole from him, from me, the things he kept, a broken bar, the pieces of memory, of pride, of us, shattered, scattered, sold." Her lip curled, the mask of control slipping just enough to show teeth. "So I began to collect what was mine, one item at a time. That day on the battlefield, I happened to find one." My blood ran cold. I could still remember that field of mud and ash, steel slick with blood, bodies twisted in death. Something clicked into place. Not a memory, not fully, just a sick, low feeling that told me I was there. I saw it. I stood too close to something far bigger than me, and it saw me back. She turned her head toward me again, and for just a moment, I didn't see the queen. I didn't see the cold, calculated monarch. I saw the ache of something ancient, loss buried so deep, it burned colder than ice. And then, as swiftly as it came, she straightened. The warmth, if it had ever been warmth, vanished like it had never been. A soft knock came from the far side of the door. Cytheris didn't flinch. "Enter." The door creaked open, and a Qatari stepped inside, silent and graceful, a tray held carefully in her hands. The scent of roasted meat and fresh herbs cut through the room's stillness. The Qatari didn't speak. She moved to the table, set the tray down, then bowed her head low. Cytheris acknowledged her with the smallest nod. The door closed again. She rose to her full height, smooth as water freezing in motion. She stepped to the table, inspected the dishes with the barest glance, then turned back to me. "In a few days," she said, "your lessons will begin." I blinked. "Lessons?" She arched a brow, as if I'd asked whether the sky would fall tomorrow. "Of course," she said. "You are my daughter?" She paused. The smile that came next was faint, sharp. "And my children produce only the best." Her gaze lingered a moment longer, then she turned, robes whispering behind her, already moving toward the door. I sat cross-legged on the bed, the journal balanced across my thighs. The robe hung loose around my shoulders, sleeves trailing past my wrists. Comfortable, easy. I hadn't bothered with anything else. At some point, my knees had drawn in closer, one hand resting lightly just below my collarbone. I didn't think about it. The pages had started to bend from how often I flipped them back and forth. Some were observation. Most, at first. Cycle 0, Day 112. Magic remains stable. Subject shows consistent recovery after surge events. No further physical complications. Instinct remains suppressed. Cycle 0, Day 349. Minimal activity. Subject avoids confrontation. Refuses to engage in extended channeling. Surges continue to occur only under duress. Cycle 2, Day 89. Resistance to transformation persists. No recorded loss of control. However, subject avoids deeper reflection or discussion of draconic traits. The spacing between entries began to shrink. Cycle 5, Day 227. Pain response triggered a frost flare. Subject apologized afterward. No signs of injury, but her demeanor changed. Withdrawn. Guarded. Cycle 6, Day 33. She asked if this place had always been so quiet. I said yes. She didn't respond. Cycle 6, Day 132. Beginning design for the focus piece. Something personal, functional. The idea has potential. She doesn't know yet. I'll finish it soon. Cycle 6, day 175. I explained what it's for. She understood, I think. I hope it helps. I froze. What? My eyes narrowed. I read the line again. I explained what it's for. But I didn't remember that. No flicker, no vague impression, just empty space where something should have been. That's not possible. I would have remembered. Cycle 9, day 255. Her body has stabilized again. She doesn't speak of the pain anymore, but I see it in the way she moves. The cloak she favors now is one I left out. She hasn't replaced it. There's weight in her silence. She holds it like armor. I think she believes that's strength. It might be, but it's a lonely kind. Cycle 9, day 272. She touched the pendant today. Didn't say anything. Just stared at it for a while. I don't think she remembers what I told her, or maybe she's trying to. I don't know which would be worse. The focus isn't strong enough to anchor much. It's not meant to be, but it should help. Cycle 9, day 284. I don't know how to tell her our time is ending. I've failed it too much already to fail this. She's not what I expected. Not what any of us expected. There's something in here, something sharp and sad and still growing. I want her to keep growing. I want her to remember. Not just me, not just this place. Herself. I stared at the page, my chest tight. Wouldn't I? I set the journal down carefully, like it might break if I moved too fast. My gaze slid to the desk. The pendant sat in its usual place here, smooth, cool, shaped like a crest I didn't recognize. 3 sharp lines cutting through a spiral. Beautiful. Meaningless. I picked it up. Not metal. Not stone. It felt older, too light to be bone, too solid to be anything else I recognized. The runes on its surface caught the light, almost too fine to see. I squinted, tried to trace them. The second heartbeat stirred, and then the pain hit. A sharp throb behind my eyes. Sudden and brutal, like something had driven a spike straight through my skull. My breath caught. I staggered back a half step, jaw locked. Stop. Just stop. I pressed my thumb against the surface, tried to force the memory. It didn't come. The harder I pushed, the sharper the pain became. I let the pendant fall back to the desk. I didn't move. The ache pulsed through my skull in waves, dull now but lingering. Every throb felt like a warning. Not that way. Not yet. I sank back onto the bed, hand still braced lightly against my temple, the robe slipping slightly from my shoulder. Outside the door, the silence stretched too long. The movement, a quiet shift. Someone was always there. A guard, maybe, or just a watcher. They never spoke, but they were always listening. I let out a breath and pushed the journal further across the bed. What am I even trying to remember? If it is just to focus, then wearing it and channeling should work. The second heartbeat had only stirred for a moment, a broken bar, but that was all it took. It no longer burned, but I could still feel the chill left behind, like frost spidering beneath my ribs. No more. Not today. Nothing is happening. A soft knock broke there. Quiet. Not cautious. Not hesitant. The runes on the door deactivated with a low, humming click, and the door opened without waiting for a response. Elyssia stepped inside. She didn't pause. Didn't announce herself. She simply crossed the threshold, eyes sweeping over the room like she was already measuring it for flaws. Her gaze lingered on the pendant, then shifted to the journal, finally to me. She didn't speak right away, just stood there in that too still way of hers, gaze cutting over everything without a word. The kind of silence that didn't ask for permission, just claimed space and expected you to move aside. Her eyes didn't linger long. A flick to the pendant, the journal, then to me. I was told to begin your training. Of course. How could I forget? I didn't look up. Her tone didn't carry malice, didn't carry anything, really. Just the cold certainty I was starting to associate with a daughter or Sithris. Now? Elyssia tilted her head slightly. Mother gave the order. I trust you will obey. That part wasn't said cruelly either, but it didn't have to be. The expectation was already there. I closed the journal, slowly, fingers brushing the creased edge of the last page. My eyes stayed on it a second longer than necessary. Then I stood, moving with practiced care. My joints didn't ache, but something else inside me did, a dull pressure I couldn't place. Not physical, just her broken bar weight. Elyssia had already turned, clearly expecting me to follow. I did. The corridor narrowed as we walked, stone underfoot. Quiet enough that I could hear her steps and mine echoing back in uneven rhythm. I kept my distance behind her, but not too far, just enough to think. Left turn. Ceiling dipped. Old cracks in the arch. Mark that. This won't take long, she said without glancing back. Today's just about control. I didn't answer. I was too focused on the paths, the shapes, the way the walls sloped or shifted when we passed under carved sigils. A habit from before. Couldn't turn it off. Elyssia didn't slow. Draconic magic isn't like mortal spellcraft. You don't learn it, you remember it. I frowned slightly at her back. It's instinctual, she continued. Born from blood. Old as we are. My foot clipped a shallow groove in the floor. I caught myself before stumbling. Why is it that shallow? She raised a hand, gesturing loosely. You and I were born of ice. That part isn't optional. It's inherited from our mother. The affinity, the resistance, the way your body wants to move when magic floods it. I shifted my gaze to her shoulders, to the way they didn't rise or tense when she spoke. But the way it manifests are that part's yours alone, she added. Shape, purpose, method. It's as individual as a heartbeat. My fingers brushed the wall again as we passed. Different stone. Coarser here. More recent repairs. They've reinforced this part. Why? So I can't copy yours, I murmured. No, she said. And you shouldn't try. We rounded a final bend. She stepped through a wide archway, and I followed. The chamber beyond was circular, rough-hewn, but reinforced with pale bone-white pillars. The walls bore scorched runes and deep gouges like claw marks, some fresher than others. My eyes swept the space quickly. 3 exits, 2 sealed. 1 still open behind us. Kill zone. No cover. Bad footing near the outer ring. 2 even. Could ice over fast. Elyssia walked to the center. Her steps slowed only slightly as she turned to face me. This is where we'll begin. Her eyes held that same practiced calm, but there was a glint beneath it now, focused, analytical. Watching. She raised her hand and gestured, palm open. Tell me what you've learned from the caves. Caves? Does she mean the fortress? No, that is mine. I survived, I said flatly. Elyssia tilted her head. Waiting. I shifted slightly, dragging my eyes along the edge of the room. Not out of nerves, just measuring. I learned how to pull the magic in. A little. I raised my hand, curling my fingers slowly. It's like a second heartbeat. Distant, but always there. Sometimes I can match its rhythm. When I do, it moves with me. Makes me stronger, faster. She said nothing. I kept going. Might as well give her something true. But I burn through it. If I'm not careful, it sputters. Wild. Wasted. And? Elyssia asked. I exhaled. I started carving runes. Bone, stone, things I could hold. Focuses. Her gaze flicked down to my hands, then back up. Primitive. It worked. She didn't argue. Instead, she folded her arms behind her back. And when you lost control, I blinked. What? In the caves, she said. What were you? What did you become? When instinct took over, I hesitated. Not because I didn't know, because I did, or maybe because I was finally beginning to. My mouth opened, then closed again. The first time, I hadn't thought of it as losing control. I remembered striking the dorsal again and again, controlled, deliberate. My movements then had purpose, precision. I remembered the ache in my arms, the way magic burned low and steady like coals beneath the skin. That was discipline. But that wasn't what she meant. She meant before that, the beginning. The memory stirred and unbidden, vivid. The impact, crashing through a wall, of rooms of ice and gore. The crunch of stone underfoot. Screams. Chaos. Claws wet with blood. Magic surging through every limb, but not shaped, not focused. Just raw. I tore through them. Nestlings. Defenders. The broodmother herself. I remembered how her skull gave way beneath my grip, how I leaned in close, how I listened for her final breath, and smiled when I didn't hear it. The sensation was still there, coiled somewhere deep beneath thought, beneath guilt. It curled up my spine like smoke. Suddenly, I could hear the steady rhythm of a heartbeat. I blinked slowly, and my tongue ran over my lips before I caught myself. Elyssia didn't flinch, but her eyes sharpened. I straightened. My first time, I said softly. I didn't hesitate. I moved, killed, broke through walls like they were paper, massacred them, crushed them barehanded. I got close, Not because I wanted to, I needed to. I wanted to feel it. It's beginning to beat faster. Calm down, breathe. A flicker. Her gaze shifted slightly. Was she smiling? Just the barest twitch. Vlith laughed. It wasn't loud. It wasn't forced. It was quiet, almost delighted, the kind of laugh that came from recognition, from satisfaction. A low sound that curled like smoke in the cold air, darker at the edges than it had any right to be. You are, she said, almost lovingly. Her eyes glittered, not with amusement, with hunger. She took a step forward, not threatening, not imposing, just close enough that I could feel the weight of her presence, the aura of something that had never needed to raise its voice to dominate a room. Her smile widened. It was sharp, too sharp, not cruel, exactly, but it held no mercy. You say it like it should frighten you, she said softly, tilting her head. But that feeling, that pulse in your chest, that is the most honest you will ever be. Her eyes glowed, faint at first, then brighter, gold flaring behind her irises like light refracting through ice. Not a flare of magic, a promise of it. I can't wait to meet you, she said. The real you. I can't wait to meet you, she said. The real you. My lips parted, breath hitching. You're not going to. She moved, a blur of motion, a silent, sharp, and sudden. Her hand was already slicing through the space between us, aimed for my throat. I dropped. Instinct, not thought. My legs buckled just in time, her fingers missing me by inches as I twisted away, rolling to one side. She didn't chase, not yet. The second heartbeat throbbed, sharp and ragged beneath my ribs, not in sync, not under control. But there. I sprang to my feet. She was already circling. You're fast, she said, smiling like it wasn't a compliment. Good. I braced, fingers curling, breath tight in my lungs, but not focused. She lunged again, a low this time, sweeping my legs out from under me. I hit the floor hard. Her knee pinned my chest. A second later, her knee pressed hard into my chest, cold weight pinning me like I was nothing. You're hesitating, she said, her voice low and amused. If you don't take this seriously, I might just scar up that pretty face of yours. Something flickered behind her words, a mockery, maybe, or truth. I couldn't tell. Pretty face. That witch. It should have hit me harder. It didn't. Not right now. Not when every nerve in my body was screaming move. The second heartbeat surged, sharper this time, louder. It rattled against mine like a drum too big for the cage holding it. I growled and shoved hard, twisting my hips and planting both hands against her chest. Frost curled beneath my fingers. She slid back a step, just one. I scrambled to my feet, breath ragged. Both heartbeats pounded in my ear. So mine and the one that wasn't. Too close. Vlith tilted her head, strands of silver hair falling across one eye. That's it, she purred. I knew there was something underneath all that sulking. I didn't answer. Couldn't. My jaw was clenched too tight, my thoughts too scattered. She moved again, faster this time, closing the distance with almost no sound. I blocked, barely, her forearm colliding with mine. The force of it drove me back 2 steps. She didn't relent. A flurry of blows followed, precise, testing. Each one meant to draw something out. A twitch, a spark, a mistake. I parried one, ducked another, then caught her elbow hard against my ribs. The breath tore from my lungs. I staggered. Still holding back? She asked, voice almost sing-song now. Or are you just this fragile? I lunged, more out of instinct than strategy, but she twisted, grabbed my wrist mid-swing, and spun with it. The ground vanished beneath me. My back hit the wall like thunder. The stone cracked. Pain shot through my shoulder as I slumped, stunned. Dust rained from above. She didn't even wait. Come on, Vlith hissed, eyes gleaming. I've seen frost beasts with more spine. I looked up and that's when I felt it. The heat in my chest wasn't heat at all. It was pressure rising. Something in me snapped. I snarled and lashed out to a clawed hand tearing through the air, fast and brutal. It missed her face by a hair. My fingers stopped, shaking mid-swipe. I blinked. What did I just Vlith's smile split wider. The shears, she purred. I staggered back, breath catching. My hand still hovered mid-air, claws bayed too long, too sharp to be human. The frost on my knuckles cracked as I curled my fingers inward. Breathe, focus. I shut my eyes, forcing air in slow, even pulls through my nose. One breath, then another. The second heartbeat still thundered in my ear. But I didn't let it sink. Not this time. I wouldn't. The claws began to fade. The chill receded. Control. It was slipping into place again, barely but enough to steady me. When I looked back at her, Valith's expression had changed. The delight was gone. Displeasure coiled behind her eyes, subtle and sharp. "Don't disappoint me now," she said coldly. She rushed me again. This time, I couldn't keep up. Her fist slammed into my gut. I folded, choking on the air that refused to come. She didn't stop. A sharp backhand cracked across my jaw, spinning me sideways. I crashed against the wall again and crumpled to the floor with a grunt. Another impact came before I could rise. She grabbed the front of my robe and threw me across the chamber. My body hit the opposite wall hard enough to leave a crater dent. Stone fractured. My vision swam. I gasped, coughing. Blood touched the back of my tongue. I said fight. Valith snapped, not cower. I tried to push up her. My arm gave out halfway. She was already walking toward me, slow and deliberate now. Every step echoed. "You're dragging your feet because you're afraid," she said. "Afraid of what?" "You are a dragon." Her hand closed around my throat. I barely felt the lift, just the sudden, breathless drag as the floor dropped away beneath me. My feet dangled, fingers clawed at her wrist. No give, not pain, not yet, but immense pressure. Valith didn't glare. She didn't shout. She just looked at me. Her golden eyes aglow. Her magic followed. Not a surge, not a blaze, just a cold, crawling weight that pressed in from every side. Like a tide rising through the cracks in the world, solely focused on me. My chest seized, my limbs locked. The second heartbeat roared in protest. It didn't rise. It fought. A pulse of defiance exploded through my spine, a blue frost racing down my arms, crackling along my skin. My core pushed back, not with power, but with stubborn refusal. It held for a breath. 2, 3, then it broke. Like ice too thin to hold a footstep, the resistance cracked, and everything caved. My limbs went slack. Magic drained from my bones like water from a broken vessel. The second heartbeat didn't vanish, it dimmed, curling in on itself. The world tilted. Everything slowed. Valith's fingers were still around my throat, but she didn't tighten her grip, didn't speak, just watched. Her eyes narrowed, then she let go. I crumpled. The fall wasn't far, but it felt endless. I hit the ground like a dropped doll, my arms limp at my sides. I didn't move, couldn't. Even breathing took effort now. The weight of her magic lingered like a bruise that hadn't yet bloomed. Valith stood over me, the glow in her irises dimming. Her silhouette shimmered faintly against the frost-slicked stone. She exhaled through her nose. Not quite a sigh, just enough to carry judgment. "We're done." Not a shout, not even annoyed, but cold, final. Her boots turned. She walked away without looking back. "This was light sparring," she added over her shoulder, voice steady. "Next time, I expect more." The door opened with a quiet click. She left me there, alone, cold, chest heaving in shallow, broken breaths. The second heartbeat flickered once, then fell silent. I stayed there for a long time, breathing hurt, thinking hurt. Everything hurt. The stone beneath me was cold, but I didn't feel any more. Not compared to the pressure still echoing through my ribs, the bruises painting their way up my spine. My jaw throbbed with each beat of my heart, thrown around like a child's toy. Guess there is a first for everything. At least I didn't lose control. That thought didn't make me feel better. It was just a factor one that rang in my head with each heartbeat. I could still feel her magic on me. It hadn't vanished, just faded, like a storm had passed and left its weight behind in the air, thick and still clinging to my skin. My second heartbeat to my magicka was quiet again. Curled inward, hiding. Coward. Number. That wasn't fair. I have been using my abilities for years now, but besides that one time, I always kept it just out of reach. I relied more on the runes to channel it safely. At least, that's what I believe anyway. It's entirely possible I just don't remember. If I wasn't so tired and beat down, I would be enraged with frustration right now. I stared at the ceiling waiting for the pain to ebb. It didn't. Eventually, I sat up. Slowly. My arms trembled with the effort. My shoulders screamed. My back felt like someone had taken a hammer to it and missed on purpose. I reached for the wall and forced myself upright. One foot, then the other. The pain didn't dull. It just became background noise. A trick I am all too familiar with. I let my head hang, breathing through my teeth, waiting for the dizziness to pass. And then I noticed her. The Katira. She was already seated across the chamber. When did she arrive? A thin blanket was laid out beneath her, the edges perfectly square. Steam curled from a teapot in the center, flanked by delicate plates of food, and nothing elaborate, but real, fresh, warm. She sat cross-legged, posture perfect, tail wrapped neatly around one side, watching me. I sensed no malice, just patience, like she'd been there a while. Of course someone saw that. I exhaled slowly, rolled my neck, and winced at the lightning bolt of pain that shot down my spine. My jaw was clenched so tightly it ached. I didn't want to limp over there. I didn't want to look weak. But my stomach had other plans, grumbling loud enough that it echoed faintly in the room. I nearly laughed at how pathetic it sounded. I held back. The Katira didn't comment. She only lifted the teapot and poured with fluid grace, her movements precise and deliberate. "I am called Sinari," she said at last, her voice quiet but clear. "Shall we talk?" The name felt like it came with weight. Not one of authority but reverence. Almost like I was supposed to bow or lower my gaze. I didn't. But I also didn't speak right away. "I will be your teacher," she continued. "Instructor, mentor. The terms are flexible. What matters is that you listen." She sounded a broken bar, practiced, controlled. I hated how calm she was. Then again, compared to Valith's frostbitten approach, maybe calm wasn't so bad. Nari gestured to the spread between us, never breaking posture. "Would you care for tea with your meal?" The word meal didn't fully register until the scent of grilled meat and savory herbs hit me. My stomach twisted again, harder this time. I nodded, a little too quickly. "Yeah. I would." Nari offered a small bow with her head, not deep, but precise. Without a word, she reached for the teapot and poured. The liquid hit the porcelain in a slow, measured streamer, steady enough I could almost hear the rhythm of her breath behind it. She offered the cup in both hands, the handle turned toward me. I took it, fingers brushing hers for half a second. She didn't flinch, just let go the moment I had it. "Drink before it cools," she said. I didn't argue. I didn't ask what kind it was. I just sipped. It wasn't sweet, a little bitter, smoky. It hit the back of my throat with more warmth and flavor, like it belonged in a place colder than this. My stomach grumbled again, louder this time. I reached for the food, not caring how it looked. Nari didn't comment. She only shifted slightly and picked up her own utensils, two narrow sticks held with absurd precision. She selected a piece of meat, turned it once in her fingers, and brought it to her mouth in a single, fluid motion. No wasted effort. No sound. I forced myself not to devour the plate. I tried to at least chew. Nari set her cup down, the porcelain barely whispering against the tray. "You favor speed with a direct approach," she said, her voice even, as if reading from a report. "Quicker than most your size, especially when you're angry." I stiffened. Just a little. But she caught it. Of course she did. "But you move like someone who expects the hit to land," she added. I frowned. "And you can tell that by watching me eat." "You're not hard to read," she said simply. "You brace out of habit, not strategy." "Most do." There was no judgment in her tone, just fact. She returned to her meal without another word, plucking a piece of fish with an elegant flick of her fingers and setting it to her lips in one motion. I tried to focus on my own plate, to keep from asking more questions, but she spoke again before I could. "I've trained with warriors who feared death, and some who didn't. Only one kind ever asked the right questions." That one hung in the air. I didn't ask which kind she meant. She let the silence stretch. "You're not the first to flinch before the breaking point," she continued. "But you're the first I've seen do it in front of her and still keep something intact." "Valith," I muttered. Nari nodded once. "She doesn't teach. She probes, pushes, and when you break, she takes the pieces with her." She called it sparring. She also once called diplomacy a form of fencing. A pause. She was not wrong, but she was not right either. I nearly laughed. I didn't. Instead, I chewed. Nari moved slowly, like the world answered to her pace, like nothing needed to be rushed. The quiet between us settled into something closer to rhythm than awkwardness. Eventually, she set her cup aside. You held back. I didn't want to lose control. That wasn't the part one noticed. I glanced up. You held back from reacting, she said. You were baited, again and again, and chose the moment to strike. Then chose not to. I didn't like how close she was getting. It takes strength to hold a blade. More to know when not to use it. She shrugged. But rigidity will break just as easily as recklessness. Balance will come. Eventually. I sipped the tea again to keep from replying. It helped. Nari said nothing more for a time. She ate. I watched her. Everything about her movements are clean, measured, calm. Like she wasn't just eating a meal, but practicing stillness. It made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't explain. And worse, I kept mimicking her without meaning to. Sitting straighter, matching her pace. She didn't mention it. I won't ask you to copy me, she said, almost idly. You don't learn that way. I hesitated. Then how? She set her utensils down with the same care she did everything else. By watching, asking, and learning which answers matter. More tea, another measured pour. I watched her hands, how steady they were, not from lack of tension, but from discipline. You're reactive. Fast, yes. But your choices are always backward-looking. Like someone used to cleaning up after disaster rather than avoiding it. She didn't say it unkindly. My throat tightened. You're not wrong, I muttered. She nodded. Then we can begin. I wasn't sure what that meant. Or when, exactly, we'd started. You've become something dangerous, she said softly. But danger without purpose is just noise. I didn't respond. Then she tilted her head slightly. Of course. Combat is only a fraction of what you'll need to survive. Oh good, I muttered. What else do I get to be terrible at? Nari smiled. Faint but not unkind. Politics, etiquette, cultural memory, high speech, how to sit, how to bow, how to walk without stepping on the wrong name. I blinked. Seriously? Sashes, she added. You'll learn to wear them. That's absurd. So is falling out of favor with 4 bloodlines because your shoulder was uncovered at the wrong festival. I set my cup down. You're not joking. I rarely do. She finished the last of her meal and folded her hands in her lap. And I'll be teaching you most of it. There was a pause. Then, casually, as if it were just another item on the long list, she added, it is fortunate, by the way, that you've already made acquaintance with the other heirs. I blinked again. The what? The children of the ancients, she said, like it was obvious. Cullen and Terran. Few are afforded such introductions before their titles become burdens. She didn't smile, but something flickered at the edge of her expression. I stared. I didn't even know who they were. No, Nari said, but you will. And they now know you. A breath. That alone places you on the board, whether you wanted to play or not. I frowned. Why does that matter? She glanced at me. Not long, just enough, because you are being groomed for a role with weight, one far more intricate than swordplay or mere magic. She paused. Not long, but enough. Something unreadable passed behind her eyes, gone before I could name it. One that may shape more than just yourself. Groomed? What role? If Mother was looking for a tool, she was going to be disappointed. I'd make sure of that. What role? She shook her head. Another time, but not now. Nari stood first. She did it slowly, without flourish. No dramatic sweeping motions or pointed remarks. Just a rise, a gentle brush of her hands down the folds of the robe, and a faint nod of her head toward the door. I followed. We didn't speak as we walked. The halls were quieter than I remembered. My steps echoed slightly, not from effort but from the limp I hadn't quite shaken yet. My shoulder throbbed in rhythm with each breath. Nari didn't slow, but she didn't leave me behind either. A few turns later, we came to a familiar hallway. My hallway. The doors all looked the same here, but I recognized one in particular. Grand runes etched across it. We stopped just short of it. Nari didn't turn to face me, not fully, just enough that I could see the edge of her profile beneath the dim light. Tonight was for understanding, our first lesson, she said quietly. Tomorrow, we begin in earnest. I stared at the door. My body ached. My mind felt soft at the edges. And what was tonight's lesson? I asked. The words came out slower than I meant. You were extended more grace than you realize, she added without turning. Fight and adapt or perish. I stood there for a beat longer. She bowed, measured and exact, just like before, then vanished down the hall, her steps light enough to vanish with her. My sides ached. Finally, I pushed open the door and stepped inside. My chambers were as I had left them earlier. A pendant on my desk catching a bit of light. I am exhausted. A few hours of sleep won't hurt, I think. I approached the bed and lay down on it, face first. My body screaming at me. I began to breathe slowly in then out, attempting to slow my heart rate. It didn't take long for it to slow and sleep a broken bar even quicker. I woke to silence and pain. Not the sharp, blinding kind, but the dull, pulsing sort that settles into bone and muscle like an old memory. My ribs ached. My shoulder throbbed. Every breath reminded me just how thoroughly Valith had thrown me around the day before. I stayed still for a moment, head buried in the blankets. It didn't help much. The ache was everywhere. A slow, bruising reminder of how unprepared I really was. Eventually, I pushed myself upright with a groan. My legs weren't happy about it. Neither were my arms. My hair stuck to the side of my face, and I couldn't quite tell if it was sweat or dried blood. Probably both. The room was dim, quiet. My chambers are larger than anything I'd had in my old life, yet still felt unfamiliar, like I didn't quite belong here. My eyes caught something on the desk. The pendant. It hadn't moved from where I'd left it, looped neatly on the edge of the wood. Pale ivory twisted around darker bone, worked into a shape I hadn't recognized at first, but the longer I stared, the more familiar it looked. Not in design, in weight. Lyrian had given it to me before I left the fortress. No explanation, just a quiet look, and a few words. It will help. Help with what, exactly? I hadn't worn it since. Maybe I'd meant to, at some point. Maybe I hadn't. But now, something about it itched at the back of my skull. You've become something dangerous. That was what Nari had said. She meant the dragon, of course. But it wasn't new. Not really. I'd always been dangerous. It's why people left me alone in the mercenary camps, why captains trusted me with work they wouldn't give to others. Even back then, before the magic, before the change, yeah, I knew how to hurt people. Knew I could. That power had felt good. Not noble, not cleaner, but solid. Real. Is that part of me really worth remembering? I pushed the blanket aside and stood, my feet cold against the stone floor. The soreness deepened as I moved on my side, flaring with every breath, but I didn't stop. I crossed the room, eyes never leaving the pendant. It shouldn't have meant anything, but it did. I reached out, letting my fingers brush the leather cord. Rough to the touch, worn from handling, but solid, reliable. Lyrian hadn't said much when he gave it to me. He rarely did. But I remembered the look in his eyes. It wasn't just concern. It was something else. Something like a broken bar guilt. I hesitated. Then, slowly, I picked it up. The moment the cord slipped over my head, I felt it. A pulse of the heartbeat. Not through the pendant, through me. Like something deep inside shifted. Just a fraction. Like pressure that had been pushing from the inside out had found a way to settle, just slightly. The ache didn't vanish, but it dulled just enough that I noticed her absence. I frowned, reaching up to touch the pendant where it lay against my collarbone. What was that? No answers came. Only a strange steadiness. A quieting. It disturbed me how much I liked it. A knock came at the door, drawing me away from my thoughts. Sharp and measured. I turned, dragging in a slow breath. Of course. The door opened without another knock. Nari stepped inside, her eyes sweeping the room once before settling on me, or more precisely on the pendant resting just above my chest. She didn't speak. Not right away, just looked. It took me a second to realize what had drawn her attention. The cord was longer than I remembered, and the pendant sat lower, resting against skin. Her gaze lingered a moment too long. I cleared my throat and reached for it, fingers brushing the pendant. Nari spoke. Where did you get that? Her voice wasn't sharp, but it was deliberate. I hesitated. A friend. Before I came here. A friend? She echoed. Her tone didn't change, but something in her posture shifted. His name's Lyrian, I added after a moment. I'm not sure if he made it or just a broken bar held onto it. He gave it to me before I left the fortress. Hatchery. Said it would help. Nari was quiet again. Then, you should keep it hidden. I blinked. Why? It's clearly of elven origin. The craftsmanship, the material, so it's not something made here. I frowned. So? She folded her hands in front of her. The elves have a broken bar fallen from favor, especially among those close to the Empress. You do well not to wear their work openly. I stared at her, unsure how to respond. There was no accusation in her voice, just fact. Cold, measured fact. I let go of the cord and slowly tucked the pendant beneath the fabric of my tunic. It lay flat against my skin, warm now, familiar. Nari watched me finish, then gave the faintest nod. She watched me finish, then glanced once toward the window, a measuring time, or maybe mood. "We'll begin your lesson shortly," she said, as if nothing more needed to be said. I sighed and gave her a look. "Sounds fun." Her gaze flicked back to me. Sarcasm is a poor companion to noble instruction. I stared at her. She tilted her head, expression unreadable. "It's also a mark of common upbringing." I scoffed quietly. "I didn't grow up here," I muttered. Nari gave a faint nod, almost like she'd expected the answer. "I know," she said. "Which is why I've arranged help." There was a knock. 2 short traps. Nari stepped aside as the door opened and a pair of attendants stepped in. Young women dressed in simple robes, their hair bound neatly. They moved without hesitation, their eyes respectfully lowered, their presence practiced, polished. I tensed. They didn't ask questions, just moved toward the wardrobe and began laying things out. Layered silks, light tunics, and something that looked far more complicated than it had any right to be. Nari turned to me. "You'll need assistance, especially with layering." The pause wasn't long, but it was pointed. I grunted and glanced away. "I can dress myself. I've seen how you tie a sash," she said. "I don't trust your definition of appropriate." The attendants waited. One held something pale and lacy in her hands. Not quite cloth, not armor, not anything I'd ever worn before. I stared at it. "Seriously?" The younger of the two offered a gentle smile and stepped forward with it, her hands careful, like she expected me to flinch. She wasn't wrong. They moved around me with practiced rhythm, guiding without speaking. I let them, sort of. The garment wasn't painful, but it was tight, restrictive in a way I didn't understand. Fabric pressed where I wasn't used to being touched. The straps dragged across skin that felt too soft, too exposed. When they adjusted the clasp at my back, I twitched. The robe followed, light and formal. It slipped over my shoulders like a weightless net, brushing along curves I still wasn't used to. The pendant settled back into place above it, resting over the fabric this time, not against skin. The attendants stepped back, gave a small bow, and left without a word. The silence they left behind was louder than their presence. I didn't look at Nari. She didn't gloat, didn't say "I told you so." She only stepped closer and examined the front of my robe with an impassive eye. "Better," she said. I crossed my arms, and immediately regretted it. A soft, feline chrk escaped her throat. It wasn't loud, barely a sound at all, but it startled me. Nari stepped forward without hesitation. Her hands closed around my wrists with surprising speed, firm, unyielding, and shoved my arms down to my sides. I blinked. She held my gaze for a moment longer, then released me. "Posture reflects poise," she said. "Slouched shoulders invite lesser treatment." I scowled, though I didn't cross my arms again. "Doesn't feel like it matters." "It does," she replied. "Especially here." She turned and gestured toward the door. "Walk with me." I didn't move at first. Every part of me wanted to argue, to crawl back into bed and bury myself in something warm and wordless, but I didn't. I followed, putting the pendant underneath the cloth. My legs still ached. My ribs protested every breath. But Nari didn't slow, and I didn't ask her to. We stepped out into the corridor. The air felt colder here, brushing against my skin in places that were still sore. I adjusted the robe slightly, pulling the front tighter. Nari said nothing for the first few steps. Then, lightly, "Today's lesson will be etiquette." I sighed again, louder this time. "That sounds fun." Nari didn't comment, but I noticed her ear twitch. We walked in silence through the halls, my steps quiet against the stone, hers even quieter. Every few turns she brought a subtle correction. My shoulders too low, my steps too wide, the way I held my arms too stiff. Is it going to be like this the entire time? And when she stopped walking, I nearly ran into her. "This way." She turned and stepped through a narrow archway into a smaller chamber, quiet, finely decorated, and full of light. Slanted beams shone through high windows, catching dust in the air. A low platform sat at the center of the room, surrounded by woven mats. Scrolls were arranged across a polished table. I stepped inside after her, slower than I meant to. The robe pulled against my shoulders wrong, and I adjusted it for the third time since we left the room. Nari glanced back just once, then she motioned toward the mat closest to the platform. Sit. I groaned under my breath and lowered myself awkwardly until I was seated, legs folded as best I could manage. The fabric bunched. My ribs complained. My hips felt like they were sitting wrong again, and I shifted twice before settling. It still didn't feel right. Nari sat across from me in a single motion, like she weighed nothing. She poured 2 cups of tea from a pot that had been set before we arrived. Steam curled between us, catching in the light. Tea? I asked flatly. Nari didn't answer right away. She offered the cup without ceremony, her movements precise as ever. I took it with both hands. Hesitated a second too long before drinking. It wasn't hot enough to burn, but the warmth still caught me off guard. I hated how steady it made me feel. Nari watched me over the rim of her cup. You were tense when they dressed you. No point denying it. I'm not used to it, I muttered. Nari gave a small, acknowledging nod. You will be, or at least, you will learn to seem like you are. She reached across the space between us, her fingers brushing my wrist. She didn't ask, just gently moved my hands into a better position around the cupa, thumbs aligned, fingers curved slightly. For now, pretend. I frowned, but I didn't pull away. The warmth of the tea soaked into my palms. I sat a little straighter without thinking. Nari didn't return to her place immediately. She shifted her weight and reached to adjust the fall of my robe where it had bunched near my waist. You're being watched, she said, still not quite looking at me. Even if no one is here. I swallowed. Watched by who? Everyone, she said, finally stepping back. Servants, courtiers, heirs, enemies. Her eyes flicked toward mine, and possibly allies. The pendant pressed faintly against my chest again, a quiet reminder. I shifted under her gaze. The warmth from the tea didn't help this time. Nari's expression didn't change, not exactly, but the line of her shoulders softened, just a hair. Enough to notice if you were looking. They've told you very little, she said, about what's expected of you. I blinked. Number. They haven't. She nodded like she'd already assumed as much. Then I'll tell you what I can. I sat straighter despite myself. You are not just a daughter of the Empress, Nari continued. You are a figure now, a presence, perhaps even a symbol. You will be called many things. Expected to be more. I opened my mouth, then shut it. She wasn't wrong, but she wasn't clear either. Nari watched me over the rim of her cup. Learning our customs will shield you from embarrassment, she said. From insult. But more than that, it will protect you from things you haven't thought about yet. Like what? I asked. Politics, she said. Assumptions. A pause. Men. That word hung in the air between us like a sword suspended by thread. I stared at her, caught between disbelief and confusion. Men? She didn't flinch. You haven't interacted with many since your change, have you? No, I said. But I can handle myself. The words came out harder than I intended. Nari nodded slowly. I believe you. But the danger doesn't always come with blades. I looked away. Her voice didn't sharpen. It stayed calm, measured. You've changed. Your appearance, your presence, your scent. That last word made my spine stiffen. You will attract attention, she said plainly. Wanted or not. I hated how my thoughts flashed to the way her eyes had lingered on the pendant earlier. How my fingers had hovered near it. How aware I'd become of where it rested, of what it framed. I'm not interested in that, I muttered. That may not matter, Nari said gently. I didn't answer. What was I supposed to say? That I hadn't noticed the way eyes lingered longer than they used to? That I caught the stares, the hesitations? That part of me hated it and another part didn't know how to feel at all? Nari didn't press. She sipped her tea. I sipped mine. The silence stretched long enough for me to start thinking again, about what Lyrian would say if he saw me now. About how I used to hold myself, all broad-shouldered and sharp-edged, every movement an invitation to back off. Now I wasn't sure what I was inviting. Nari broke the quiet first. There's a luncheon, she said. This afternoon. The heirs will attend. I blinked. And you will be there. I nearly choked on the tea. Why? Because you've been noticed. Nari said calmly. And because Valith made the request personally. I stiffened. She set her cup down with precision. She believes this is the best path forward. I thought you were the one teaching me. I am. Nari's tone didn't change, but her pupils changed slightly. If I didn't know any better, I'd assume she was angry. But Valith holds authority. This is her way of including you. That didn't sit right. Including me in what? Nari's eyes narrowed, just slightly. We'll see.